everyone. What's good? I got my big sister Bomb Cherry in the building first. I miss you. I miss you, love. Yo. Bomb, I have a few topics of just a lot of disgusting things been going on. And I said I wasn't gonna even hold it because I just want to start right away. Wow, what's good, Sugar Bomb? Sugar Bum, you getting the queen of the chat. I'm telling you, if I gotta make that award and find a way to get it to you, you gonna win that award. Um, okay, this is the one. I wanted to start playing this one here. Just for a quick listen. Make sure everything is up loud enough. Mm. Abuse group of people on social media, black women and women of color. Here's a sample tweet from active friends on social media, but as we've learned recently, it can also have a downside. It's become a breeding ground for hate and division, and Donald Trump uses it to exclusively attack and bully people he doesn't agree with. A recent study showed that the most abused group of people on social media, black women and women of color. Here's a sample tweet from actress Ashley Murray in reference to 13 reasons why star Grace Saif, who has completely left social media. Folks, pull it up, please. She left because, again, this is so crazy. People have been... I want to just say fair use. This is use just for us to discuss these topics. Hacking Grace because of her character on a Netflix show. Y'all, is fictitious. It's fictitious. Joining me now to talk about this is Jennifer Farmer. She's a communication strategist and founder of Spotlight PR. And so, in what other ways are black women being attacked? And is it, obviously she's an actress who's responding to a show, but in what other ways are we seeing?
So what we're seeing is pervasive attack. If you're a black woman and you have a social media account, if you're on Twitter, chances are you've already experienced abuse. 84% of the tweets that go to black women contain some type of abusive or harassing message. So by merely existing, the chances of you being attacked.
Now they were saying on Twitter, but you all know this is on YouTube every day and every night.
Have increased. The other thing that we're finding is that if you have the courage to state your opinion, you're also going to be attacked.
Oh, I know that well. Oh, yeah. Ava knows that well.
Right. And the attacks are vicious. So when I wrote the article for The Root, I was looking at comments sent to Senator Nina Turner, who's a 2020 co-chair for Bernie Sanders. And I mean, some of the comments to her were things that she was a fucking idiot, that she was paying Senator Sanders was paying her to have sex with him. I mean, just brutal. Nothing about policy, but the lower they can get, that's what's happening.
Right. It's also, when we talk about those level of attacks, crude, sexist, in many ways, and it is hard for some people to deal with this on every day. I mean, I know a number of people who just simply say, you know what, I'm done. I got to just completely log off, or like Grace did, delete the account.
Right. I mean, people tend to think that because of social media that there's a barrier, but all of us are human. And when you receive the level of attacks that we're seeing on social media, again, this is pervasive. It is hard not to let that impact your psyche. And so people from all walks of life are being impacted. And I think that Twitter has a responsibility to do more. And they're doing more. They can't go behind closed doors, create a solution, and then come back and...
Okay, I'm going to skip it forward just a little so y'all can hear what I want to hear about this other.
And the rest of society. This is not a coincidence. I think that black women struggle in many respects to be given our due, to be paid what we're worth. The maternal health challenges, are they're staggering. And so I think what we're seeing on Twitter is a manifestation of how black women are faring and how we are perceived in other parts of our life.
Yeah. Well, I worry about online violence becoming live violence.
Right, and real life violence.
Yes, exactly. So I'm wondering if there are policies that folks on Capitol Hill should be moving forward on to better protect.
Fair use. And I'm bringing up this here little story because I read an article. Well, my husband read an article to me about 2 weeks ago.
and it is actually a bill in Congress. I'm going to Google that in a few minutes, where it's saying specifically, guys, for Black women, the abuse that they're taking online, and they want to do something to where they're going to call these people hate groups. I remember maybe a while back, Cynthia Genum was trying to get people to position a lot of these people as hate groups. Now, I have a weird thing on that, because sometimes that does go into freedom of speech, but I mean, I'll just let this play.
Like people, so I'm wondering if that's a part of the plan.
I think that is one of the solutions that Amnesty International lifted up. But I think part of my concern is this registering as the major issue that it is? You know, are we hearing people talking about it and pushing forth policies? And my fear is that because Black women and Latinx women, but Black women to a greater degree, you know, we are not receiving the protection that we should. I don't know how high it's rising for some elected officials.
All right. Well, Jennifer Farmer, we shall appreciate it. Thanks so much. All right, folks. That's got both my consults opinion.
All right. Anybody? Bomb, you don't want to hit the link? No? Did I pin it? Oh, shit. Maybe I didn't pin it. But anyway, so that's just one thing I wanted us to be aware of, y'all. It's just so many topics today I have. That is one major thing, but there's a thing going around on what happened on Fight Club yesterday. And there's a lady named Trinidad. And I didn't want to put a picture up of her. But yeah, she's getting very badly abused. And the story is so heartbreaking. And what was even more heartbreaking was, to me and to other people who were there, it didn't seem as though she took it as serious as everyone else. Well, what happened was there was a lot of discussions, but Trinidad, came on Fight Club, and she had a huge black eye, knocked out teeth. And, everybody was like, just staring. And so she gets up there and she wants to tell the man, House of Hypocrisy, you're so right. And then she was telling the other man, no, you're wrong, because he said something disparaging about single mothers. They love to jump on single mothers over them. She said, you're wrong. She was showing her face. She said, he started like arguing with her, saying, look at this fucking black degeneracy. Thank goodness a lot of the other people on the panel started trying to show her some concern. But it was typical black male, you know. Let me see. I have a little bit of that audio, I think, right here. So let me try to play it.
But the way they move in the world is changed. Superwoman, we call her Wonder Woman, because I really.
Can y'all hear that? If anybody want to come up, I don't see Sharice in here. Let me see. I see Sugar Bum One, Sugar Bomb Cherry. Yes. Oh my God. Yes. It was so horrible. Kira, why? Kira, you want to come up and play the video or Bomb? Why? Sister Incognito. Yeah, but anyway, I'm just going to play the audio of it. Sugar Bum was there. You saw it, right? Oh, it was so disgusting. And ultimately, after all of that, it still get blamed on a woman. This woman says that this is her child's father. Her son is 17 years old. She says that they're not together. and haven't been together since the boy was 1 year old. But he brought her to Walmart to, I guess, buy groceries, and they were by the meat department. And he apparently thought that she smiled at another man and beat her ass in the Walmart. But yeah, it's very disturbing. It's so disturbing because they were trying to get her help, and Anchorman asked if she called the police, and she said, "Oh, I would never do that." She said, "I would never do that. Oh no." And it just boggled my mind. I don't understand her situation. But at another point, she told Q, when Q was so concerned, she started smiling. She said, "Q, do you think this is the first time that happened to me? I'm used to this." Y'all, that shit broke my soul. It broke my soul. Anyway, let me see. And her audio is really always bad, but it's bad on here too. So if anybody have time, come on up.
Mm-hmm.
I need some you. Mr. Tom, can y'all hear me? Yes. Mr. Tom. Yes. Tom. Mm-hmm. Tom. I need some you. Mr. Tom, can y'all hear me? Yes. Mr. Tom. Yes. I didn't want him next to me. Okay. You don't want him next to you. That's funny. I really do. You're a weirdo. You are. I'm a weirdo because I'm telling you to be advocate for yourself. I'm down on that. Why would you do? You're dumb. No, I'm not dumb.
Now you hear how she saw attacking Uncle Tom. And I normally don't agree with this man, but he was telling her, be an advocate for yourself, call the police. She was like, you dumb. Why would you do that? And he was like, I'm not being dumb. But watch, she got smoke for him. Listen.
I would have called police. Why? Why? How would you say that? Because you should be able to call the police on someone that has done harm to you. If someone has done harm to me, I will call the police.
Wait, let's ask her a question. Trinidad, let's find out questions. Trinidad, why haven't you called the cops on him?
I'm from Philadelphia. We don't do that. That's all I'm gonna say. So, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I think that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. And if any niggas think it's not, it's stupid. Y'all dumb. If you don't advocate for yourself, then you deserve whatever the fuck you happens to you. I don't feel sorry for you if you want a nigga to knock your head off. That's stupid. But I'm not asking for your sympathy. I didn't say you did. I just said it's just dumb. I just said it's dumb. Let me know. Nothing you can say to me to make me say it's not dumb. That shit is dumb and fucking retarded. Do you have daughters? Fuck no, I ain't got daughters. If my daughter would, if I did have a daughter, she'd be shooting. Death believe that. Are you cursing? I hope you're not. I'm cursing. Please don't. I'm trying to have a dialogue with you. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Just asking. I'm not asking. No, I do not have daughters. I have boys. I have all boys. But in that same respect, I don't want my sons. I teach my sons not to beat a woman because there's no point in them beating them because they're 163, 164. Why would I need my youngest? And if my son did beat a woman's ass, I will beat the brakes off that nigga. I'm a 37-year-old with a 6'5", 200.
Yeah, she have no illogical, nothing in what she's gonna say is gonna make sense, right? This was such a sad, heartbreaking thing. But one of the guys, House of Hypocrites, he's gonna mention it. He's like, her soul gone. She been beat so much that she's gonna tell Q, you think this is smiling? You think this the first time? Look, I don't got no teeth. This ain't the first time. I'm used to this. Y'all, the shit is sad. I need somebody to play this video because I don't think this recording is good enough. Y'all got to see this lady face beat up. This shit is horrible. It was live on Fight Club last night.
160, approximately 65.
Bond, can you go live so you could do this video for me? Please. I just feel like somebody had to talk about it. I'm sorry. I was hoping somebody got up and talked about it, and then my nerves got bad and said I need to talk about it. But if somebody else want to go live who can do it better, because I need us to really see this. This is a woman who's extremely bad and just used to it.
What does that matter? I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. What I'm saying is don't be no one's victim. I'm advocating for that physically and mentally.
Hey, Bomb Jerry.
Hey, Mew, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Excellent.
Girl, what happened? Like I've been missing everything. I've been calming down, chilling.
Wow.
So she got on camera and showed up that she was beat up?
Did she? Yes. Let me tell you the minimum. Man, she got on and it was so crazy. It was so crazy because she was like, to come to fuss at this man.
An accuracy rating right there is what he just gave you. A 96.5.
Okay.
Hey, Manny, you gay? Because we were here.
So she was up there, and then they kicked her off. She was up there, and then they kicked her off.
What was her name? No?
Huh?
What was her name?
Trinidad. You know Trinidad, the red one.
I never heard of her.
Childlike.
So is it the one that's called Kamala Harris? Whatever that damn vice president woman, Kamala. Is that the stream?
And she always come on with a house coat and always grabbing her house coat. She only 37, but she look like she 57. But I'm gonna tell you, you can look in this lady's face, and some of these guys is gonna say, this man been beating her since she was a teenager. Damn. And he done took all. You could tell that one of the guys is gonna say you could tell when she was young, she was the baddest thing on her.
Oh, I see a woman named Trinidad T.
Yeah.
Oh, you say she 37?
37, honey. But that man been beating her all these years.
My God.
I see her at 3.53. If you want to pull it up.
I see her at 4:15. Is this the same stream?
Yeah, it's the same stream. Because somebody gonna kick her off and she's coming back.
Oh, okay. So what part? So you saw it at 3 what?
She up here at 3:53.
3:53. And where I'm at 4:15. Oh, okay.
Oh no, Kira put 3:49:30.
3:49:30.
Yeah.
Okay, hold up a second. Let's see.
Wow, what's good, MJ? What's good, Mr. Josh? Mr. Kev 504.
And Mr. Kev.
Man, Bomb, this broke my heart with this lady, but it's so many different levels that we got to talk about. This like lady it's like it was nothing, y'all. She even started laughing and poking her tongue out through her tooth hole. Y'all.
You gotta add it if you want me to share it.
Yeah. Let me see.
Okay, hold up. 349. No, where I'm at. I'm at 346. Let me go about right here. Okay, here we go.
Just took to Plan B instead.
It was three more that accidentally got pregnant, but they end up getting rid of the shit.
So see, nigga, that's still a 95% average. That's still a 95% accuracy right there that nigga got.
So 7 out of 10 had kids.
If he got 95% in everything in school, nigga, that nigga would be on the honor roll, nigga. What are we talking about?
But not.
But I don't like how you're making light of this, though. Why are you making light of this? It doesn't matter what the percentage is, bro.
Nigga, I'm not making light of that, nigga. I'm making light of you being bitchless, nigga. You being bitchless offends me, nigga. Really? I don't like to see a nigga around me bitchless. You being bitchless.
That shit is dumb and fucking.
That she go right there. She look like she got she beat up.
Mm-hmm.
Did she talk yet, or?
Yeah, she about to talk.
Okay.
Retarded.
Do you have daughters?
Fuck no, I ain't got daughters. If my daughter would, if I did have a daughter, she'd be shooting. Best believe that.
Are you
okay?
A nigga to knock your head because think it's not.
The cops on him.
Arm to you.
Why?
Oh, my computer tripping.
It's funny.
I really don't care.
He's not next to you.
You're a weirdo. You gotta go.
Baby, a 96.5 if we ain't got no problem with no bitches. You got Smitty, he ain't got no problem with no bitches. Bell Long ain't got.
Because you weren't wearing a condom or whatever like that, and they, you kind of know what happens when you don't. It's not an accidental pregnancy, and they certainly didn't accidentally carry the term neither.
Well, you can say that.
I'll give you that one.
I say
so again, it's the fault of the woman is what you're saying. That's what I heard. It's the fault of the woman.
That's what I heard too.
What I heard. I agree.
That's what I've been saying.
It's her fault for carrying it to term.
I mean, it's her fault all the way around. Because, like you said, there's no accident.
I play a role.
But you can't accidentally. You don't accidentally go in somebody raw.
Well, you can.
You don't really think about it. You just do it.
You don't really think about it. You just do it.
It's no accident. She's no accident.
These some dumbass niggas.
It is dumb.
Dumb as fuck. This old ass nigga down the bottom talking about this her fault all the way around. Because, and the dude up at the top, he's saying, well, I have some responsibility too. That's what these men not hearing.
They don't even listen to the man who did it. How's a hypocrite is a degenerate, but he is far less a degenerate than them.
I know, this is some crazy shit.
Like I was
nigga saying no, I got some. Go ahead.
I was agreeing more with him than any of them.
This nigga saying no, I had something to do with it. No, I did have something. He said, but I told him, but I had something to do with it. And they're like, how you know them your kids? They trying to blame. It's the woman's fault to these dumbass niggas all the way around. Yeah. I was over there watching the lead attorney interview with this dude. God damn. The lead attorney tore his ass to shreds.
What? I heard about it, but I ain't go over there.
And this nigga admitted that when he went by Pearly, he was drunk. He don't even remember doing it.
Yeah.
I was like, God damn.
Yeah, he was drunk.
So what the hell did he say over there about Pearly? God damn.
I don't know. I ain't watched that yet either. I said I was gonna catch up on the lead because we behind.
Yeah, we behind.
We've been missing.
I know. Okay, here we go, y'all.
Let me tell the nigga put a condom on.
Going raw. When was the last time I told a nigga to put a condom on?
Mm-hmm.
She's married.
Before me and my husband decided I wasn't going to take birth control anymore.
It's a choice you're making going in raw.
All right, let Trinidad go.
Trinidad.
How you guys doing?
We're good, Trinidad.
Hi, everybody. Mr. Tom.
Mm-hmm.
Tom. Oh, let me get these. Mr. Tom, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Mr. Tom.
Yeah. Yes.
I didn't want him next to me.
Okay.
You don't want him next to you. That's funny.
I really don't care.
Who's that next to you?
You're a weirdo. You are.
I'm a weirdo because I'm telling you to be an advocate for yourself. I'm staying on that.
Why would you do? You dumb.
No, I'm not dumb.
Now she calling this man dumb.
Why? Why?
Why would you say that? Because you should be able to call the police on someone that has done harm to you. If someone has done harm to me, I will call the police.
Wait, let's ask you a question, Trinidad. Let's find out questions. Trinidad, why haven't you called the cops on him?
I'm from Philadelphia. We don't do that. That's all I'm gonna say. So, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
I think that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my fucking life. And if any of these niggas think it's not, it's stupid. Y'all dumb. If you don't advocate for yourself, then you deserve whatever the fuck you happens to you. I don't feel.
Wow.
You see what I'm saying? It's so much to unpack on this latest story. It's so much.
So you know
she's gonna be mad with angry man. She's gonna be mad with everybody that's telling her she need help.
She needs some help.
And I feel sorry for her still. I still feel bad for her. But I'm like, Lord, how did her mind get so scrambled, so lost? Everybody got more concern than you.
That's when you know they mentally, it's something mental.
Yeah.
But let's be honest, in our community, I wasn't raised like that, so I don't know. But I've heard it and remember, these young people listen to the TV and listen to music more than, so I don't know. But if you listen to the TV and shit like that, you're not supposed to snitch. And so snitching, and telling on your hubby, your husband, your boyfriend, or whoever whipping your ass, that's like being a snitch in a lot of these communities. So she just said she's from Philadelphia, and I'm not sure what her man what he into, because you only a snitch if you into a certain, but if you a criminal, you a snitch if you tell. But the truth be told, a lot of communities, you can't get caught telling on people. So we don't know much about a dude. If a dude is, a criminal, and she knew it, and he whipping her ass, and been doing it for a while, maybe her, she may have seen her mom get her ass beat, sisters get her ass beat, aunts. So this might be just what she know. So people gotta kind of take that into account, but what she expect the people online to do though? If she telling, of course everybody gonna say, hey, you either gotta leave or do something.
That's what everybody's telling to move then. If you can't call the police, move.
So she's stuck based what she think. I haven't even heard her, so I already kind of, they call this what they call that syndrome when
Stockholm.
Yeah.
She lost, man. She lost.
37. This woman look old.
Don't she? And
y'all show 37 because I'm not she looks really old. And I'm not talking about like she look 100. I'm not saying it in the bad, but she looked way older than 37.
Yeah.
Wow.
But she had a picture up of herself a few months back, and she was so pretty when she was 20 years old. Man, she was beautiful. And that man took all that from her. And she gonna tell you, this her son daddy. She said they're not even together. Ain't been together since they was 1. But he don't want her talking or looking at nobody. So he'll just beat on her.
Oh my God. So they're not together.
It's not even her man.
Damn.
Yeah, but she can't be. He just want her in the house, and she in fear.
Anybody? What people did was get her info, because I will call the police for her motherfucking ass. See, People got to be smart because we do have people who just scared. Yeah. We got people who need help and they don't need nobody telling them they stupid and shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know. And then okay, here we go. I see Daryl Long laughed and said LMAO, she from Philly, which is right there.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrone Church.
There's a few of them gonna laugh, and I think they're absolutely sick. But see, when that guy House of Hypocrite and Angry Man went off, all of them changed their story. All of them started one off for help. The first one offering her help was gonna be Uncle Tom and House of Hypocrite. After House of Hypocrite, Uncle Tom and Angry Man, all of them changed their story.
See, Royal sent $2 to say she need her other eye blackened.
Yeah, oh yeah.
She must have came on earlier and said she was beaten because she's already.
She did. This not the first part, but they kicked her off, so she had to wait 20 minutes.
Oh, they paid to get her off. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it must have been a quick one because I tried to find when she first appeared, and yeah, it must have been quick.
Yeah, she wasn't up there but like maybe a minute, and they kicked that lady off, and then she came back, and they're gonna kick off in a few more minutes. It's just not long, and then she's gonna come back one last time.
Oh, okay. Here we go. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
feel sorry for you if you want a nigga to knock your head off. That's stupid to me.
But I'm not asking for your sympathy.
I didn't say you did. I'm just saying it's just dumb. I can say it's dumb. I have my opinion.
Hold on.
Let me.
Is it?
What is it?
Nothing you can say to me to make me say it's not dumb. That shit is dumb and fucking retarded.
Do you have daughters?
Fuck no, I ain't got daughters. If my daughter would, if I did have a daughter, she'd be shooting. Best believe that.
Are you cursing? I hope you're not.
I'm cussing.
Please don't. I'm trying to have a dialogue with you.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm just asking. I'm not asking.
No, I do not have daughters. I have boys. I have all boys. But in that same respect, I don't want my sons. I teach my sons not to beat a woman because there's no point in them beating them because they're 6. So 1'6'3", 1'6'4". Why would I need my youngin? And if my son did beat a woman's ass, I will beat the brakes off that nigga.
I'm a 37-year-old with a 6'5", 260, approximately 65 pounds.
But what does that matter? I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. But what I'm saying is don't be no one's victim. I'm an advocate for that physically and mentally.
Please. All I'm saying, you can smile at somebody.
I can what?
I'm not like I was raised like that. You know, you give waters to the garbage man and the postman, and you just do that. That's
I'm not saying you're not a good person. I'm not saying you're not a good person. Did you hear me say you're not a good person? What I'm saying is don't be no one's victim. And if someone's going upside your head, then make sure that you get them taken care of off the jump. That's all
I'm saying to you is you don't even know the reason of this. Like
listen,
weird right here. Like
I man putting his hands on you, right? Unless you went upside his head. Did you go upside his head?
Can I talk, please? For person, I don't have good technology like y'all have. All I'm just saying is when you smile at a person or something, it's wrong. And we're not even together. We're not together.
I'm not understanding.
It's like they think that men, I'm not trying to generalize all men.
Mm-hmm.
Father, I'm not trying to tell too much, but we're not together, but they think you trying to get with somebody because you smile at them or something. That's it, that's all. Look at me.
He's an insecure person. I get you.
What do you mean, Trinidad? What are you talking about smiling?
How you doing?
Hi, Trinidad.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like in Walmart. That's how that happened.
So he hit you in Walmart because he thought you was trying to get us somebody, even though y'all not together, correct?
I didn't even know thought. My son is 17 years old.
Wait, what?
And this is why I say it's dangerous. This is why I'm saying this is.
Wait, why she mentioned her son? Did her son?
This is her son's father. Her baby father. Her son is 17. But he doesn't give her money. He takes her shopping because he don't believe in giving her any money. So when she needs, she have to call him and meet him, and they take her there, and he gonna carry the groceries home. But she says she not having sex with him or nothing.
God, yeah.
She gonna even admit that he keeps her hidden.
Is that her real name? We need.
No, I think that's the island she from, Trinidad.
Oh God, damn.
But guess what? I see somebody done found out, because I did not want to put the pictures of that lady, real black eye and stuff up.
They found who she is?
Yeah, Fatty. You know him. He went all on the lady Facebook yesterday.
He know her name?
I'm guessing because usually people Facebook have the real name, but
man,
I'm hoping that if they get that lady real name, because if I had her real name, I would be calling Philadelphia police and trying to forward them this video.
Me too. That's why I'm trying to find it. And you know I'm right here by Philly. I'm right here. I could be in Philly in 20 minutes. Just like as if I was in Kenner and getting to New Orleans. That's how quick it is.
You see how she really kind of don't speak cohesively all the way? But from everything I understood, she's terrified of this guy. She would never do it. And if he got out of jail, what then? Who would be there for her then when he got out? So she definitely would not put him in, because what would he do her when he got out? And that's
what he gonna do if she don't do something.
That's what I'm saying. I said, shit, you need to move.
She said that based on what you're saying, she at a Walmart. She say, "How you doing?" There's somebody who probably speak to her, and next thing you know, did he do it in the Walmart?
Yes, but you got to listen to what she said at first. She said, because sometimes when a woman smile, it's wrong. So she even saying because he saw her smile, that's wrong for a woman to smile. If you rewind it a little bit, that's when she first was trying to explain what happened.
Yeah, I heard her say that, but let me rewind a little bit. Let me see. Oh, okay. You up. Let's see.
Even no thought. My son is 17 years old.
You in Walmart because he thought you was trying to get us somebody
right before
so
that.
you're not together, correct?
Like in Walmart.
No, right before that.
Okay. How you doing?
Hi, Trinidad.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like in Walmart. That's how that happened.
So he hit you in Walmart because he thought you was trying to get us somebody, even though y'all not together, correct?
I didn't even no thought. My son is 17 years old.
No, it was right before. That's all right.
And this is why I say it's dangerous. See, this is why I'm saying this is why I'm saying it's dangerous, right? You have a son, right? And you don't want your son to have to go upside that dude's head. You know what I'm saying? Because that will cost him his life, either going to jail. Oh, okay. All right.
Mr. House said. He said, women, the mothers, they teach you. Say it again, Mr. House. Please. The fathers raised.
I think you just got to kind of listen to what Uncle Tom is saying. Like, don't be nobody's victim.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm not saying that. Listen, Trinidad, I'm not saying there's something that you did wrong. I'm not blaming you for anything of that. All I'm saying is do not allow yourself to become a victim, because what's going to happen is you got men out here that our job is to defend our women. No matter if you're your son, no one's going to go upside my mama's head without me having a problem with it, including my dad. If my dad was to go upside my mama's head, I'm going off on top of his. What I'm saying is you need to be your first advocate. That's all I'm saying. If you were taught not to call the police, I have a problem with that.
I don't care if my head got blown off. I'm not a victim. I'm not trying. I come here just to vent and just to express.
I understand that. Okay.
I'm a Philly girl.
Trinidad, can I say it respectfully? Fight Club is not the panel to vent regarding a serious situation like this. That's right? Because it's not as no. I'm trying to be sympathizing with you and everything, but some people don't say that. But I'm gonna tell you, Trinidad, you need to worry about your health, right? This man, you're not even with this man, and you have a 7-year-old son, and that man, your son might think that's okay. So you gotta protect yourself. These panels are not therapy.
But Q, that's why it's important for her to be here, so she can hear someone like you tell her this.
True, but I can't be very true. You're right, but Trinidad, you got to protect yourself. You got to protect you and think about your son, right? So I know you don't want to call the cops on him, but what if next time he hits you and you're dead? So you really have to be selfish at this moment and think about you for one time in your life, probably. Because there's women that have been in your situation that didn't even get to wake up the next day because that blow was too hard. Okay?
You're right.
You got to protect yourself some way, somehow.
Mm-hmm. That's real shit. I almost died twice from a head injury, man. That's real shit, man.
I mean, or you can end up like my cousin. My cousin got snuck. My cousin got snuck. Her ex-boyfriend, he broke up with her, but then came to the house and snuck her in the back of the head, capped her.
Yeah, and we want you to come back on these panels. So you really got to protect yourself. I don't know the police situation there, but your life is more important.
And that's all I'm saying.
Call the police on that nigga Trinidad. Real shit, man. And I ain't advocate for calling the people. Nobody.
You need to take pictures of your face. I'm all about the evidence and the receipts regarding shit. Take pictures of your face. Right now is not the moment. You can go to the police station, decompress, gather yourself. Tomorrow or Tuesday, go to the police station. If you have friends that are cops or lawyers, talk to them first, then figure out your situation and move carefully.
But Miss Q, respectfully, Miss Q, this ain't the first time. That's why
we know that. We know that. We know that.
We already knew
that. But Trinidad, when is it going to be the last time? When is it going to be the time where you don't wake up? So are you going to keep on being in this reportive state? Who playing?
See that? Somebody took her off.
They kicked her?
Damn. I don't need to kick her. I'm not. See, y'all misunderstood my point from the get-go. I was never saying there was something good to happen to her.
Why they kicked her?
Why y'all kicked her? That's crazy.
Bro,
because I talking about how he
was. Who kicked her? Was it Uncle Tom who kicked her?
No, it's another man. He gonna come up in a minute.
Oh, that's what it said when he said the cash. It said Uncle Tom.
Yeah, it said Uncle Tom.
No, yeah, he was talking to Uncle Tom.
No, the cash app. It said Uncle Tom. It said by Trini.
The man about to come up. He gonna come up in like 1 minute.
Oh, maybe he wanted.
And he gonna tell him he was apologizing to Uncle Tom because he took Uncle Tom down the first time because he thought he was bashing Trinidad.
Oh, here we go.
So we talked to him y'all fucked up.
They only care when I do stuff to women.
Yeah, in certain situations, y'all need to kind of have.
Who's that goofy voice ass nigga? Who that was?
That's House of Hypocrites.
God. No, he sounded like
at the top.
Wait, it was somebody else. Hold up.
Some type of fucking.
No, it was before him. Oh. They got 2 niggas on this panel with goofy ass voices. I'm sorry. I heard one, and Uncle Tom has a weird ass, high ass, pitch ass voice too. Here we go.
passion and morals, bro. You can see in that woman's face, she don't even have a fucking soul. You can see
House of
it,
Hypocrites.
bro.
I guarantee you, if she said Daryl Long did it, these niggas is making videos for days.
Yeah, he always got to make something out of it.
That woman.
She's saying
soul is gone.
Hey Q, if she in the back, drop me and bring her back up. Yeah.
Not in the back.
Like, oh damn.
If she's saying that she don't want to call the police because she in Philly,
who knows somebody in Philly? Who knows cops?
Then
I do.
Then here's what she need to do.
I know somebody in Philly.
Okay, one thing. If she live in a neighborhood where it's like you don't want to be known as a person to call the police because that's gonna cause more fucking problems for you. Right. You're not supposed to just let that shit go. Does she got brothers? Does she got cousins? Does she got anybody that can go fuck that nigga up?
I wouldn't even take that risk because you can't take that risk. Because let's say a nigga did fuck him up, that man might be too crazy and go back to her and fuck her up.
I think her brothers know probably like. I think her brothers know probably know that stuff was happening, but you know it's been happening so long. So the brothers like,
we can't assume that. We don't know if she got family. I'm guessing she's from Trinidad, so we can't assume she got family or friends. I mean, I was trying to get into that if she knew people, but someone kicked her off.
You talking about the black community? You can pay to shut somebody the fuck up when they telling you about their trauma. That's fucked up. That's some crazy shit, bro. That's some crazy shit, bro. But it's not sometimes it might not be the space because you have a different thing, a different platform. But sometimes, bro, sometimes you just gotta have a little bit more compassion. I don't usually give a fuck.
Whoever did that shit, probably got a real good laugh out of it. They was kicking like niggas.
Well, maybe they just wanted to make it where she, I don't know, save her from the embarrassment.
Because the nigga had a joke ass comment with the cash app, bro.
I didn't read it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we that's why I don't be giving a fuck about what I be like, fuck the black community.
It's some weird thing with long plaits gonna come up right now, I think.
Let's see, with some long plaits.
Yeah. He gonna be the one, I think named GQ or something. He gonna say it was me took off.
Let's see, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I'm not up there yet. How long you gonna be up there? You gonna be up there for a minute?
Mm-hmm.
There she goes. She came back. Did he come before she came back?
No.
He came after she left again?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, because she back now. Let's see.
People brought her back.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. I'm on damn ass computer. I got a doctor's appointment later. I haven't gone to sleep yet.
What you been doing, Bob?
Sewing.
You been on anybody's lives?
I think the last one I was on was Friday. Was it Friday?
Oh, I saw that. I caught the morning part of that one.
Who didn't I go off on somebody? I don't even remember, girl.
Yes. Epic. I gotta do a whole recording of just your teachings on these Negroes.
Okay, well. Yeah, no, I think I went off on them Thursday. I think Friday I was cleaning and cooking, I think. Huh?
And this here girl, Island Girl Q, when Jay Prince was on the show, she's talking about, yeah, you need to mind your own business with your show. Because you got Bob Sherry up there talking about how she pegging niggas. Then last night,
there's a lie. I never said I pegged nobody.
That's what they have to say. And
then, oh, really?
And yeah, that's what Island Girl Q said. And then what else she was? Oh, let me tell you, she got his arrest record, baby, from Fatty, and he was up there, and she started reading off all his criminal things. After this, as the show go on a little later, you don't see she gonna read off all, and they all laughing.
So first of all, I never talked about me pegging no motherfucking body, right? They were joking in the room about pegging, and I cracked a joke on it too. But I don't peg no niggas, right? But that bitch not. So I'm glad you say that she said my name, because see, I don't say her name because I know that I wanted to drag her for a long time now. Now see, she gonna make me come out of retirement.
But that's all in the same video. It's all in the same video.
I'm gonna drag this bitch across this motherfucking universe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know why she mentioned my motherfucking name. I ain't say shit about her, but I got her though.
Cause she hate Jay Prince. She brought up the man arrest records. They said Fatty gave him to. I'm like, she followed him. He went to Tommy Sotomayor. She paid all this money to try to get him off Tommy's show. This girl is obsessed.
Damn.
You think I'm gonna spend that kind of money? She spent this night here. She spent over $200. I was counting to keep getting them kicked off.
God damn.
I'm like, shit, if I was him, I would keep going up just so she could lose money.
Hell yeah. And you saw that I saw that he put something that she was stalking him. I was like, damn, she's stuck. But I did see her in his chat all night talking about him while claiming that his show ain't gonna be shit.
Mm-hmm. And then her and Fatty, I guess, because I saw the little show he did, but he took it down. Fatty giving out his address to everybody, even people that live in Illinois. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. But
I guess like to threaten them, I don't know.
Well, they got laws where he at. That's the weird thing. If he is where he claims he's at, they got laws. And old dude just need to reach out, have a little video of him doing what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because they're not like in America, baby. they got harsher laws on the internet and shit that they're doing. Here we go, fair use. Are you ready for it? Or
yeah, I'm ready.
I think she's about to pop up back up now.
Yeah, I don't play with domestic shit or pedo shit.
Trinidad, like, let's put something together. Put bro name in the back chat. Let's go ahead and get him together.
Wait, what happened to Jay Prince? Somebody kicked him off, or she did?
Oh yeah, she gonna keep kicking them off. He then popped up and be gone in like 2 seconds. I'm telling you, I was counting the money. I'm like, damn, this girl for real spending all this money.
Damn. So they letting him. Aaron probably letting her up, and then she paying to kick his ass off. God damn.
There's a community.
No, we're not about to say that on here. Trinidad, I have a question. Do you know anybody in Pennsylvania, wherever you're from, any male cops, any male lawyers? You said what?
I'm from Philly.
Philly. Okay. Do you have any male cops in Philly?
Yes, but y'all just was talking about brothers. My brother passed away. Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Trinidad. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Please.
No, you listen. No, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. No, let me ask you a question.
You know.
Trinidad.
That's all I want to say. Yes.
Trinidad.
Yes. Yes.
Was he doing this before your brother passed away?
Before we had our child, yeah.
He did that to you. He did that to you before your brother passed away?
Yes, and I'm so used to it.
What'd your brother do? You know what? Here's the thing.
My brother might not live in the States.
Here's the thing.
Wow.
Here's the thing. You in Philly. Yo, look. Here's the thing. You in Philly. You don't want to call. You in Philly. You don't want to call the cops. You don't want to do none of that shit. You know what you need to do? You need to fucking move. You need to move away. You need to find a relative to live somewhere else. You need to move the fuck out of that city and get the fuck away from that nigga. That's what you need to do. Just you don't want to do none other shit. You need to fucking move.
Listen, I want to get it,
man. They're against guns, bro.
You said what?
You a hostage to Trinidad?
No.
That's him. That's him who kicked the off.
I know she lives in Philly. That's my whole point. I'm saying y'all got mad when I kicked her off. Island Q, you already said.
Wait, Trinidad, let's talk.
I'm about to kick you back off. I promise you, I'm about to kick you back off. Like Q said, this ain't the place for that. You need to call the police, like Uncle Tom said. I didn't make no joke how to. What I did was apologize to Uncle Tom for kicking him off for being presumptuous, and then when she came back on here,
all right. It looked like it was a joke.
Back on here talking stupid. I seen what Uncle Tom was talking about. That's why I kicked her off, because why you ain't just call the police or get up out that situation? Why you on here with that eye looking like that and whining and shit? With this ain't, like you said, this ain't the place for that.
But JQ, to her defense, right? You're right. It's not the place, but sometimes people need to vent. We've had guys, we've had guys came up in here and said they was thinking about deleting themselves and everything of that nature, right? But it's still like we might be her vent. A lot of people use YouTube as therapy. I don't know why. I tell them to get a real therapist, but for her case, like you need to go to the cops. You got a son attached to that man. You do. Because you're gonna wake up and you're not about to be alive. I
hate the police, but in your situation, I think you need them. You say the man that knocked your teeth out, he done blacked your eye, then you say you don't even fuck with him, and you still beating on your ass and you don't even fuck with him. That ain't even domestic violence. That's just bad.
That nigga just hates you, man.
I have a question, Trinidad. Has he ever hit your son? Okay, so question, would you call the cops if he hit your son? If he hit your son, would you call the cops then? You're muted. You're muted, Trinidad. You're muted.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so if he hit your son, will you call the cops on him?
I said the mom teach you and the fathers raised you. And that's
no, that was my question. My question is, if he knocked your son out, will you then call the cops?
If he knocked my son out, I can't speak on here. It's a different story on that.
Okay, it's a different story. Okay, well, you need to cherish your life like you cherish your son. Because guess what? If you get knocked out, your son is not going to have you raising him. He's going to have that man raising him.
My son is more than my life. I met somebody else.
But Trinidad, if you're dead, who is going to raise your son?
Well, I know Mom.
Who is going to raise your son?
I was just trying to answer. I know my mom and his grandmom is older, but they got his vet. He got family.
I see Sugar Bum say she's annoying me. She's annoying me too.
Doesn't that sound like she already planned out her death?
Yep, that's what I'm about to say. She has plans. She don't care if she live or die, but you see, she care about her son.
Girl, this was so sad to me. This shit damn near was traumatizing to me. Because I was like, what in the hell? Like, how she don't understand? She got to do something. You got to move, lady. You got to. And then there's a policeman gonna come up. And then she said she ain't never found not one in all of these years with all the stuff this man done did to her over the years. They don't have no track record of it.
Because that's why he doing it. He know he could come over because they're not even dealing with each other anymore. But if he frustrated, he can go over there and whip her ass.
And she's not alone. Unfortunately, this is a part of our culture. It's a part of the whole black male worship thing. There are so many tracked statistics of like the amount of abuse, but they even say on there that our community and I think Hispanics have some of the highest rates of unreported. So I don't know.
But why we call it black male worship? Because she's not worshiping him. She's scared of him.
That's a whole thing. I'm not gonna dive into it. I do understand that there's a fear aspect to it, but at the same time to do nothing, to like literally do nothing but kind of accept and plan, not saying that how do I say it? It's not like she is actively being a worshiper. She has the ideologies of those who are considered black male worshipers, like valuing the life and the emotional, financial, physical, etc. well-being of your partner over yourself.
It sounds like she's just afraid and don't even know. Like So from certain islands, you know, they get beat, and in their culture, the men beat the women, and the women put up with it because there was nothing they could say. So,
I was thinking about this. Since we know he hits her in her face and her head and her teeth, do you think maybe, and this not trying to be funny, you know how they call it punch drunk, or what the men in the NFL get concussion where they can't think straight no more?
Yes,
Because
I
this
was
lady
thinking that too.
sounds so slow.
Yeah.
Honestly, and I've been hearing her for months, and I always be thinking, is she slow? I'm not trying to be rude or disrespectful, but
yeah, you seen some of the things she done up there. She put a finger in front of her mouth like shh.
Yeah, she seemed like a kid almost.
Yeah. It's probably from head trauma. Like you just said.
She can't answer nothing straight. And whenever they say something, she said, I was raised to be nice. I give water to the garbage man, and I'm like, what the fuck they got to do? Like,
To me,
so
it also sounds like mental abuse. Like he's been messing with. Not only has he been beating on her, but he's been messing with her head too. So I don't know. Like between whatever he's saying to her, and in between the getting beat, like I think it took her out. You know.
Yeah. This is giving me a headache. Worse than the one I already had.
Ain't it sad though, Bomb?
Yeah, this is terrible. And even the men, you know, are telling her to get out. Like, you got to get out. You got to, like, whew. Okay, here we go.
Okay, but who got your back? Who got your back?
If he got family, she got family.
Honestly, Trinidad, you need to be selfish and go to the cops.
Yeah, I'm not tripping, Trinidad. You just tripping.
You need to be, because you ready to die tomorrow. So you okay?
It's all downhill from here. I can tell you that right now. It ain't gonna get no better.
There's nothing else we can really Trinidad. There's nothing else we can really tell you.
It ain't gonna get no better.
I really hope, like, if you need people to talk to in Pennsylvania, we know a lot of people on here. If y'all know cops that's in Pennsylvania, email Q. My email address is in my channel. It's on my Instagram. Email Q. I will get with Trinidad, and we will help you, Trinidad. Trinidad, put your email in the back. I'm gonna email you.
I don't know,
Q.
But I understand.
Hey, I ain't too far.
I'm
you
okay.
Said what?
Hey, Q.
Okay. Let's just
okay. You said
now. What? I said this the house. I get with you.
You can even I can talk to you. I got a therapist that do something online, and I know a psychologist. I got some connections, but what you do need, you don't see it because you're in it. You're drowned in this shit. You drowned in it to a point where you say it's normal and you used to it. You don't see it. You don't. We see it. We are people looking on the outside. You don't see it. Like you need your soul back.
This the first.
Hey Q. You can hear me? Hey yo, hey, I ain't too far from where she is, G. So if you need any help with what she got going on, let me know.
Why? Because the shit ain't fucking cool. You're not taking it serious enough.
Everybody
not taking it serious enough. Like real talk, you supposed to have somebody in your family that will fuck that nigga up.
I do, but you don't call them unless you want something done.
This is why I said black male worker.
Well, so I understand what she's saying. It's sad that she's saying it, but think about it. If she calls somebody, then they're going to deal with it. And they deal with it and end up in jail. You know, so she's feeling trapped.
Or her dude might end up, Or her dude might end up in the afterlife.
Yeah, but she probably don't care too much about that. She probably mostly care about even if he end up in the afterlife. Somebody might go to jail for that.
Exactly.
So now she's responsible for one of her family members being in jail for the rest of their life because they took care of some shit that she shouldn't have been in, is how she would feel.
Well, if she didn't want that to happen, then she could call the police and somebody that's not in her family could take care of it. So I think there's a level of protecting this dude. I really do feel like, even if it's not her main focus, from some of the things she said, it kind of just leads back to it. But I kind of might chalk it up to Stockholm as well. But, you know, I think it's like she's crying out for help because she's coming on the internet with her face looking like that and everything. But then she doesn't want to do any of the things she knows she would have to do to fix it. And then it's like,
y'all, it's easy to sit in your chair and think you have the answer. She already told you where she's from. She know about the community in which she lives in better than all of us. So if calling the police puts a mark not only on her, but her whole family, whoever lives in the house. We don't know who her dude is. So, I mean, you can tell he's a criminal already. So this woman ain't just fearful for zero. This man, she said, this man whipped her ass in the middle of a Walmart. Y'all didn't think that they got police and surveillance and all that shit in a Walmart? So that means that somebody got it on video, and still she's scared to go to the police. So yeah, they got some hoods like that where you don't call no motherfucking police for, they don't even want to see the police come to the neighborhood. Therefore,
I would much rather you call the police and leave your house. Pack your stuff up and leave your house. Even
and go
if
where?
you gotta just be for a couple months.
And live in your car, be homeless, have nothing, scrounge for your next meal, struggle, and be alive.
A fatal blow. Who's to say this man to kill her? And
I'm not saying that he won't kill her.
Done knocked her teeth out her mouth before. He's done battered her. She said since she was 20 years old. This is ridiculous.
And that's why she used to it.
She's
27. That's 17 years of him beating her. And now just like she said it. She said it like it's easy. She said like, oh, this, I'm used to this.
Yeah.
So we know that, you know, she think this is just what happens to her. And what she got to go through, she don't go out. So that means somebody taking care of her. Somebody said up here, I think it was you, where you mentioned that he goes and get her. He won't give her money, but he'll go and get her everything she needs.
Yeah.
That's how he keeping her the way, you know, she don't have no independence. But also, like you said, she sounds childlike.
Yes.
So that's it.
I'm wondering, was she always like that or too many blows to the head got her like that? Because something ain't right.
I'm also wondering, like, because sometimes you like have to play a part in order to survive. But you know how some actors get sunk into their part? Like, did she play a role to survive and now she became that? You know what I mean?
No, I don't think that, I mean, if she's getting actually beat, even if she was playing a role, soon as she got that first ass whipping, it would have knocked her back into reality. So I think that he knew he could beat her. He knows he could get away with it, and therefore he does it. Because somebody said they're not even together. They're not even together. They don't live together. He probably have a whole nother woman somewhere. And he comes there and beat her. So he need his ass whipped. That's for sure. But she needs help.
Yeah. Something that can spark some will. In order to get out of a domestic violence situation, even if you have a mustard seed worth will, like it takes just a drop of will. Like you have to, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. And sometimes you just give up. Like you have to find some type of spark and some type of will, something that pisses you off or amps you up enough that you're willing, no matter how scared, how broke, how whatever, you ready. You're like, it's you or me at this point.
A lot of them women get killed too. Go look at the stats. When they leave and they don't have everything in place, money to really move around, and they make a slip up, they get killed by men who sounds like this dude. So I know it sounds easy for the rest of us to say just leave and find somewhere to go live in your car or whatever, but it's not that easy though.
It's not easy at all. But I mean, the alternative is to stay.
Or to get killed even after the fact.
You can get killed staying, you could get killed leaving. Which one has a higher probability of you making it out alive, or you possibly living any type of life that you want to live for yourself?
Yeah, probably staying. And they tell a woman that, depending on what she could put up, what he does, what type of person he is. If this man is breaking out her teeth because she smiled at a dude, imagine what he gonna do when she leaves. And she probably know it. So here we go.
Trinidad, I'm about to be really rude. You acting real dumb right now. Trinidad, that man, Trinidad, you ain't got no teeth. What are you talking about? You have no teeth. You have a black eye. He has done this to you. It is time. It is time, beloved. The next time you might not wake up. What's your email address, Trinidad? You got an email?
Yes, but I can't say my name on what's this, Instagram or internet?
Y'all know something. This woman is slow. Now, like you said, was she always this way, or did he beat it, into this? Like she's giving out information right here. She's telling people where she's from. She's like, she's like, give me your information, and so we can get you help. And she's like, oh, but I can't give it out to you right now. Like, so, oh man, wow.
You got the private chat, so on the phone, it has the private chat in the bottom.
Mr. Aaron can tell you though.
Aaron, know your name?
Yeah.
And your name is what? Your name is linked to Facebook?
Mr. Aaron, I'm gonna beat his butt.
No, Trinidad. It's really sad that we're more pissed off than you're pissed off.
Yep. Y'all don't understand this.
Some of y'all ain't. I fully get it because I work with abused kids and all that, and like she needs like this awakening. Like,
hey, some of y'all probably ain't catch this, G, but I noticed this here. I'm gonna tell y'all something. 10 years ago, Trinidad was probably the baddest bitch in the city. No disrespect, Trinidad. I like real shit. Like I could look at her and kind of. I want to build the bitch academy, you know what I'm saying? So I got an eye for these things. Yeah. But 10 years ago,
God damn, these niggas always resort to some sex shit, huh? She was the baddest bitch in the city. Wow. Oh my God. Are we still up here?
Yeah, we still up here.
Oh, okay.
You can't hear me? I was thinking the same thing, but you could still tell that was a beautiful lady. But I wonder about her mental. I wonder did she take so many hits to her head?
Yeah.
Because Bomb, she is incohesive. I promise you.
Yeah. And she said her son is big, so somebody in the family had to be big, Might be the guy who, how hard it is to break somebody's teeth, y'all. That is not easy to do.
And how painful. I done had a toothache before. No, if somebody doing that to you on purpose, man, this just troubled me. The whole story.
Wow. Oh, here we go.
Trinidad was a bad motherfucker, man.
And we know you
And that
love
nigga,
we know you love
that nigga didn't put his hands on her, bro.
We know you love your son. You always talk about how much you love your son on here. But just like Uncle Tom say, how long you think your son gonna sit back and play the background while the man whooping on you? Then your son gonna get up in that shit. Then he gonna be in some kind of stuff. You see what I'm saying?
Now I do agree with that because your son is not a baby no more.
That's
and
right.
He's 17, and you saying how big this boy is. You
Wait,
know,
he's not a baby, but he's not a man neither.
I'm saying he's 17.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is he gonna look. Them boys get protected of their mamas.
Shit, apparently not.
Unless this don't happen around him.
Shit.
It happen at Walmart.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know. To me, you could be putting your child in a dangerous situation.
Right. Yep, that's fine. Here we go.
Just like you love him. You know what I'm saying? But you sitting up there letting this man whip on your ass. You up in here playing.
Would somebody say hello? Hello?
Was that you, Sister Nobody?
No, that was not me.
I think that's on the show.
Oh, that was on the show?
Yeah.
What other woman on the show? Sound like a woman. Okay, here we go.
Smiling, giggling, look a horn and shit. Fuck all that. Ain't nobody got time. Just like you said though, Q. This ain't that shit pissed me off too though.
Yeah, but they she don't understand that shit, bro. And it's hard to get to somebody over the internet. It's better to do it, but you know what I'm saying, in person, bro. Like when you going through that shit, that sets off PTSD. You have this Stockholm syndrome that you will experience, and you feel more attacked when people try to help you. Like when you really going through this shit, bro. So it's kind of hard to somebody need a one-on-one with her, bro. Yep. So somebody need a one-on-one with her, bro. Yep. And it's sad to see that shit.
You could get up with her or something though, but other than that, man, she on that shit. She trips. She bring it down.
Pause it, Bob. I kind of do agree with that because you cannot blame her. You understand? Because just say if she got violated, raped or something, we ain't gonna blame her for that, right? This is the same damn thing. This somebody doing something to her out of her control. Only thing you could say is she should have reported them. I think that's reasonable for somebody to say, but a lot of times these women be deadly terrified of these men. So I think she needs somebody to advocate for her. When you can't advocate for yourself, sometimes you need somebody. You need somebody to get this lady information and give it to the Philadelphia police and take them pictures, and it is out of her hands.
Yeah, no, it's not even that simple. You gotta have a video or something. Like if he did it in Walmart, they have a video. Somebody have to have seen it. But yeah, somebody calling and saying here's her bruises, and then they go there and she says, well, she fell. That's it. And then now, old dude mad at her even more.
But I'm saying if he did it in the meat department by Walmart, they got plenty of cameras.
Yeah, if you can get the tape from Walmart, if that's So yeah.
I mean, personally, I do not give advice, but I'm kind of closer on Bomb Cherry's angle of things. Like that, I don't know. It kind of seems like anytime you call the cops, and like I said, I don't give advice, and I'm not trying to kill anybody. Hope, but it seems like anytime you call the cops or tell your family or friends, somebody always snitch you out. Dude, end up finding out. Like if you're gonna go, you're gonna have to act like everything normal, put whatever you can put into place, and when you're ready to leave, you leave. Whether he catch you or not, fight for your fucking life and leave. Like when you're ready to leave, it dead ass is your life or his life at that point, because he's going to try to kill you, just like he's been trying to kill you this whole time.
Right. Yeah. That's what they advise. They advise, she got to get all her paperwork together. Probably have to leave in the middle of the night. You know what I mean? And go somewhere where nobody knows her. So they don't even recommend you go with your family.
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, because he knows where family is, so it's a big thing. But she young, she looking old. She need to get off her butt, and but somebody got to convince her of that. And remember, she said that on date, so maybe it doesn't happen enough, and she feel like, okay, it only happens a couple times a year, so she feel like she could take it. I would like, I would have asked her different questions to find out why she think. Because remember, she said it. She said, "Yeah, I'm used to it." She said it like it was like somebody gave her a bag of chips, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm used to getting a bag of chips on Tuesdays." And so, yeah.
But they're
Maybe
gonna ask her, well, your son is 17. When he turned 18, you ain't gonna have nothing else to do with him. You don't have to see that man no more. You know what she told them?
What?
Once a parent, always a parent. We'll always be parents to my son. And I'm saying to myself, girl, you don't even want to get rid of, stop seeing this man? Oh no. Oh, I said she really needs somebody to advocate for her and get this handled for her. Against her will. I'm sorry.
that is what I think. I think she wants help, but she doesn't want to assist in the help, be seen in the help. Like she's like, "Oh, they did it, babe. I didn't do
Right.
it." And I'm not laughing out of actual funny. I'm laughing out of like, weird emotions. Like I think she does want help. She just doesn't want to do it, and she wants to be able to be like, I didn't hurt you. I didn't put you in jail, but you were wrong for what you were doing to me.
I agree, because she's on here showing her black eye, talking about it, and yeah, I agree that she wants some help, because when everybody, when old girl asked her for, her email and like demanding, I'm gonna get your email on this. Maybe Anton will help her, since he claims he's the man of help in the community.
He probably would.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing.
Somebody needs to help a poor name. I really would want to help her. I would want to turn that sucker in me.
That's actually why I came up here. I came up here to be the antagonist, to be the bad guy, because I was like, I think I would have like not kicked her off the show the same way they did. Their timing was awful, but I would have kicked her off the show too. The amount of helplessness I would have felt. Like I don't do counseling. I don't have degrees in some of the areas that a lot of people on YouTube have. I don't know how I would help her. Like, so to just see her and be trying to talk to her, just try to talk to her through it, like doing what little I could do, and then her not being reciprocal because of where she is in her life. Like, it would just make me helpless and it would derail like the whole show. I wouldn't even want to be online anymore. Like, so
Honestly,
I
I'm
would
not
have.
mad at her at all. I
No,
think
not at all. Not at
her
her.
competency level is a little frustrating, maybe. It's like I don't know how much she getting. I don't know how much she understands. Does that make sense? I don't think she even
Yeah.
takes it serious because she can't take it serious. Maybe she ain't capable of taking it serious. I don't know, but it's weird.
She's
And I
gone.
definitely think she's convinced herself that it is normal. I guess I think maybe she gave herself cognitive dissonance to get through what she's going through. Like, how else do you survive getting beat like that? Like, except for trying to tell yourself this is normal. I will survive it. That it always happens. Like, you know what I mean? How else could you handle that?
You know what I was thinking about last night, Bomb? I remember on Fight Club, this lady Trinidad came up there with her arm in a sling and her hand wrapped up. Now I'm thinking, did he do that to her too?
Probably so. People don't usually break arms at the age that we are.
Damn.
You know what I'm saying? That's something somebody did.
That's why she said she used to this. This is crazy.
And when she said that, I wonder if she was only talking about him or if other people in her life, throughout her life, have abused her like this.
Right. So, you know, in Trinidad, the men are in control. They could beat their wives and stuff. So maybe she saw this. It might be something she saw her mother go through. So she might think that it's just her duty, you know? Her duty.
Right. But I'm going to just go ahead to derail this conversation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, how do I stop it?
Yeah, because and I'm being very serious. And I don't want to talk about her in general. This is nothing, take her name out of this. I have noticed the submissiveness, the sweetness of a lot of these women on these panels, right? How they will sit on Lapeef for hours and not speak one complete sentence. Trinidad does that. And some of these women faces, honestly, I look at, and this is before knowing this woman went through this, I've been thinking they're bad, abused women. Even without black eyes, just the dark circles and certain things like that. Do you think that Trinidad, because she's super submissive, she's always apologizing to the men, she try to be the sweetest thing. Do you think that this is what they're looking for? And when they're saying submissive women?
Yes, that's what they want. They want to make the last decision. Remember Kevin Samuels? What did he call it? Where he could beat the woman into, I forget what he called it, saying that she agreed to being
domestic discipline.
Yeah. And that's some shit, yeah. And that's who she is. She's the one who, in her mind, she gives him permission to beat her, and therefore even though he's beating her, it's okay because they have some type of relationship, whatever kind that is.
Yeah, because listen to her words. Well, it's wrong sometimes when a woman smile at a man, and then and I'm thinking it's wrong sometimes when a woman smile at a man, and then she started telling the story. She was in Walmart, and the ex-boyfriend thought she was trying to flirt or something, but she said it wasn't even nothing like that. And then he go upside your head, girl. But you taking it as way he caught you in the wrong because you was kind of smiling.
It is my opinion that the more submissive you become, the more effeminate you are towards those types of men, the more aggressive they are to you. And I think, and like I said, this is just my opinion, my theory, it's almost like womanhood is what they hate. And they're trying to force you to be more womanly so that they can beat you. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, they don't like that, but they need you to be that so that they can take their anger out on that. While at the same time, though, it's not even a better option. Well, I won't say it's not better. It could be a better option to be quote unquote more masculine. But what I notice with like abusive males, when you do put on your masculine because of the environment, they'll typically almost get excited like puppies, like, oh, I have someone to play with. Oh, you think you're tough. Let's see. But I really just notice how much more they beat you down when you are like, surrendering, or when you are like, I'm a woman, don't hit me, or when you are more in your feminine than in your masculine. It's kind of psycho.
I don't know. I don't really have a lot of experience with the abuse, but I mean, when I saw this story, it just troubled me. It troubled me to my soul because, for one, I'm thinking, God, she need help. Then for two, I started feeling like, damn, she don't even realize she need help. Then I started listening to her. I was like, oh no, she thinking this shit is her fault. I mean, it was so many different levels of confusion and anger I was feeling all at the same time. And I just put it in my mind, somebody would have to do this for her. This is something I don't think she would be capable of getting herself out this situation. And sometimes, you know, sometimes people need that kind of help.
Yeah,
She said she got a mom who live on the other side of her town. I wonder, do her mom see her being beat up like this? And have to, if it's been going on for 17 years or longer than 17 years. I don't know.
You know he have to. He done broke her teeth out. She walk around with black eyes.
Damn.
So we know that her mother knows. But like I said, her mother may have gone through this too.
Like on that movie, Tina Turner movie, when Ike was beating up Tina and Tina ran away, went home, and her mama could see she got black eyes, and she said, what you did? You go back to that. That's a good man.
Mr. Rude, when would it be necessary to beat a woman's ass?
What he said?
Hey, Rude.
What? Girl, he trolling. Rude, I don't want to hear that. You hear that, Bomb? Every man deep down wants to be able to beat their woman's ass when necessary.
That's what these men be saying. So we gotta be true. Doesn't mean that's, you know, of course we don't agree that should be going on, but we hear a lot of these men said.
Well, Rude, let me answer that question. That might be true, like Bomb said. But guess what? To all of them men, there's an equal amount of women that love to put a nigga in jail.
And then there's another
deep down in my soul. Look,
shoot, I love to put him 6 feet under.
And I want to drive to Philadelphia to find this nigga to put him in jail. Yeah, they got a place for men who want to be abusers. They got a place.
They got a place in the ground too that I loved even better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow. Who that is?
It's Kira.
Kira?
Yeah.
Hey, Kira. I said hey when you came up. What's going on, honey?
I can't see nobody up here. All I see is a black screen. But hey, everybody, whoever up here.
How you change it from that, Bomb?
There's some boxes underneath, and you click on, like you might see a box with 2 different split screens or 4. I can't see them, but click on one of those.
I really just want to know who determines what is necessary. Like, who decides women should get their ass beat for X, Y, and Z and not for X, Y, and Z? Is it based off of the individual person?
Yeah.
What?
The dumbass who want to hit, you know.
The sick freak who wants to hit you apparently gets to deem when he gets to hit you or not. And ain't nobody hitting nobody. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
They are hitting. Like that woman, she getting her ass beat. But yeah, they
yeah, but to have it to continue and support it, no.
Yeah, there's a you know, they want to treat you like they dad. You hear these men saying it all the time. They're saying things like her dad hands her over to me and then she becomes under my cover. And those are code words for I get to do what I want with her. And in fact, they say it.
Yes.
They say, and no matter what, so if he tell her to change her clothes and she don't do it, what you think he gonna do? You know, he just say, okay. He's saying that he wants to control everything about her.
Yeah. That was the point I was trying to get to with my questions. It just, the way he wrote it, I understand y'all said he was just saying that's what they wanted to do. Makes sense. But the way he wrote it almost made it lighter. You know, every man deep down wants to be able to beat their woman's ass when necessary. If each man individually gets to decide what's necessary, that means you shouldn't even put that on there. Every individual man wants to be able to beat their woman ass. Just period. Like, don't make it nice. Don't put sugar on it. it is what it is. Just like the study showed that there's a lot of men who want to participate in grape, as long as it's not defined as grape.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Now I can see your picture. Okay, now I know who I'm talking to. Wait a minute. Okay. How you doing, sis? How you doing, Kira?
Do y'all
Hey,
see
you. No.
Yeah, I see. I like everybody's pictures.
Yeah, I can see y'all now. So,
oh, is that your sister, Mew?
Oh, that's me.
Oh, okay.
I like that outfit you got on.
Thank you.
You're over there rocking that African print, baby, on the head and everything.
Yeah.
Who? Yeah. So, I see what you're saying. When you mentioned the necessary, when necessary part was the part you said.
Yeah. Yeah.
When the hell is it necessary?
Right.
Yeah, that's just the cover. Like what Miss Nobody said. Yeah, that's just a cover. They all want to secretly do it. They just don't have the balls to say it. That's
Listen,
pretty much what she
y'all.
said.
Listen, Taz and them was reviewing that damn domestic discipline thing again, right, the other night, and so we was listening to it. And I told my husband, I said, you know what, baby, I must start domestic disciplining you. You know, he's silly like me. He was going like, he said, all right, then. I said, yeah. He said, well, what it is? I said, you know, every time you make me mad, I'm going to use a code word, and that means for you to shut the hell up. He said, what's the code word? I said, pineapple. That's what I could say. I said, now, when you hear me say pineapple.
I found this on the web.
Was that your phone heard you say pineapple?
Girl, the other phone, yeah. I said, so anytime you hear me say pineapple, that means you better shut the heck up. Cause it's about to be on. He said, what you gonna do? I said, I'm gonna grab you by your shirt and sling you from wall to wall, right? That sucker gonna tell me, nah, I don't think I'm into that kinkiness. He said, only domestic discipline he want is if it leads to the bedroom.
I am on his page. The only
let me
way,
sling him around the room, throw me on the bed or something like that.
the only way I'm down for domestic discipline is if I get to define what that means. That is exactly where I am.
God,
I remember Mr. Baum wanted to rule over me in the beginning of our marriage. Thinking he could tell me what to do, tell me what to wear, all that bullshit. So I think it just comes, in our society. That's what that's what was taught. But then that shit is long gone, though. You know what I mean? Like that was gone. My mother's generation. My dad didn't tell my mother what to do, but she did know there was a set of rules, I guess, kind of thing. But they didn't teach that to my generation, and therefore I wouldn't have taught that to my children's generation. And so
it's a set of things, I guess, rules. I mean, I guess if I could call it a rules, certain things I know I need to do. Certain things he know he need to do.
Right.
Certain things we come together and do together. I mean,
the Zennials don't do that no more, because a man could stay at home and a woman could go to work. So the gender roles are gone. It's not, these are roles, but people can make up their own based on their type of relationship. Which I kind of agree with, if I happen to be a woman, which I am, and I want to be out there in the workforce and I get with her husband who willing to be mostly at home with the kids. Because somebody got to be home. Even if they're not home all the time, they got to be home most of the time. If somebody is, going to get their masters and trying to be doctors and lawyers and shit, who gonna be there with the kids? I think that's what a lot of the women are feeling, because they do want to be in the workforce, but then they say they want a man who also just is out there as she is, but then they want children. So that's where it's not working. It's not gonna work. Who raising these children?
The economy does not care about these children. The inflation said F them kids right after the pandemic.
Yeah, but and that's why they say F them kids, they shouldn't have children. But
no, I was talking about the government, inflation, the way our economy is moving, how we literally, no one can even afford to stay home. The government does not care about these kids.
Well, they do subsidize for your kids though. They want you to have families. The government wants you to have families. The government isn't the one who's doing inflation. Inflation isn't set by the government. Inflation is.
I thought it was a product of like big corporations and the only people to control big corporations is the government, but the government is so dumb. They done got bought out by most of these corporations. That's why I blame the government. You're supposed to be for the people, yet you're letting companies run amok.
Well, yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be. We are in a we're not communists, so the corporations supposed to run themselves. The government don't run corporations. That's what
they're supposed to put controls on them, though. I mean, they put in this little weak ass thing about not being able to monopolize, but like they're supposed to be a partial checks and balance system. We are a capitalistic society, but at the same time, you need people to run a capitalistic society. So your people have to survive. You have to put back into the people in order to, I don't know. Sometimes I think we're just so capitalistic. We're almost super capitalistic that it's to a detriment. Like it's inevitably going to collapse.
Yeah, capitalism is a detriment to the people because it has nothing to do with people. And the government, well, because we don't want the government being involved with the businesses. That's what makes us capitalistic, right? So when we do put rules, we fight against it. We fight against it, and that's why they hate the socialism thing. That's when the government come in and help the people. But remember, in America, we are against socialization. We're against being socialists. And
yeah, I've heard that rhetoric too. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't understand it all. But you know why? Because the corporation with the money, they advertise and tell people, "Oh, you don't want government coming in and controlling you." But government wouldn't come in. Government already control us.
Right.
What we need government to do is to come in and control these motherfucking corporations, because that's where inflation comes from. Inflation is coming directly from these corporations, whom, if you didn't see in the pandemic when hardly anybody was working like that, these people made profits out the ass. You would have think a country would come together and say, okay, we know people not making money. You know how many homeless people, just because of the pandemic, they said they got they couldn't afford their rent. And nobody, like, there's a lot of people who didn't get help at all, lost everything.
Yeah.
Well, y'all listen to this little conversation. And then I want to talk about tethers in America. How our black men, with all of this manosphere, the more I look and the more I listen to these people, these are not even black men on these panels, on La Peace and on the Fight Club. All these men come from other countries.
Oh, yeah.
And they are ruling and dominating the black men and giving them distorted third world views, because they treat their women horrible in these third world countries. And these black men are getting these sick ideologies from these sick men. Listen to
this. They got a couple of women over there too who not from America. That one who looked like she from Spanish a little bit, Mexican or some shit. And they got the one who looked like she what her name, Kayla, or one of them K's, and she wasn't from this country at all. And they over there talking that nonsense, you know what I mean? But yet they come to this motherfucker country. If it's over there, why in the fuck are they over here?
And they're over here convincing our black men that their society is way better. And their women is so much better because y'all could behead them women. Y'all, them women is slaves.
Man, them women come over here from other countries and they ain't trying to be. They talking that shit about how it is over there, but they ain't trying. If they loved it over there, why they over here?
Exactly. They talking about they only here for opportunity. But guess what? I bet you they don't be wanting to marry them men, the same women. Wait, let me let y'all listen to this foolishness.
So, for Nick Cannon, you got to understand this way. When it comes to Nick Cannon, a man is not supposed to be present raising his kids. It's just an American and Western thing. A man, all he has to do is to provide and protect. Most of the time, men are gone to wars. That's true. But today, men are gone to work.
Now, you hear that? It's only a Western thing where men should have to raise their kids. That's a Western thing. Mm-hmm. And then he goes into throughout time, but let me just say this here: what he's about to say about men used to always have to go off the wars. That is true. And guess who was left raising the kids? Women. These men went off the wars and got killed. This is why I said in the last 2 decades, the women have been lied to so much when they tell you a woman can't raise a man. No one person can do a job of 2 as good as both could. But through society, through thousands of years, the men will go off to war. And guess what? Who was left in them villages to raise the next group of people? The women.
And not only raise, but provide and protect as well.
And provide and protect, yes. And this is why I keep saying, they keep saying this is submissive shit, like women so weak. When your men are going off and you're in villages and stuff by yourself, you're going to have other scavenger men come. I don't watch movies where women will try to hold down a fort with pitchforks and things to protect their kids. So I'm just gonna let this play. I just had to say that. But he's basically saying men don't need to be there in the home with their kids.
Your income, the more you travel, the more you engage. It does work. It is the sole responsibility of a woman to raise a child how her husband wants the child to be raised. The man has to lay down the rules. Every morning when you wake up, you call your wife if you're international. You ask her what are the kids doing today. She's going to tell you what the kids are doing, and then you have to then either change the program or affirm to the program. And she has to go by your program. That's how your kids are raised in your absence. Then when you are around,
that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they don't. So back in the day, remember there was no phone. So I guess dude, we're gonna call. We gonna call and ask her what?
Mr. Postman.
Oh, that's smart. I didn't even think of that. That doesn't make sense for another reason too. Then
talking about he gonna call and ask the wife what are the kids doing? Yeah, right.
How are you gonna open with men shouldn't raise their kids? It did say the woman should raise the kid based off how the man wants to raise the kid, and the man should make elaborate plans on what he wants his kids to do and the events he wants them to go. Okay, so men should raise their kids. That don't make sense.
This don't make sense at all. Just listen to this foolishness. But what I realized is listening to this panel and yesterday, it's a bunch of damn tethers. These men are not American black men, and they all telling them what we should do, and then they're hearing this foolishness and just repeating it.
Right? Then you fix what was not done right, because she's not going to do everything right. But you have to then come back and fix it. It's just like if you're an engineer. If you are the master, the general contractor, you're going to tell the subcontractor what to do. And then you go about your business. When you come back to the site, guess what is going to happen? 20% of the job is a mess. You have to fix it because the owner of the building is coming for you, not the subcontractor, for you, the general contractor. So we have to know one thing, what to do, and that is setting up the program as men. The woman implements it. So Nick Cannon, of all the kids he has, he
he's not supposed to be there raising all of them. All this, love this, love that. My dad sometimes is gone for 1 month, 2 months for work. Guess what? My mom had to follow his program. Guess who I loved most? My dad. Even though it wasn't really that much, but every time he's gone, all I could hear is his voice. So men have to be masculine, assertive, and don't apologize for it. So when a woman has a child like that, most responsibility falls on her because she's the one that opened her legs. Thank you. Remember the face of your phone. That's all you can.
Y'all hear that foolishness?
Yeah, I'm so tired of them referring to us as employees. Honestly, that is so beyond disrespectful. For the amount of unseen, unpaid labor women do to be called employees. Okay.
Nobody else?
You don't have to raise them because you out making money. So I don't want to hear anything about how women did when y'all up here convincing women how much you guys are not needed in the house.
What?
That's just a trip.
All right, so
when Buddy down here, when Buddy right here, that's next to me, was talking, and he got everybody was like, yup, nodding their head. And then when some pushback came and information man came back and was like, well, no, not quite. Now they're like, well, yeah, in the middle.
That's a good question to start off with. When you call me on one, you can't even understand half of what you're saying. No, let me get control. Like you don't want to. Thank you. Remember the face of your phone. That's all you can do. Hey, what I said about fathers being ever present, I was the same way. My dad worked. I saw my dad on Sunday. Let's put it that way. I saw my dad on Sunday. You there? You talking?
Yes.
I was like,
I thought you was going to say something to Betty to y'all and girl.
I was just bringing her up. Go ahead. What you got on? The black Akachi.
You heard what he said? Oh, the black Akachi. That's how these Nigerian men refer to African American women. The black bitch, the black Akachi. You're nothing to them. And this is who our men are now picking to be great male role models.
I'm not a nice person today.
So men have to be masculine, assertive.
I want y'all to hear that black Akachi.
So when a woman has a child like that, most responsibility falls on her because she's the one that opened her legs. Thank you. Remember the face of your phone. That's all you can do. Hey, what I said about fathers being ever present, I was the same way. My dad worked. I saw my dad on Sunday. Let's put it that way. I saw my dad on Sunday. You there? You talking?
Yes.
I was like,
I thought you was going to say something to Betty to y'all and girl.
I was just bringing her up. Go ahead. What you got on? The black Akachi.
Y'all heard that? The black Akachi.
I'm not a nice person today, but whatchamacallit? It sounds like you guys have reduced yourselves to dicks and wallets. Once again, all we need is y'all.
She said it sounds like you guys have reduced yourselves to dicks and wallets. Now they're gonna be upset.
Yep.
What? But that's what he said.
You guys have yourselves to dicks and wallets. Once again, all we need is y'all sis. Y'all ain't gotta spend no time with the kids. You don't have to raise them because you out making money. So I don't want to hear anything about how women did when y'all up here convincing women how much you guys are not needed in the house.
What?
That's just a trip.
All right, so
when Buddy down here, when Buddy right here, that's next to me, was talking, and he got everybody was like, yup, nodding their head. And then when some pushback came and information man came back and was like, well, no, not quite. Now they're like, well, yeah, in the middle.
That was Kelly Bell. She quiet job, but when she say something, she be letting them have it sometimes. So what y'all think about her?
She made good points.
I mean, they're saying that Nick Cannon don't need to be there in the house to raise his kids. All he needs to do is tell his baby mamas his instructions and provide and give them money, and he's good. And every now and then, every few months, go check to make sure she's doing a good job.
But be mad if somebody call themselves an independent woman, want to call women who do exactly what they're saying they want women to do, modern women. Yeah, she made perfect points, but they're contradictory, and now they finna try to lie, backpedal, gaslight, demean, degrade, derail, anything because they know.
And then listen, they're all about to try to jump on her and try to correct her.
No, let me get control. Like, you don't want to do that about understanding what nobody's saying. Hold on. Don't do that. Why is that? So you know, what's the difference here? I think we're all clear on this point.
Y'all hear all these foreigner voices?
Yeah, they real big mad.
We're gonna go to Fantasy Island, girl. The lady of the weekend blowing up.
And they're about to correct her.
Anyway, I just want to stay on the topic. I think it's a great topic.
Listen, it was about 6 men and these 2 women. These 2 women are smarter than every man that was on that panel.
Yep. All you heard was a chicken coop. It just went off.
I like Fantasy Island point.
I think it's important to point out that the rise in suicide ratings for men could be tied to the stress that they're feeling being a provider. It's a lot more stress today to be a provider because of inflation, because you're not getting paid more. They're not raising the amount that they're paying workers, but they're still expected to provide for their families completely on their own. So I think that stress is rising in the men, and that might be why the self-deletions of men is rising. So we can say that men are more capable of doing it by themselves, but I think that goes against what the data is showing us about men handling stress. We always say men can handle stress better than women, but if it ends in death, then it's not better than women. In my opinion.
So I get what you're saying. I won't attribute it to necessarily the factors that you did. Right. So men can handle stress better than women. Pressure was made for shoulders, not hips. You know, you heard that. But the reason, just a little bit of it.
And didn't make sense either.
I won't say, because this is a very sensitive topic, so we can go around and talk about it. Men doing this has more to do with their lack of cooperation from women. Yes, absolutely.
Blame it on the women. When all faults, it comes down to the women. If the men deleting themselves, it's because of women. Some bullshit.
Absolutely. No, not cooperation from women. No. But what I'm saying is, if the laws were different, basically, if men got to see their children at a fair rate, right? If men did not
he did not
fight with the woman, or they knew that joint custody was actually joint custodial custody, where maybe they get the child at age 9 and the woman got to pay them child support. An unfair system attributes to them their deletion rate, where they have no will to fight anymore. But even more than that, Trigger Mike, the attitude and the disposition of a lot of modern women is the frustration that men have with their disposition and their attitudes is more so attributed to that as well. Look at your man that was a Power Ranger, God rest his soul. You know what I'm saying? And what happened with his ex-wife? It wasn't a financial situation. It was a stressful situation of contention between him and his ex-wife and that divorce process. So that's what it is. It don't be financial, and it don't be the stress of taking care of the kids. It be the relation. No, but it's a relation. No, it's not about the stress. It's the relations, the interdynamics between men and women, and the fact that a lot of women don't play fair. Let me just say this too, because we have to do it. Women do this thing a lot, where it's almost as if you want things to affect us the way it affects you.
We are different. We are completely, because women fail because of stress. Stress makes you fail. You want us to fail the same way. It's not, we can't really do anything the same way you can, because the statistics show, that's why I'm saying, if what you were saying was true, Fantasy Island Girl, that means that children would suffer the same consequences being raised by their father as opposed to being raised by their mother. And that's not true. That means that there will be the same amount of children that end up in degeneracy, but that's not. There will be the same kind of, like, men respond to stress differently by nature.
Right. And why people saying, yo, listen, people are trying to say that I deal with, we're talking about men that commit suicide, and people say, look, obviously I'm not talking about myself. I'm talking about people who have, you know what I'm saying, who delete themselves. 9 times out of 10, the men that delete themselves is because of women, not because of the stress. It's because of their dealing with women. So it has nothing to do with me personally. Well, are there any statistics that married men are killing themselves?
It's not. And the worst part about it is that when you go and
I just want to know.
Yeah, like married men aren't doing it.
What did you say?
Is there any statistics that say married men are killing themselves because of stress in any appreciable way?
Okay, did I miss a memo or something? Is there like a outbreak somewhere?
The single woman. I thought this was about single people, single parents.
I got 2 ninjas on my
But you mentioned men, though.
Yes, single parents. So when I was saying that, it was because you.
No single parents. Is there statistics that say single men are killing themselves because they got to take care of their kids? Show me that statistic.
They're saying they're killing themselves because of the stress. They aren't saying it's
Fantasy Island Girl, she's right. Fantasy Island Girl is right. It's mostly white men, according to the statistics. He said that a lot of white men are deleting each other due to custody battles. That's correct.
No, but okay, let's say when they're single.
She didn't say nothing about.
No, I was gonna say I was correct. I was correct.
Custody battles include what? Finances? It includes what else?
No. It's not finances. I read the start. It's not finances. It's custody battle. It's custody battle. It's not finances. It's custody battle.
Custody battle
And child support.
Financial breakout. I went through custody battle. It includes what you're going to pay financially, how often you're going to see the children.
When you read the CDC report, and what's the name of the other report too, is done by Pew Research, right? Pew Research and CDC said that most of the people that commit those suicide are white men, and mostly it's because of custody battle. And actually, their money being garnished out of them due to child support. They pay high amount of child support.
Oh, what was that?
When you say custody battle. It's custody battle. It's not finances. It's custody battle.
Custody battle
and child support.
Financial breakout. I went through custody battle. It includes what you're going to pay financially, how often you're going to see the children.
When you read the CDC report, and what's the name of the other report too, is done by Pew Research, right? Pew Research and CDC said that most of the people that commit those suicide are white men, and mostly because of custody battle. And actually, their money being garnished out of them due to child support. They pay high amount of child support.
Oh, what was that? What is going on?
Now, did y'all hear how ridiculous that was?
There were so many flawed things. I couldn't keep track of everything. Like, there were so many lies. So many of them made points that defeated the last person who spoke's point. Like, one of them was talking about, I can't get into it. There was too many. It was too many contradictory statements. Everybody was talking at the same time because they was all in their feelings. And there was a lot of lies, gaslighting, and they was off topic.
But listen, even when they find that the woman is right, they still gonna argue that point, right? And so when she says there's a large amount of, men committing suicide because of stress, from family, being single parents. Oh no, a single father would not kill himself. And then later on, I didn't recall the later on part. They had got off the subject. Steady was trying to prove her wrong, and she was like, "Well, look at the military. How many times the guys are just, deleting themselves because the stress." She said, and even with women in the military, they face a lot of that same stress. But what women do to combat their stress is they'll get out of the military, right? Well, men, but men will stay in until they just absolutely can't take it no more and then delete themselves. And she was like, that's the differences men and women deal with too much stress. When we deal with too much stress, we like, I can't take it no more and we gotta go. Right? If it's a military, if it's a bad marriage, if whatever, it's something stressing you, pressure bust pipes, we get out of there, right? And what she was saying is, I guess men feeling like they have to be these providers or alpha males, even when they see they're heavily stressed and not dealing well with something, they'll try to stick it out until the end, until they wind up harming themselves. What y'all think about that?
I definitely think that's true. And I noticed that what the first one was talking about not being a dad, just being a phone call, a wallet, and a penis. And then she said that, y'all are offering yourselves trying to be the providers. Then another one was like, no, we're offering ourselves because of women, because we're fighting for custody for our kids, the ones that we don't think we should be raising. And then the other dude brought up the stat about how no, only white men are paying money and fighting the custody battles. So the other dude was wrong, and there no black men aren't killing themselves. Yeah, no, y'all are killing each other though, and the ones of you who are killing yourselves are doing it because I was gonna say we cowardly bitches, but I'm not gonna do that. Instead, I'm gonna go with how they were saying it just don't have to do. Likely, there probably are some, but it doesn't have to do mainly with women. It has to do with how y'all cope with stress.
Yeah, these God damn it, dude, keep calling me. How do I? God damn it, the dude from Africa keep calling me. Anyway, so there's a various reasons why men harm themselves. When they talk about because of women, it's usually because they can't get a woman and they have no family. They become a certain age and then they realize, damn, why I'm even here. Like, because they have to go to work like everybody else, but they realize who are they doing it for? Like, but they want to blame women. Like they over there are trying to say it's a woman's fault because what she drove. So are they saying that black men are so weak that a woman driving them to harming themselves?
Yep, that's what I was getting. Yep, that's what I was getting. Instead of just admitting it's the patriarchy. It is the patriarchy. You cannot meet up to manhood when defined by the patriarchal standard. Like it's quote unquote white men. Like it is the system. Like don't be y'all want to beat up on us because y'all think we the only ones y'all can beat up on. But we ain't gonna keep getting beat on.
Right. We every time when we get in arguments with them, I tell them it's their fault. Right? The patriarch is the men's fault. And then they keep wanting to go by the rules that will beat them down into the ground. Right? He has to be the provider. He wants us to be home, but he don't get time with his children. Even though when they have children, they want to be around their children too. Some of them anyway. The good ones.
And a lot of them are lying. Most Americans are struggling to live alone. Let's not act like we don't know. A lot of these dudes are living with their baby mama or their grandma or their auntie. Like living with women, off women. Women have helped you get into the place you are in so you can live alone, but trashing women. Like y'all know we are not y'all's enemies. Y'all are making us y'all's enemies because I think self-hate has a real what is that called when you're like sabotaging, like self-sabotage, like a self-destruct button. Like all they've been trying to do is self-destruct instead of addressing any of the problems, like trying to annihilate their skin tone or I don't know how to explain it. Like dudes always talking about, oh well, women don't go to jail for beating on dudes. Do dudes call the cops? No, that's not manly. Okay, so patriarchy. Got it. Like, that's y'all's fault that these chicks ain't going to jail. Like, I don't know, like, or that you felt the need. They just don't want to look at themselves. It's like they just want to end it all. In my opinion, that's how a lot of the collective movement has been, to delete themselves.
No,
or to try to push black women to delete them, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I had no problem with, but they want to blame someone, so of course here we are.
And it's sad. It's almost like, you know how, like, with teenagers, they'll lash out at the parent who stays because they're upset with the parent who left. And, like, they won't say anything to the parent who left, either out of fear or, oh, I don't want to lose them, so I don't want to hurt their feelings. It's like that. It's like black men are just being like teenage boys, beating on the mom, black women, which sucks that we're mom and their boys, like, they need to grow up. But, you know, beating on us because they daddy, they zaddy ain't treated them right. Like,
I like that Mr. Kev said men live longer with families. It's our purpose. Why? I totally agree with that. Why, Miss Wisdom over feelings?
Hey, Mr. Kev.
Mr. Kev said, I agree with that. It's not a problem with women. Yes, and you know what? Anytime people do the self-deletions of their self, it can have circumstances that lead it, but ultimately it be a lot of sometimes deep depression, you know, and not thinking that the sun is going to come up or things are going to get better, you know, and
yeah.
you cannot blame that on no one person. That is horrible to blame something as serious as that on one person. Because that other person could be a straight up jerk or asshole. You know what I'm saying? but you know what I'm saying? It's something got to be in you to know that you're more valuable than them, right? So,
And there's another point that somebody else made. I think it might have been like Themis or Cynthia or someone along those lines, that a lot of times when they're talking about black women, do y'all actually think they're talking about black women? Like, the majority of black women are brown skinned, unambiguous black women. Do you think these men are saying that these are the women that be hurting them? These are the women that doing this stuff with the kids. These are the women who are the hypergamous ones. These are the women who hurt their feelings in high school. Like, we're not the ones they're talking about, but they're talking
listen,
about
I
us.
don't know. But every time me and my husband used to get into it back in the day, don't laugh at me, y'all. Don't. I probably was unfit. I used to tell him, if you leave me, make sure you take your children with you.
On
Pack
everything.
your kids up with you. God forgive me. So all of these men saying that these women won't let them see their kids, I be damn. I be needing a break. We still together. Some weekends I be like, baby, won't you take the kids somewhere? Let me stay home and clean up and cook or something.
There's no sarcasm involved. Men should call the police on women who are beating them, just like women should call the police on men who are beating them. There is no sarcasm, and any pressure you feel not to call the police is likely coming from other men. You should. You should most definitely call the police with no sarcasm. If a chick slaps the dog piss out of you, get her locked up. It's just that simple. Like, if y'all want to change the precedent, like, y'all, this is what we talk about. Y'all go with patriarchy. Y'all like the gender roles as they are, but don't like what comes with it. Like, if you want to be hyper masculine and you want to adhere to the patriarchy, then when a woman slaps the dog piss out of you and other women are like, call the police, and you feel like that's sarcasm, that's once again y'all's fault. Like, that, we don't know what to do about that. Like,
I don't know. Rude, I'm saying men do not want to call the police on women, and you women know this, so it comes off as sarcasm when y'all. Let me just say this here. I feel like this here. People should all keep their hands to themselves. However, if a man is if a woman run up on a guy and he way big and stronger, if he could kind of move her out the way or whatever, and she's not punching on him or nothing, and just leave, that's my best advice. But also, with that advice is never go back to that woman, because if that woman is trying to, I done heard men say a woman put a knife on him and was trying to chase after him, and he went back. Yeah, he went back. You know, so listen, I am an advocate of nobody should hit nobody. But if somebody pulling knives or trying to physically hurt you, yes, get away from them and dial 911. You know, we see the. You ever watch the movies? Snap.
Yeah.
That shit ain't gonna happen to you. It's happening to men and women. Crazy is crazy. It ain't got a gender to it now. Shit. Crazy is crazy. I saw a woman bomb cherry. It could have been you, but she was just dark skinned. Man, this woman couldn't have been 4 feet tall. I'm talking about this man had to be 6'5". She wrapped her body around this man's leg and was biting him. That shit was so funny. She kept saying, "I'm gonna kick your ass, nigga." like a dog. And the man kept saying, "Y'all get off me! Y'all get off me!" And she like little bitty self. I'm saying to myself, is she crazy?
Absolutely crazy. Because if he'd have dotted her in her forehead, then then she'd be like, "What? What? Yeah, she was crazy. She should have got dotted in the forehead, and the cops should have been called. It's just that simple. Even if he deserved it, keep your hands to yourself. Keep your hands to yourself.
Like, this is a damn giant." I went over it. I was trying to talk to her. I said, "Ma'am, can you just let him go?" She wound up letting him go. But I mean, she was talking so much stuff. And do you know, after she calmed down, he said, "I'm not bringing you in the car till you calm down." That was his wife.
Abuse is abuse to me. Sorry.
I told him, "You need to call the police."
No, for real, because she need help and you need security.
He needed to call the police and get her some therapy or something. Because
and a tetanus shot.
She need therapy. Anyway, you believe you was gonna take this big old man down. And she was serious, y'all. She was she need anger management. I don't care. And then I think she should have been called the police just for the simple fact they did have kids. That's embarrassing that dad in front of the kids. You know what I'm saying?
I guess because I try to be relatively equal. You can't be completely equal without being unfair when it comes to men and women, because we are different, but you can be relatively equal. And honestly, if there's some dude, even if the chick is a giant tall chick and there's a dude wrapped around her leg biting her, kids, be damned, I'm calling the cops. You're a psycho. Same for her. Like, absolutely not. No. Because he's screaming for help and I do not want to walk over there. I'm calling the cops. She gonna bite my pinky finger off trying to help this nigga. No,
I ain't touch her butt. I was talking nice to her. I was like, "How you doing, ma'am?"
But you know, it definitely. Hi, ladies. How you doing?
Hey,
Hi, MJ.
Hi.
Who is that?
MJ.
Hey, MJ.
Hey, how you doing, Bomb? So, like, my only thing about that is like, if men don't want to call the police on women, but their first initial thing is if a woman is hitting them or being aggressive or, you know, putting their hands on them, they want to, you know, hit them back. Then my understanding is like, I mean, why? I mean, it seems like they just want to, like, I guess we were talking about before, they just want to have their way with her, right? They know that they have like they have brute force. They know at some particular time that they're going to have the upper hand on this woman just off of strength, size, and whatever not. It wouldn't make no sense for a man not wanting to call the police on a woman if she's abusing them or coming at him with any form of weapon, you know, I don't care, a broom, a knife, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make no sense that you would go out of your way not to call the police, but your first reaction is to punch her back. You know what I'm saying? So like
yeah.
Yeah. No,
so I
I
mean,
didn't
because
see.
these
He
are
didn't hit
like,
her.
we can
But
look
I
at.
still think in that situation, whether he hit her, because he never hit her that I saw. Because he was actually, after she got off the leg, he was like telling her she couldn't get in the car till she calmed down. He was walking around the car fast. She was chasing around the car. I was like, sir, you might need to call the police.
No,
this
but I mean,
lady.
I totally understand what you're saying. It's just that, like, we know that there are steps to self-defense, right? And especially in our society, the biggest thing they always say to us, call law enforcement. Call law
Yeah.
enforcement, get them involved, get a report, go through the whole system. And if you're in a situation where it's immediate threat, immediate danger for your life, you have the right to for self-defense. This is how our system operates. But for the gentleman who made the comment saying that men don't want to call the police, right? And it doesn't make no sense. Like, why won't you take the initial step? But then if it's an argument or domestic violence, you're putting hands on the woman that you're with. You literally skip to the whole next point, like you're threatening, your life is threatened and things of that sort. I just think that it's an excuse because they rather just, like he said before, I guess in his earlier comment, he said before that men really do wish that they could just put hands on women
Oh, good
when they see
connect.
fit. Whenever they see fit, when they feel that is necessary, they want to be able to put hands on you. And I guess maybe there is a fear that if he calls the police on the woman and they actually hear about the whole domestic disturbance, that he feels that he's going to get penalized anyway because he is the man in this situation. And that goes back to what nobody said. Men have issues with with the patriarchy. It has nothing to do with women. And instead of them actually, going head to head and toe to toe with the patriarchy of how certain things are set up where they feel that they're not benefiting or certain specific type of men are not benefiting, they're always at the short end of the stick. They rather take all their frustration and resentment that they cannot cut it in a patriarchy on a group that has to deal with more issues with that patriarchy, being under that particular patriarchy. And it becomes a point where you become their whipping post. And that's how women have been for many men across decades, through many communities, many different countries, many different ethnic and cultural backgrounds. Women have been whooping posts for men, especially men who have not been able to be successful the way they want to be successful in a male patriarchy.
Ruth?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, Ruth.
Hey,
What
y'all
you
hear
was
me?
up there? Yeah, what you talking about in this chat?
Nah, what I'm saying, do I sound clear? Cause like I know when I get on StreamYards, it sounds like I ain't got no teeth in my goddamn head, man. So do I sound clear like I normally sound?
Yeah.
You're muffled, but we hear you.
Yeah, I'm kind of muffled. Yeah, I normally good on Zoom.
Hey,
But nah,
Ruth.
what's up, Bob? What's up?
Hey.
Now y'all got it, man. What's up? Go ahead, Mute. What you was asking?
No, I was about to ask MJ, did she see the video of the lady earlier that we played that was on Fight Club that got beat up by her ex baby daddy?
Yeah, I seen that and I was quite disturbed. And I do want to find that women because I don't play with things like that. And the way how that panel handled the situation is it was not helpful for her. If in fact it was like causing even more trauma. But then again, if they have not been professionally trained to deal with victims of domestic violence or any form of abuse, financial abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, and mental abuse, they would think, or somebody can put in the chat stating that women who will come up on a panel to tell someone that she's getting her ass whooped is really doing it because they want attention. Those are people who are not professional, who had never dealt with people in those situations that would say something foolish and ignorant as that. So I was very, very triggered and angry, and I wish I don't go to those spaces, but I wish I was there so I could actually get the proper help for that, for that individual, because I have those type of connections and resources. But it was just a horrible thing to see her be gaslighted for them to basically incorporate it, that it was more her fault. It was still her fault because she's not ready to get out of the situation. You don't know that the reason why she might be beat up. Yeah, go ahead.
I agree with the first part of you saying that the way it was being handled, and I think you're right on it, is because I'm not professional handle. I don't know how to professionally handle that, especially when it's something that comes up just on a random panel that you're not expecting, right? So I don't think those people, I can't hold them at fault for all of the words.
I kind of do though, Mule, because I still, even though me or you.
Let me just finish.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't hold them at fault for all of the words. I do think some of them were too harsh. I will say that. But it was all kind of in a way like with Uncle Tom. He was like, you need to be your own advocate. And when they asked her in the beginning, did she call the police? She said, no, I would never do that. And, it was just like, everybody was shocked. Like, why wouldn't you? So I think people started feeling like, well, if you're not going to advocate, and then I kind of feel, and I don't know the lady, but I kind of feel that she's mentally delayed or slow.
Yes, she does. It does seem like she has some cognitive issues,
and that
that's
too
what
can come
I
from
was
fighting.
picking up on.
Because listen, they have those fighters, those boxers. They get hit in the head so many times they call it punch drunk. And also, we watched that movie Concussion with Will Smith. When these football players keep getting out there hitting their head, they get concussions and it messes up their brain, right? I don't know which is which, but something isn't all the way connecting to her to understand. And the thing that was the saddest thing to me is that she kept saying, this ain't nothing new. I'm used to this. Her words were just like piercing through my soul. Like, who could be used to this? Like, I mean,
someone who's been indoctrinated into this type of behavior, someone who have seen this type of behavior not only go on in their household, when they were growing up, in other people's households, family, friends, even around the neighborhood. This is a culture that a lot of people do not want to admit. There is a culture of forms of abuse. And remember one of my live streams, Mew, I told you that abuse starts with the most insignificant type of ways. It starts with just someone calling you out your name. They see if how far they you'll get a rise out of you, whether you're going to brush it off or whether you're going to check them and say, do not address me in that way, in that manner. Then you start getting comfortable with someone calling you bitches and hoes and things of that sort or whatever not. Then all of a sudden it's financial. Then all of a sudden when the verbal doesn't affect you anymore because you've been conditioned for a well time to know that you are going to expect a certain type of treatment from certain people, then when that doesn't affect you anymore, that's when the physical starts. And then if you don't do anything the first time somebody physically assaults you, they will never stop physically assaulting you. They have it's like a bloodthirst. They know that they're capable of doing it. They got away with it the first time, and then now it's a thrill behind that. It's a thrill behind getting away with something and not dealing with repercussions and stigmas. And then for her to be sitting up there with people on the panel, literally re-traumatizing her again after she has a fresh fucking black eye on her face about what she should have done and what she couldn't do. Like, come on.
Oh, I got a cash app, y'all. Thank you.
This is ridiculous. People have to admit what the culture is actually is actually promoting out here. This is a culture. This is something that has been passed down, and everybody thinks it's okay, and everybody thinks it's acceptable, and even to the point where they can gaslight her and be about her trauma. Like at first, they didn't even initially feel that she was really really in danger. Just think about it. You hear somebody come up there with a abused face, sounding like they have a below third grade level of education, and they can't even put their feelings in a constructive manner for anybody to understand. Who's gonna really believe her? Then you have the stigma that somebody might be believing that she might be on any type of drugs. She might be taking some type of substance for the amount of trauma that she's dealing with. That also can affect the reason why she is not coherent. But all of that is pushed to the side. All of that is just gaslighted. Everybody just saying, get out. I was under the impression, and this is my opinion, whether or not if it's true, I was under the impression that the reason why she's staying there getting her ass whooped and she's willing to die is because she'd rather it be her than her fucking son.
Oh
She'd
yeah, I had that
rather
too.
to sacrifice her life before he start putting his fucking hands on her son, or her son lose his life trying to defend her and things that I saw. Because yes, if his son do care about her, he's going to eventually. He's not going to let it's going to get to a point where he's not going to let this man put his hands on her. You know what I'm saying? And maybe, who knows, this guy been putting his hands on her all the time when he wasn't around, or he's outside living his life and being a young man and doing what he want to do. And she just plays it off like, oh, it's nothing. I fell down the stairs. I was cooking and I was trying to grab something from the cabinet and it hit my eye. And he's a younger man. If he's not really, into looking at things like that, he's not going to really know. He's going to take his mama, he's going to take his mom's word as true. You know what I'm saying? But the simple fact to be dismissed like that and gaslighted, and then using her pain and trauma as clout to be on a panel so people could be like, oh my God, I'm just so glad that I'm not in this fucking situation, instead of doing the right thing, getting her off the panel, taking down her information, calling the fucking police department, because she said that she was in Philly. Like, everything this woman said let me know that she was up there crying for help because she thinks she's at her end of her days. But because motherfuckers are so fucking egotistical, they wasn't even fucking paying attention to the fucking sign. It's fucking disgusting.
I can pretty much guarantee you that 17-year-old boy, he's not gonna let that man whoop his ass like that at all.
Well, maybe he don't know. I mean, but that's the thing, that gets dangerous when you get your kids involved in that. That is, to me, more dangerous.
Yeah.
What you mean? So y'all think that the son don't know? He probably grew up in that himself.
True.
That's definitely a possibility. He might not know, and he might be in that culture too, where he probably done put his hands on somebody else's little daughter and shit like that, because he thinks that women needs to be online, be in check.
Yeah, he could be proud, huh? You think he could be proud that the man whooping his mama's ass? Is that what you saying?
It's possible. It is possible. It has happened.
It's possible that he could be proud that his mama's getting her ass whooped?
Not that his mom is getting her ass whooped, but proud of his dad, because depending on how he was raised and how you explain these things to children, he could be seen as, oh, he's just doing his job. He's putting her in check. He's keeping the family together. I'm proud of my dad. My dad is masculine, even though he's unaware that's not what masculinity is. It could be true.
Right. Because is at a point, is that some men or some young boys, they will take after, what is being taught as what is manhood. Some won't look at it as a disrespect to him that the woman that birthed you is getting their ass kicked. And if you have men around you saying that this is what men's supposed to do, put women in check, he feels that is the order of things. So he doesn't feel the empathy that he's supposed to feel for the womb holder who birthed him into the earth.
I disagree with that, because I don't see no boy. I don't know no boy who would be okay with no man putting his hands on his mama, even if his daddy is doing it. Like even if he's proud of his daddy for checking a woman, that applies to other women, like, outside of women and shit. Not his mama. I don't know no boy who's gonna be sitting there being cool with his mama getting her ass whooped.
I agree with that. I agree. Plus, remember, he's 16, so we in a society where no matter what's going on in the home, you kind of know it's wrong, right? By going to school, we got Me Too, we got all kinds of things going on, in today's society on the side of women. So I'm quite sure he knows that is wrong, and I know he knows, right? Because this woman teeth are knocked out, and she got black eyes.
Yeah, I don't know no boy gonna be proud of no shit like that. That ain't gonna make a boy feel good.
I mean, I say I will not. I'm not gonna say that that's any. I'm gonna say that it might not be all, because you have men up here who call their mama out their fucking names. You have men up here who say their mama is hoes and their mama is a bitch and their mama is this and mama is that. I'm not gonna put it past that they feel that, well, you know, she got
Not
out of
at
mouth,
all.
she got out of pocket, and he popped in her mouth, and that's what it is. Especially if he's in a culture that, you know, incentivizes that.
So you saying it would be pretty much the mother being belligerent, and yet she deserved to get her ass whooped, and that'll make a boy feel good about that, right? Compared to a man just beating his mama's ass and he just sitting there taking it because he don't want to say anything because he afraid he'll get his ass whooped by the same man.
I believe both can be true. I mean,
Both
everybody's different. Every child is different. Every person is different. Yes, he can develop a complex that he wasn't enough. He couldn't save his mom. He could resent his father. He could resent his mother for staying. He could, I mean, a whole plethora of things could happen. But I do agree that MJ's is possible, and so is yours.
Yes, I mean, nothing is absolute, and nothing is going to be absolute in these type of situations. There's always going to be gray areas. There's many men who have been raised in a abusive household and swear up and down that they hated it. They hated everybody that was involved, and nobody did anything, and then get in a abusive relationship or become an abuser themselves while they're in a relationship. So, you know, we're in a gray area when it comes down to these situations. I don't necessarily can't say that that's what's happening in her situation, but, you know, just to throw out these different types of scenarios, it does, you know, it's not taken away from the horrible situation.
All right, now look, now what I was saying a while back, right, like an hour ago, when I was saying just about every man deep down really want to whoop their woman ass though, right, when it's necessary. When I say necessary,
what the hell does that mean when it's necessary?
I'm about to tell you, right?
Coming up with all this craziness.
No, I'm just telling you how men feel, and guys not gonna just tell you the truth about it. I'm just telling you the truth about that part, right? It's like some guys feel like they don't want a woman. They don't think a woman should really say anything back to him if she can't back it up by whooping his ass. So it's like if you, it's no different if I dealing with a man, if I can't really whoop him, then I shouldn't be popping off like I can, because now it's gonna be time for me to show that I could back up what I'm saying by physically, putting hands on this guy. But if I can't do that and he can actually whoop my ass, then why in the hell am I ever disrespecting this man like that? So a lot of men feel like that about women. Like that's the double standard.
So then we would be, I'm sorry, nobody, I'll let you go in 1 second. So then we would be under an agreement that those particular men who just feel that they can just bust a woman upside the head because of their natural brute force, that they are actually in their feminine energy and think that they are equal to women instead of them being masculine. Because if you're saying that if you're a man and another man is stronger or bigger than you, and you wouldn't square up on him because you think that that's a losing fight, then if a man is doing that with a woman, he's squaring up on the women thinking that he is her equal. Correct? So those men are feminine ass fucking bitches who is
Nah,
in
that ain't
their
got nothing to do
feminine
with him.
energy, and they think that they can fucking cat fight with women like they're
Nah,
women.
it ain't got nothing to do with feminine energy.
Yes,
It got something. It got something to do with. It got something to do with who you think you can beat. That's it. It's not no feminine or masculine about that. It's just you picking on somebody who you feel you can beat.
No.
So you're saying most dudes have a jail yard mindset?
I feel as though it is very misogynistic, and it's the old way of thinking. Men who used to want to be abusive, and let me tell you something, it is 2023. I do not think we should be still having to be raised as women in fear.
I
Do I
agree.
think that you should have some level of respect and conversations and knowing, how to communicate effectively with people in this world? Of course, because they are lunatics. So I never advise anybody, male or female, to go out woo woo rah and all of that. However, these people who want to be abusive, that is in their soul. They want to abuse.
Yeah, I agree.
And I can't stand somebody beating up on weaker people. I can't stand it. It's just like I gave that man, that tall man, I told y'all that little lady was wrapped around his leg. Yeah, this shit was so funny to me, and I know it's not funny because if it was a man, you know, trying to bite a woman, we would be like, "Oh, he wrong," but he was so huge and strong that when she finally let him go, she tried to swing and hit him. He picked her up with one hand by the back of her shirt, and was like, she was swinging in the air toward us, y'all. She had no fight for this man. The shit was comical. But he refused because he was a man. And I know he know if he slap her, he gonna hurt her. But no, I told him just because she wouldn't calm down, call the police. Them children was crying in that backseat. Shit. I don't know what it was. She might have called him she. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I don't advocate for violence.
You say that shit was comical. Now, also when I mentioned,
it was funny,
I also
man.
mentioned
She
that
picked
it'll
her
be.
up with one hand.
Now, Pete, this mute. Also, when I mentioned that it'll be women who actually will clown that same woman for getting her ass whooped whenever they get mad with her. What you think about that? I've seen that happen many
No,
times to where
she
women
didn't get her
actually.
ass whooped. Oh, you talking
No,
about on the TV show on
no,
Fight
no, no, no,
Club?
no, no, no. I'm talking about the woman who's on the Fight Club on panel,
Uh-huh.
or just women who are women who are just dealing with domestic battery at the hands of a man every day. Like you got women will actually clown those women if those women said something or did something that these women didn't like. They'll fuck around and mention that they was getting their ass whooped.
Well, let me just say this here. That's a sick bitch who would clown this lady.
But
That
it's a whole
shit was
bunch of them.
so frustrating and so triggering to me. And it's and another thing, I think this lady really needs mental health. What they call it, Stockholm bound. What you say? This lady is
Kind of
she
slow.
said this shit was normal. I'm used to it. Like it ain't no big deal, y'all. I don't need no sympathy. And I'm like, she believe that shit. She believed this what her life's supposed to be.
I think he's abusing her in more than one way.
That shit hurt me.
But what can you do though, right? If you give her all this good advice and her ass still don't take heed to your advice, and she just still go back and make excuses for why she going back, like what do you do at that point?
It ain't no more advice nobody can give her. Somebody got to take this on their own. We got the pictures. I took buku pictures of her face on Fight Club, especially when she got close up and showed her teeth knocked out. I took pictures of all of that. What we got to
All right,
do is find out who the hell
so what
she
do you
is
do?
and send that shit to Philadelphia police.
All right, so what do you do, Mule? What do you do, right? If she tell you that she the reason why she don't want to leave that nigga because she don't want no other woman having him, even though he's beating her ass.
No, that lady's scared he gonna kill her.
That too. But shit, also, what if she telling you that, hey, I don't want no other woman to have him?
You must have didn't hear her story. She not
Now,
with
I'm
him. She
listening.
haven't been with him since that boy was 1. That's just the control he got over her.
So that means she was still fucking with him though. She wasn't with him like.
They asked the last time she had sex. She said since he was 1. Last time she had sex with that man.
Man, I don't believe that shit,
I
man.
was
I don't know
thinking
about
that
that.
too. I was like, maybe they dipping and diving, but she said no. She ain't been having sex with that man since her baby was 1.
Well, you know, women be lying about who they be fucking though. So if that nigga beating her ass like that, fucking with her like that, then he still was fucking her throughout the years.
I think that I'm not saying she's a willing participant. I'll start by saying that. But I do think they're probably still engaging in sexual activity, whether it's because she wants to, he wants to, or he's forcing it. Because I definitely believe more than one form of abuse is at play. I do.
I mean, yeah. It's like about 5 different sets of abuse that's happening, and she is being forced to be sexually, active with him. I mean, that's and I mean, truthfully, like if he's able to just come around her house and just like load off and beat her ass and stuff like that, there had to be an avenue where you know, he felt comfortable that he could do that. I mean, obviously she's not in another relationship. They're not together, meaning when she said that they're not together, she's talking about that he's able to go out and fuck whoever he want to fuck, but she's getting her ass beat if any inkling of him thinking that she can be, interested in somebody else or somebody being interested in her. He's putting a fear in her that you're, like, you belong to me. You don't, nobody can have you at all. It doesn't matter if I'm not with you or not. I get to do what the fuck I want to do, but you better sit your ass in this house or you're going to get beat down. Like, that's what it seemed like the scenario is. But do I believe that she had not had any sexual interaction with him since he was 1? I'm going to personally go on a limb and say, no, I do not. I think that she is being forced to have the sexual interactions with him, but she's not going to say that because she knows that in our culture, if someone is saying, well, why are you letting this dude in your house? Why you haven't changed your locks and all the stuff like that? And she go out and she said, well, I try to work with him. They're going to be like, oh, well, see, you're a willing participant of getting your ass whooped. You keep on having sex with this dude and making him think that it's okay for him to be around. And I just think that she didn't want that type of smoke on that panel from everyone because everybody's very judgmental.
Yep.
Hey, how you doing, Mule? Hey, Bon.
What up, Mr. Kevin?
All right.
And also before Mr. Kevin, about men, men, we not gonna on no goddamn woman, man. You women know that, and it seemed like how about you men call the police on a woman? It's like you want that to be the narrative, so you can pretty much keep on saying what you're saying about how weak men are and how bitch ass these niggas are engaging in. And it's like, good and well a man's not gonna do certain things that the women would do to men. Like the police, I don't have no interest to ever want to call. I don't have an interest in a woman, even if she's pull a knife out on me or a gun on me, bro. I'm not gonna actually call the police on this woman for no shit like that.
Well, right? You would be wrong. You would be wrong.
I could be wrong, but what I'm telling you though, what would it look like now?
Well, one of the key things is if you're not gonna call the police, you need to leave them alone. Just separate yourself.
But let me say it real fast, Mr. Kevin. How would it look now if you got a bunch of men now, like how you got these passport bros and everybody, these trends and shit, and you got a bunch of black men calling the police on black women? How would that look?
They didn't like it when the baby called on his girlfriend. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. But what I'm saying though, even if I could say, fuck the opinion of a woman, I'm just looking at me being a man though. How would that look though now when you got a bunch of men all come together saying, yeah, we should have called the police on these black women?
I mean, it looks like y'all care about y'all's lives.
To the point that some should, if it's getting that bad now, man, it depends on the situation. Some people just out of line, bro.
All right. Well, all right.
Kind of like in the rare instances that they show where the women going off in the McDonald's or something, and you an employee, they didn't picked up the damn register and hit you with the register and shit. Like, I mean, come on now.
I mean, all right. See, that's different. You talking about like
I was actually saying.
All right. I feel you on that, right? I guess what I'm saying is also is when it comes down to calling the police, we talking about like pressing charges on women and getting women locked the fuck up compared to you letting the police know that you could be in a bad situation so that if something happened,
all right,
at least it'll be on file.
I'll give you another example, Rue. What up somebody, the woman out of line and you ain't touch her and nothing like that, and she done took a hammer to your car, bust all your windows and stuff. You got to call the police to get an insurance claim.
Yeah, but would you want to get her locked up for that though? You know what I'm saying? Like, would you actually want with a man really?
Once she call, she can go to jail.
Yes, I don't understand why this.
And that's the reason. Yes, and that's the reason why men don't do it. Hold on, Mew. That's the reason why men don't do it, because even if she busts your car up, you know that she gonna go to jail, and men don't want to see women in jail like that.
Right.
It doesn't mean she'll go to jail if you don't press charges
on the ticket, then go bail out, go right.
What Mr. Kevin's saying though, if you call the police, then the police gonna take that in their own hands and shit, right? It won't be really you pressing charges.
Yeah,
it'll be the state at that point.
Yeah, it don't matter. Yeah, the state ain't playing that no more.
That's straight back. That's straight.
Whoever did whatever, whoever hit who, if both of y'all, they're taking you. Period.
It's about the narrative that you guys want to set as men. Like, if you want to quote unquote fight back against the patriarchy, if you want to be I guess, taken care of, and as far as your humanity, like, yeah, y'all are gonna have to set a different tone. It's gonna have to start being, other men are gonna have to start telling other men it is okay to call the cops. It is. It
You
is.
know,
You don't have to be hurt.
I mean, that
You don't have to be
sounds
sad.
good.
Well,
That
this
sounds
is what
good
I
though, because you
wanted
know.
this is what I wanted to ask the young lady in the corner. Do you think, and I had this conversation before with Bomb them on their panel. Do you think that she's an unprotected woman? If her son and she got men in her family that she can call?
Yes, she's an unprotected woman. Just because you have male in your families and stuff like that doesn't mean that you have good relationships with them.
Well, I'm
Doesn't
just
mean that
talking about like people that's willing to protect her in
I
general,
don't.
because the lady kind of said that she know that them niggas might come, maybe knock them off or some shit, and we also know that the men can get in trouble. But I do think she may be protected. You know, if somebody's willing to come
She cannot be
defend her.
Mr. Cat, she
let me
cannot
just
be
answer this.
protected if she's battered like that.
No,
Like that's not
let me just
protection.
answer this.
It's not protection to say, oh, I might have a shooter that I might know, and if I make a call to somebody who knows somebody, they can. If I want to quote unquote unalive somebody, then it will be all good. That's not protection. She's being abused. This is a woman who is abused.
Yeah, I understand she's
Okay, but
abused.
Mr. Kev,
What you
I
were
want to
saying?
answer that question.
All right.
You can have all the family members you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
But people love their family members, right? And I think that it is very foolish for you to involve your family members into something like this without at least first having the police. Now,
I agree with that.
if
I
you
agree with
need
that.
your family members to help you move, help you relocate, yes.
Right.
But sending your family members, you could be sending your family members to their death. This here old macho street justice stuff, you know, a lot of times them women, they ain't gonna call nobody, especially if they know this dude got a gun. Why would I take and call my brothers to come somewhere where I know he's strapped all the time?
Mm-hmm.
You understand? You have to think. A lot of times we have to protect our own family members from foolish things we could have got ourselves into. So it's not so much that everybody don't have protection, because believe it or not, I have protection.
Oh, I believe you.
I told this story about when I was a teenager. Me and my girlfriend going up Canal Street to get a job.
Well, you know, but see, you know where I'm
let
coming
me
from,
just finish
you
saying
like,
this,
you know,
Mr. Kev.
especially with the
let me just
girls, like
close
you got
out.
to let daddy know shit.
No, I ain't letting no daddy know. Let me tell you. I walked up this,
I get you
Canal
though.
Street going for a job interview, y'all. And we were looking cute. Me and my friend, they were saying they were hiring for Nord, New Orleans recreational department for the summer jobs.
Right.
And I was like 15, 16. And me and my friend, we go up there, we're cute. And it had a couple guys on the corner, and one of them grabbed my hand trying to talk to me. I said, no, we late. We got an interview. So we trying to keep walking, and the guy walked a few steps with me, and I said, no. I said, maybe when we come out, if y'all still out here, right? I remember not being rude to these guys. After a step or two, this dude started calling me, well, fuck you, bitch. You ain't all that anyway, ho. This and my blood went to boiling. I should have kept walking, but I was so upset. I turned around. I was like, oh, because I won't give you my number. I'm every bitch and hoe. I mean, because I was young, and I just wasn't used to being talked to like that. But I would let his ass have it. He cursed me out like a dog, and I was cussing him out. My friend grabbed me, and we walked. Do you know when we got to the interview place, I couldn't interview at first. I had to go to the bathroom. My hands were shaking. I was crying. That's how upset this guy made me. So anyway, make it through the interview. We both got the little summer job. So now we happy. I'm not even thinking about those guys. We happy. I called the bus home. She went to her house. A few days later, why this girl come to my house? And I'm inside. She outside telling my brothers about what happened. That shit went bad. I fought this girl, and it's my best friend still to this day. I fought her ass twice behind it. Because if you tell boys or men, now they feel like they got to go do something.
Yeah, we gonna react.
You know, and that went on for a long time in that six walk. You Mr. Cap.
Oh yeah, whole families get that. That goes a long way.
Man, it was
And that's
so
how I
that.
feel. I feel this pretty similar to me.
You can't just run and get people for everybody. I never was that person to run
Yeah,
and
I
call
get it.
nobody. I'm not gonna run and call nobody.
And that's what makes us unprotected. If we have to protect our protectors, we are unprotected.
Listen, if my brother was there when that dude did that, he would have knocked him out flat. Now me going call somebody, to me that's too much. If you're not there, if anything, I should have called the police.
I'm in agreement with that, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, I would not initially go and get my family members to handle a situation. I would go to the first line of defense, which will be the police, and then maybe afterwards we'll handle shit. But other than that, the first line of defense will be police. You know, I agree. Some people get themselves into things and they really want to help, and then they end up losing your life, and you don't want that. You don't want that on your conscience. That damn, I put somebody involved and things didn't turn out the way that you planned for it to turn out. So I understand that, but yeah, I mean, your protector is your protector. Obviously, this woman is not protected. She's not even protected, quote unquote, by her own son. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you know, she has a family member who's right next to her who's not beating on her, and he can't even protect her. So this woman is unprotected. We cannot say this woman has any form of protection. And when she says that she has somebody that away that is a shooter, that doesn't mean that she's protected.
You know, everybody come on know somebody. That if you do something, you can go ahead and. But that is like an ultimate cost, and is you willing to do that? And at the end of the day, are you willing to be somebody who gets your son's father taken out?
But just think about this. I don't know where this woman lives. I don't know if she lives in a house. I don't know if she lives in an apartment or a complex. But she's not even she has no protection. Even her community or where she live at or neighbors, nobody's protecting her. Even if they didn't want to get involved, if they hear what's going on, if they see her walking down the street to the store with a busted lip, a broken arm, and a beat up face, and nobody has even pulled to the side and say, you know what, I'm gonna call the cops. This shouldn't be going on. I hear screams or somebody getting thrown through the wall. I need to call the cops and stop this type of disturbance. She's not protected. In no shape or form have nobody shown any protection for her. So this whole shit like where's your brothers at and all this shit like that, that's a cop out. Because most of the time they're not there when they need to be there. She's not protected.
She already said she only have one brother, and her brother dead, so he can't do nothing for her. He dead.
Yeah, her situation is exceptional. I'll give it that.
And they asked her, did she have family? She said she have a mom, and you know, she said her mom is older. But I mean, like I said, the only advice I could give to her is to call them people.
Yeah, they got the traditionals. Get a restraining order. After that, you can get some protection, a weapon. If he come around you within 100 yards, you have the right to kill him.
And I say save your money and move.
Then you got your family members. Let some your friends and family, your friends and you know who you could trust or whatever, know what's going on. Things of that sort. You could build a wall of protection. We just got to put it in action. I think some people too far
Maybe
gone.
he know where
like
all
this
her
girl,
family lives. She probably would have to find a friend or somebody who she trusts, but he
and a
doesn't
lot of this
know.
stuff happens long before, this probably not even the first relationship with this. It's, people.
No, look, she been with this man since high school. She's only 37. Yeah. Her son's 17. That means she had the boy at what, 20? And she said he was fighting on her before she had the son. She been with this boy since high school.
Yeah, see, that's all she knows. So yeah,
that's all she knows.
And see, that's the thing that these dudes need to understand the difference. In it's not when you that deep into being the victim, that it's not a choice at that point to make that kind of conscious decision. Like you said, you don't necessarily just have to be punch drunk. You could just stay in a state of shock. And that shock your reality.
Yeah, that's what Bomb was trying to tell me earlier. Yeah.
Right. Just thinking that's just a way of life. You know, I seen a poor lady who video record this nigga just haul it take us it vicious. Just hauling all punching. We ain't talking about handler or a slap or something like that or verb. I mean, just like she was a grown ass man, and she recorded it. And you would think that her reaction would be that, you know, to cover up or to be crying or upset really extremely. No, she was just like almost numb to this shit. And she recorded. So a lot of people that they got to understand what that's a victim thing. They can't tell this lady what she needs to do. She's out of that realm. I could try to prepare my girls before they get into that situation, but this is a deep rooted situation. So I don't understand. Said like who was that anger man said, well, if you still with him, you deserve it. Hold on, man. That's going too damn far. They got people
Way
that are
too
real
far.
victims right now. You know, that's just how I kind of feel about it, especially in her case. Was it an older man? I mean, how much older was this guy when she? I wonder how much older he was when she started dating him. Like if she met him
I
when
would
she
tell
was
you,
in
Mr.
high
Kev,
school and
at
stuff.
this point in time, it wouldn't even matter.
Yeah.
I don't think she ever mentioned that either.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was just a question because you
But it's
probably had one of these older men that then grab one of these 17-year-old, which is one of those good old manosphere talking points, older men with the younger girl shit, and then found a soft target as in young age for the abuse. Is which
And
how some of these
her
conscious niggas
mind
be
is
trying
so
to shoot
young
you.
minded. You know? She been on there and I've been looking at her like, is something wrong with her? Like every time somebody talks, she be like, I'm gonna be quiet, shh, and put her fingers over her lips. You know, I've been like, what is up with Trinidad? Is she performing like that? But this here what I saw last night, no, that's really hurt. Oh no. I just it was sad, man. And I think abuse on anybody is wrong. But this type of abuse, just like Stockholm syndrome, and for you to say you would never call the
And
police
torture.
on nobody,
That's
this is
torture.
torture. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's flat out torture. And when you, especially when not only you getting physically abused, but you got to live with, you know, mentally with the thought of being abused every step of the damn way. That kind of thing. Yeah, that's torturous. That should be an extra special. You
Yep.
know,
Anything you say or do can get your ass beat. If you breathe too hard, you might get your ass beat. Yep.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, it does talk to how a lot of men and more today are starting to have this mindset that this is where women needs to be at. You know, like where women needs to be in line at. Like if you have men literally online talking about women don't fear men and women need to have a certain level of fear of men that they can get smacked in their mouth or put check, physically harm in that way, you cannot tell me that this is not the outcome that they're looking for. To the point where this woman, like, it any man that she come across, she's going to quote unquote submit to him in that way, where she's going to turn into childlike, where they can take advantage of her body, they can take advantage of her money, they can take advantage of her, them verbally abusing her, physically abusing her. Like, let's be perfectly clear, she might have one abuser right now that we know that her son's father is abusing her, but just think about every other man that is hearing the beacon of how this woman is, that they can come and prey on her too, because that's what predators do.
Mhm.
Yeah, he definitely a damn predator. And let
Predators
me tell
do
you
that.
something.
They when a predator is having fun with their prey, they mark their territory, they beat them down to as much as they need to do, but then when they're done with them, when they want to discard them, there's already been a beacon out there for any other new predator to come and get with this prey if they want them. It's
But
more like
listen,
a carcass kind of situation.
this is
It's
where I
just
want to go off into this here next set of questions. Is what I think the men really want when they say a submissive woman. A woman who they can beat down, tear down, and know that she's 100% committed to never turning them into the police who's going to follow every command they say. This is the ideal submissive woman. When I tell you she'll be on the panels saying, yes, sir. Oh, no, Mr. Angleman. Oh, Mr. Angleman, please don't be mad with me.
I don't think that's what they want, though. They be lying, in my opinion.
No, they want
I think
this is what they say. They want a woman that's submissive, and is no more submissive than this lady.
I think they want to turn women into that because there are too many women like that they can get. But it's not. They want to. How I heard this quote and
Shit,
it
I
gave
don't
me
know them
chills
women. I don't know
about
women
how
like that.
men enjoy breaking women. Do you get what I'm saying? Like then reaping the benefits of a broken woman. But the broken woman isn't necessarily what they're seeking out. They're seeking to break the woman,
Right.
to turn her
It's
into
a
that.
challenge. They're seeking out the thrill of the challenge. That's why they go to they're heavily like going after women that they know that they usually wouldn't have access to, who might even come from a strong family foundation and background, have family members who love her, a very involved parents, everything like that. They look for those women to break down and destroy. That's why they're always looking to humble women. And I think I even did that on my live. We looked up the actual definition of humble, because you'll have men who'll sit up here like women need to be humble, when literally the definition of humble is you need to be inferior to something. So these men look for that challenge to break women, to make someone lower than them, to make someone insignificant to them. And it's not a challenge if someone was already broken by somebody else or whatever happened in that woman's life. It's not a challenge for that, to deal with that type of person. There's no thrill behind it. And that's why those women usually are left to the side to just dwell and deal whatever they have to deal with. Nobody's looking for them, nobody's checking for them, nobody's trying to help them. They're quote unquote just left, wasted, waste to the side.
Yep, or weaker men who are trying to do the same thing as the other awful men, they'll go with easier targets, so they'll re-prey upon them, but that's not their ultimate goal.
Yeah, I mean that's what they are. They're just looking for a challenge. Yeah, because we see it all the time. We see it all the time. Like there's a lot of women who quote unquote have that. They fit the narrative of what they say that they want a submissive woman to be. But these are those same type of women that never are with these men who say that they want these type of characteristics with these women. These men are always, they're always complaining about the women who won't kowtow or get in line to these men's agenda, that they're crying about you're not submissive and da 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 da, and a shaming tactic, because it's all just a shaming tactic, really.
I actually, I remember telling one of the dudes from, in one of the panels, I was like, man, look, I would never want the woman on coming to America, regardless of how she looked, that would just go stand there and bark like a dog. You really would just want somebody to sit in the corner, have your kids, be faithful, and just obey. That's what Kevin Samuels got you niggas thinking. That's unrealistic. People got that's not realistic even in a normal relationship. That's not normal.
And they know if they got that, they'd be bored. They know that.
Right. I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want and I told him this. I wouldn't want my old lady to allow me to cheat, man. That's gonna spook me out. That means you must be doing something. That ain't good for no relationship. Some people can handle that. Very few. I ain't one of them niggas. Like no, I don't need all them kind of options. When I'm ready to get married, it's me and her. And that's the way it should be. All that extra options and all that kind of stuff, whether I'm rich or not. Then what's the sense of getting married? You exercise all your options before you get married. That never changed. People just watch Hollywood too much and try to live those dreams. That's not reality, especially in the West. Of course, I would want someone I'm with to have an opinion. That's part of the reason I won't be with her. Not just the sex and the body, to make up the loopholes and the gap that I might be missing out on. Yeah, there may be something I pass across her that I can get a fresh mind that I know got my back and we still a team. Okay, my interest is her interest. That kind of stuff. That never changed. I want a wise woman, attractive, wise woman. You know, that ain't gonna let me just anything just run over that could stand strong. That never changed. Nobody, they ain't gonna promote that at all. When you start promoting that, when these niggas start believing that dating a nurse is a bad thing, a nurse. How's a nurse? That's the, you know, damn near like the ultimate attractive woman, nurturer and caretaker. Good to have in the home for the family. And he talked y'all out of not even liking nurses. That's weak-minded dudes. And he talking about the ones that was in the 1%, nigga, that they talking about, not y'all. You got niggas that make it 30,000 or 25,000 talking about they wouldn't date a nurse. Man, you don't sit your dumb ass down. And that's how you can catch them. Because they start following. They got a lot of dudes that's on these YouTube streets and pages and stuff that they are natural followers. And some of the guys that start other pages, they know they got followers. Anger Man know he got a bunch of followers. You know that. They following. That's part of the thing. So if you can get out there and start grabbing this percentage of followers who niggas that need to follow behind someone, that's what you get. And they know the hustle. That's why they stay on the same bullshit ass topics. My problem come in when they start using the black community. Well, don't use the black community, nigga, just because you're trying to make some money. You just now you're on YouTube. You talk about the white man. We're getting Google money now, digging down deep on the worst possible thing you can think of the other gender to pay your bills now. That's worse than these racist ass white folks. More damaging in the long run as we can start to see that shit over the last 3 years. This shit getting ridiculous. So that's why they don't like talking to us Gen S dudes, because we just look at that shit, man. That's stupid, man. Out of all the fucking education y'all talking about, y'all got on the board, we still talking about weaves and baby mamas. You even got the white girl cashing in on our ass now. But that's just,
I mean,
that's all they have to offer to YouTube.
Weak men gonna do what weak men do. It is what it is.
Yeah. And to me, and it's a bunch of nerdy niggas with the voice. Kevin Samuel had a show that just said all the Pokemon lovers, the nerdy dudes, the dudes that do this, and the Angry Mans with Thor, Hammer, and the Incredible Hulk statue in the background. This is your channel. The nigga said that. And I be telling women, listen, that's them nerd ass nigga, but they got a voice and they got followers and they got them young dudes believing in that dumb shit. And it's the older cats who's leading the charge. I'm sitting on them. Nigga, you 40. Man, you too old for that shit. You still talking about that? You trying to sell books off that? That's why your cats do like Anton, them who believe in strictly capitalism and shit like that. They don't care. Hardcore capitalists don't give a fuck who they fucking over, how damaging they become. That's white folk shit to southern niggas. I mean, you can be successful, but goddamn, you gonna fuck over everybody?
They got people. But Mr. Care, I agree with everything you were saying.
Right.
But you this here. Early, I'm watching all these people on the Peep channel and all of this here. All these black men. You know what I noticed? 95% of them ain't from America.
No,
and they are not. The ones.
And I was talking about that with Taylor in the chat. Women. That's why I don't play that bullshit when a nigga come up there, when somebody come up there talking about they're African or Nigerian or Dominican, and then call up, like on Bond Taylor say, bitch, no, hold on, dog. You Dominican. You can't call no, this my defense. No motherfucker bitch and all that, nigga. That's your shit. first of all, they can't judge black women from America with our struggle because they don't know the struggles that black women went through. They've read the history, but they don't know the struggle that black women went through to take a sense of pride to get some education. And to have to be independent. It wasn't just to be out the home. It was independence that was breaking through, competing with white women. That was a big fucking struggle for black women. It was never a problem for the black community to have intelligent, somebody educated in the family, women or men. That was never an issue. And they don't have no idea what, with the freedom and the voting and the actual idea of being strong and have what black women had to endure. If they, even though we didn't have to go through it, you carry it from your mom, them anyway.
Wait, hold on. Taylor, we muted? You can't hear us? Can y'all hear us?
I can hear you. Maybe they can't hear me.
I could hear you.
Mm-hmm. So that's what them dudes, and see, dudes like Anton, he going for self. He trying to do him. He looking for white folks' approval, and you understand what I mean by that. We don't mind if you're successful, but you looking for their approval too to get in that loop. I just care to make the money. I don't need the motherfuckers' approval, or to be friends with them, or to want to be invited to the country club. I ain't no Tiger Woods ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? But some of them seek that.
Hey, Clue Channel. Again, you said we was muted for a few minutes. No, I was just saying it's just weird to me that black men, we let all these other groups of men come into our community and then take over and then tell us, everything that's wrong about us. But if we had those same black men come into the community and start checking and saying everything wrong black men did, they wouldn't stand for it. But as long as a group of people could come and shit on us, it's well accepted. It's really accepted. And I don't understand it because I'm
That's
petty
why I
as
be
shit.
asking where they from, Mule. Where
I'm
you
petty
from?
as shit. I've been to email some other races of men. How y'all feel about
I'm fucking like I'm Puerto Rican. You what you doing there? You need to be talking about Puerto Ricans, bro.
Man, they be calling a black woman, you black
Latino.
bitch.
Yeah, I get what they mean.
Accent, you black bitch.
Right.
And I'm like looking at the regular black dudes like, nobody don't see nothing offensive. These people tell you that they're not even black.
Right.
My God damn. Well, Mr. Cab, they cool with it long as they gone.
Shit, I know. I remember the motherfucker. I catch him every time. I had to tell. I think it was. I forgot the lady name. We was on bomb panel. I had to tell her. I had to step in because the dude. First of all, he said it was the Dominican. I listened to him, especially the men. I listened to them niggas. Then I can hear the accent in their voice. The other dude was kind of not Jamaican, and they was talking about that age thing with the kids and all that. That's the first thing I listened for. Well, where they from with that shit?
Hey, Philly boy. Hey, Deacon Dave.
Right. What's up,
Taylor
Philly?
says, why am I so shocked and appalled that they would do that? I just wouldn't do that. Well, I would say this here. Before me coming to YouTube, I would never do that. It would be never a time where a person of a different race could come and call a black man a curse word or the N-word in front of me and me not take that personally offense. I would have to say something about that. And I just feel like on YouTube, I don't know if it's all just supposed to be staged and faked this way. I didn't even say nothing because I be feeling like they're doing it to get a rise out of the black women. But it's don't.
Yeah, don't assume they're black just because they're in black spaces.
Yeah, but it's not even on the black women to me to be offended by that. That's something.
Yeah, the men. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The men, you bring these men around to shit on black women, like seriously.
I'm always be offended.
Yeah, that's it's like, and also what men don't realize, that's how men test you. They touch your manhood through that. People don't realize that. Let me tell you something. I had a chick, and she knew I have a best friend, right? Everybody knew my best friend. So one day we was doing something, and she come to start whispering and telling me about my friend. I was like, huh? I said, you know that's my girl. She said, yeah, but I can't stand that bitch. She was just trying to go. I said, hold on. Didn't you hear me say that's my fucking girl? So she was like, well, I was just trying to say, you can't try to tell me nothing else. Now, if you was going to tell me something she did you, okay, I could have listened. But you think you going to come shoo and berate her to me? Nah, me and her would have had to fight. I don't play that. I don't believe in all of that stand for nothing shit. I don't want nobody around me who gonna think he gonna get in front of MJ and so calling her a bitch. I bring a white friend of
smiling all
mine.
in their face and
I bring a white friend of mine from work to MJ party, and we there and everything good. And next thing I hear her call MJ, hey nigga. No, I'm gonna have to slap this bitch for MJ because I brought her there. You see what I'm saying? I don't never want nobody that comfortable with me like that.
Right.
That's craziness. But it's like the men, as long as the attack gonna be on a woman, they don't see it that these people are really. That's like that girl who was whispering to tell me about my friend. You think she really was telling me about my friend? She was checking me. I mean that to my core. She wanted to see how I was gonna be. She wanted to see how comfortable I would be letting her talk to me. You see what I'm saying? People test you all kind of ways. That's how they know you're not loyal. Because I done did it before. If I want to see if you really, really cool with somebody, I'll go tell you some stupid shit. See if you see how you react to it. See if you go run and tell it back. Mm-hmm. You know, women petty. But I mean, these men act like they ain't never known how people test you just to see your manhood. I don't know. Maybe it's the fault they ain't had no dads. I don't know. But these men, I swear to God, Jay-Z said
and these niggas all with it. Them people mean something totally different when they talk about out of order and how they want, man. That's different over. Our women had a different fight, a different plight, a whole different way of life, to the point that, slavery damn near changed the nigga DNA. That's what I be saying. You don't hear Southern motherfuckers saying that shit. That's them motherfuckers from the East Coast with that shit.
Now, come on now, Mr. Kev, that ain't true.
What name one black content creator from the South that down black women?
I don't be checking for where people's locations are.
I know them. None.
No, that's them up north and them West Coast motherfuckers.
Kevin Samuels from Oklahoma.
Really? Y'all gonna stop shitting on fucking up north and East Coast.
I'm telling you, that's a different culture.
Y'all gonna stop that shit.
God, that shit is deeply
we don't play that. Like I had to get on them Puerto Ricans and shit like that. Hold on, man. You can't be up here calling people niggas and black and bitches and shit, black bitches, man. You different people. And I only say that because it became a melting pot for so many different countries and cultures. It's a lot different down here. It's really.
But I'm like Trump, MJ. I be wanting to shit on their whole world. When the Africans was on that panel, I said, look, I'm like Trump. Y'all go back to y'all shithole countries if y'all think it's that much better.
Yeah, back where y'all come from.
If you think your women over there is so much better than these here black bees over here, go back to them. Shit.
But see, you gotta understand, y'all talking to people who couldn't cut it in their own country.
Well, that was white trash.
And this is why you shouldn't take what they say to heart, because at this point they're projecting. You know what I'm saying? Because if they really could get a woman in their country, then they would have been having enough money to get that bride tax, and they don't.
Yeah, they looked at them as white trash in other countries.
So it's easy to come over here and project. It's easy to especially when you have women who are unprotected. When you have men, like you just said, Mule, when you have men who don't know that somebody is flexing on you, they're flexing their power on you off of the strength of the weakest people in your community, then this is what the situation happens. women and children are always the quote unquote weakest or easiest targets. So anybody who really is about dominance, they're always going to attack the weakest link first. But these men don't realize that, because if these men want to be around them, want to be in their circle, want to sit at the quote unquote table with them, they allow shit to happen and they feel like they can disassociate themselves from the people that they're attacking when clearly they are
and they don't realize there's always a glass ceiling for your black ass. Talking about like Anton them. There's gonna be a glass ceiling. There's only so far them people gonna let you go while you dumping on your own people.
I mean, like, let's be perfectly clear. Akachi is a slur to say Black American bitch, but Akata is a derogatory term for Black Americans, period, that they use in Africa, on the continent.
Oh
okay?
yeah, and them Nigerians be on Fight Club saying Akata, and that means for Black women and men, and them men don't say nothing, and I don't say nothing. And
I'm glad you told me. Thank you, ma'am.
Y'all be sitting up here with these here, what's your boy call them, tethers? Y'all be with these tethers, just letting them run them up. You know, look, everybody that look black don't want to be black.
Well, yeah, all skin folks ain't kin folks.
And them people that come from different countries, they really believe they're better than us. So I don't even understand how we don't understand.
And they all up in the black manosphere. All up in there. Them niggas don't even realize who or what they listening to.
Did y'all hear the first video I played from Roland Martin, how he was saying how the Black woman is the most let me see if I can play it again. No, it's locked. Oh. Y'all hit the Cash App, please support the stream. Mr. Kev,
there is one. I'm sorry, we forgot about Tommy. Tommy is from Atlanta. That's the South. That is one man. That was the one man hating woman hating. I was just double checking myself.
I know there's more, Mr. Kev. You just not trying to call him
out. I'm trying to correct myself now. I know Anger Man up there in North Carolina, and then you got Willie Williams. Willie Williams, I think he moved to North Carolina though. And Willie Williams is in Florida, but he more of a comedy type dude. Unless you want to call Rue from Texas. Rue ain't on that hating shit.
Rue is manosphere.
That man ain't manosphere. That man say he denounced it. You know how they make you denounce it officially on, and then I denounce it. They want you to denounce shit. Rule like what you call them got all this, and man, he got all that shit. They went on that black woman rant. It wasn't like that before. Then they went to that kind of crap. So to me, I thought that when it initially came out, there's supposed to be some kind of productive shit where black men can get together, talk about finances and passing some ideas around family, childhood, raising kids, economics, what jobs good, this and this, where black men can link up. These niggas went all the way left and start talking about nails, hair, nails, and weave. And then it went on to something else. Then it went on to something else. And that just became the main topic of a bunch of grown-ass black men. And they're still doing it.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
This is not a coincidence. I think that Black women struggle in many respects to be given our due, to be paid what we're worth. The maternal health challenges they're staggering. And so I think what we're seeing on Twitter is a manifestation of how Black women are faring and how we are perceived in other parts of our life.
Well, I worry about online violence becoming live violence.
Right, real life violence.
Yes, exactly. So I'm wondering if there are policies that folks on Capitol Hill should be moving forward on to better protect people. So I'm wondering if that's a part of the plan.
I think that is one of the solutions that Amnesty International lifted up. But I think part of my concern is this registering?
I got something I wanted y'all to listen to. Vaughn, I think you was on this panel with this man. He ain't got no teeth. Damn. Hey, hold on.
Is he older? You talk about Barbara Rashawn?
Wonder Woman. Yeah. I really, and then we got the fantasy woman, Superwoman. We call her Wonder Woman because I really appreciate her because she make the show go on. Cause that's
gotcha. Let me redirect. Do you want a female president? Yes or no?
No. A woman can't lead a man. A woman cannot lead no man world because God told us when He made us and He took her out the rib, and when they sinned, she gonna be under our foot. We should put our foot on their necks. Man, I'm in pimp principle. I'm sorry. I'm always gonna be in pimp principle, even though I don't carry it out.
What y'all think about that? He in pimp principle. And his God taught him this now. This is God. Let me play it back.
Because she make the show go on. Cause that
gotcha. Let me redirect. Do you want a female president? Yes or no?
No. A woman can't lead a man. A woman cannot lead no man world because God told us when He made us and He took her out the rib, and when they sinned, she gonna be under our foot. We should put our foot on their necks. Man, I'm in pimp principle. I'm sorry. I'm always gonna be in pimp principle, even though I don't carry it out and want to whore a hoe on the street or something. But I'm telling you right now, hell no. I ain't finna let no bitch sit up there and tell me what to do. Hell no. And then I had Vic with because she make the show go on.
Any thoughts, ladies and gentlemen?
I'll say my
Yeah,
last piece because I'm gonna have to go get my son. But he's a darn ass fucking fool, okay? And obviously he wants to take that his sex is like some way of being superior, and it goes back to what I said about this humbling of women is because they feel that you're inferior. It was never about being in a partnership. It was never about actually being in a healthy relationship. Their forms of a relationship or a healthy relationship is you being up under them as a servant, working for them as a employee. You know, like that's where their mindset is at, and it's just quite telling. It's nothing that we have not heard over and over and over again, that you know these individually men don't respect or value women, but they think women's supposed to value them. And at the last time I checked, ain't no man on this earth was brung in this world without going through a woman.
That's you again, Bob?
Yeah, that's me. That's me.
Oh, you up here twice.
She probably just changed
Oh, okay.
I guess equipment. But yeah,
I'm up here twice.
Yeah.
Why the hell that is? I was just in the room. I dropped off like an hour ago.
Oh, it probably froze.
Oh, that must be happening because yeah, it knocked me off. When I came back up, I was knocked off. And we couldn't hear y'all in the chat. That's what we were saying. We couldn't hear you.
Okay, so that's probably when it happened, when it froze a little bit. So when you got knocked off, your picture just stayed there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't see the picture, but okay.
Yeah, but he's a whole ass clown. But I'm gonna see y'all later. I'll talk to you later, Mule.
Have a good one. Have a good day.
Thank you, Bomb. Thank you, Mr. Cav.
Hey, Mr. Cav, where you at? I don't see no pictures. That's why. You up here, Mr. Cav? He's still up here, Mule?
Yeah, he should be up. Mr. Cav up here.
I only see 2 spots besides mine, and so I know one of them you, and I thought the other one was him from the outside. It was. That's why I didn't see another picture of me. But anyway, this is a great conversation.
You want me to play it again since you just got back?
Oh, you play something else? Go ahead.
Yeah. This is why, Bomb, you will never be able to be president. Okay. I know you was thinking about running. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I know you wanted to be president, but here's why. The elders have spoken.
I got you. Let me redirect. Do you want a female president? Yes or no? No. A woman can't lead a man. A woman cannot lead no man world, because God told us when He made us and He took out the rib, and when they sinned, she gonna be under our foot. We should put our foot on their necks. Man, I'm in pimp principle. I'm sorry, I'm always gonna be in pimp principle, even though I don't carry it out and want to whore a hole on the street or something. But I'm telling you right now, hell no. I ain't gonna let no bitch sit up there and tell me what to do. Hell no.
Now, how do you feel about that, Miss Bountrell?
Well, whoever that trashy ass nigga, you mean to tell me he'll let a white man or orange man tell him what to do? Men he ain't never met before. Motherfuckers who had us in slavery. He listen to all them, but he ain't gonna listen to somebody like his mama. Somebody who raised him, probably breastfed his ass, definitely changed his funky ass, shitty ass diapers. These men are ridiculous. And I don't even know how to call them men, right? The men, you know, I love the men, you know what I mean? I appreciate it. It's these fucking niggas, you know what I'm saying? Who think they're men. What's going on, Taylor? So yeah, I'm a little, well, like Taylor said in the chat, first of all, she said God didn't say that, but number 2, I'm not shocked by these niggas no more. But you know, you said something in the very beginning of your stream, Mew. You said that the government need to be putting these niggas on notice as a threat to Black women. Because, you know, as they now getting to hear how these men think, or these niggas think, right? And if they put that towards femicide, right? Which is a term I just really learned like last year, you know, here on YouTube. Yeah, you know, like, man, I remember when the women were like, yeah, there's a woman getting killed. I remember pushing back on that shit. And then they gave me the link. You see what I'm saying? And I go to the link and I'm like, damn, like, I didn't even know we were dying at that rate like that.
Yeah.
Not even dying. It's not even the word dying. Dying is something you do that's natural. Being killed. Okay? I did not know we were being killed like that, yo. So it's almost like the wool being, you know, pulled off your eyes and shit. And you start realizing that maybe that little bubble, maybe I've been living in a bubble for many years, because this shit is ridiculous. And to hear these niggas on here expressing that they, what was that word that African man used? You said
word?
What he called the Black woman.
Akatas.
Say it again.
Akata.
Akata. So that mean black bitch? What that mean?
Yeah, bitch.
Ain't that some shit? So they got word that, you know what I mean? Like,
but when they say with an S, they're talking about female black women. But when they say Akata, they talking about black people. That's including men
so
and
when
the
it's
women.
Akata, is black people. Even when they're sitting there talking to a black person, the person just don't know it. But when they put the S on it, they talking about the black woman.
Yes, ma'am.
I gotta go jump in the shower. You know, I have a doctor's appointment at 4:30. So most 3 I'm gonna jump in the shower. And hubby gonna come get me, I guess. Hopefully. If not, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Girl, my son had a second accident in my car.
Oh, he all right?
Yeah, girl, I don't know. Like, I'm looking at him like, dude, what's wrong? Oh, it's just an accident. Nigga, nobody have 2 accidents within like 3 months. Like, what you speed demon and shit? You know, I got a little sports car, you know what I'm saying? You shift the gears, you go real fast, you know what I'm saying? Tint it all up, tint the windows and shit. He go on them dark roads so he could get to work faster so he could speed. And then his ass losing control, girl. In my goddamn car. So he had to fix it because we telling him he cannot use the insurance. We use the insurance, the shit go up sky motherfucker high. These motherfuckers is crazy. My insurance, y'all, for 6 cars. Yeah, 6 cars at the time. 6 cars now, right? We had 6 cars. They were all under my name, right? The insurance, the home insurance, right? And and we have some, you know, because I have a home business, my equipment is underinsured too, right? For all that, I'm not even lying. We was paying $250.
Damn, that was good.
Full coverage on every single car. Full coverage with a what you call them? I think it was $500. What they call it when if you have an accident, you pay the first $500. $250 on the newer cars and $500 on older cars, right?
You couldn't beat that deal.
You can beat that. And as soon as one of them had an accident, guess what that shit's got up to? $700. And $700 is still a deal with 7 cars, right? With the 6 cars. That's still, and the home insurance and all that. But still though, like they had an accident, then my license expired. So that brought it up too. But that was a small accident. And it wasn't even an accident our fault. It wasn't even our fault, that accident. Some of y'all might remember my son and hubby was in a head-on collision. Like probably about 4 years ago now. 4 years ago now. Actually, the week Leaky was born, his daddy almost died. My son had a accident on his birthday, and his son is born 2 days after his birthday. So he didn't have a car to go. That's why I missed his birth by a couple of minutes, you know, because I had to catch an Uber, and the Uber, or Lyft or Uber. I think I take Lyft. And the Lyft, them motherfuckers went to pick up other people before taking me where I need to go. That had never happened before. So anyway, I'm rambling. What were we talking about? I forgot. I'd be rambling. God damn it.
I'm just glad your son all right, but you done got me thinking about I need to change mine. My insurance, my homeowner's insurance is $2,500 a year.
Yeah, so you add that shit to your car insurance and you get a good deal. Good deal. Like it's almost like free. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, when you lump things. So we got the cars, we got the boat, we got the house, and then we got what else? Oh, and the equipment that's in the house. So of course that come, but when because I have a business, I increased, you know, the insurance on the stuff in the house. You know, because the sewing machines and shit like that.
So oh yeah, you got a $25,000 machine. Huh?
Hell yeah. Yeah. So you know you got to put some insurance on that shit because especially the one sewing machine down there so heavy, which y'all seen it on the table. If the fire break out, I can't grab it and run outside with it. That shit is heavy. Shit.
Mom said she ain't grabbing no clothes, no packing, no nothing. She grabbing sewing machine.
We gonna grab leak, and grab some of this shit that's in here that's irreplaceable. But now that you mention it, I'm thinking about getting a safe deposit box, because if something happened, the kids gotta, hubby and the kids gotta know where she is,
Yeah.
And if a fire break out too.
I don't have one, but my dad have one at the bank. And every now and then he send me there to get some of his whatever he needs. But that's where he keep all his mortgages and life insurance and wills and stuff.
So everybody know what everybody have, like yeah. Because the kids, I never talk to them about the insurance that I have on them.
Well, I talk to my children. Bam, them boys young. I hope you put a whole lot of insurance on them. I put buku insurance on my kids.
No, I ain't put a whole lot.
Oh, put a lot, Bam. A whole life. Put a lot. The most you could afford. I'm telling you.
Yeah, while they're young, huh?
Yeah, it's so cheap.
Yeah, that's true. We did get the Gerber for them when they were younger.
No, I'm talking about once they become an adult. As soon as your child hit 21, I think my oldest son, I got him under $1 million policy, and the other two is on $500,000 policy. But that first boy, his policy was $19.99 a month.
What is
that? And so you just gonna pay? Yeah. What is it? Look, when they're young, especially right over 21, healthy, they're going to make them go do a physical. Come out of there healthy, you ain't paying nothing. And you pay it, and then, before you get too old, when they're 30 or 40, you give them that, let them pay their own bill.
Yeah, I'm about to look at that.
But that's the, I had went to a class about 5 or 6 years ago, and they were saying how we could have wealth, on us, but then I was saying how old we was. Our insurance to get like that, it would be costing me hundreds of dollars.
Yeah, it costs a couple hundreds.
So I couldn't afford that,
but you can get it on the kids, and
so theirs would be dirt cheap.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that for legally, and
God forbid, even you're not really even thinking something gonna happen to them. What happens is when you pass, you set it up that they're their beneficiary for their own life insurance policy. Now, then it's their job to pay that.
Yeah.
So I still pay all my kids just because I feel like they're a little too immature to pay it. But hopefully by the time I die, they'll be old enough to take over their own policies and pay them.
Yeah. That's a good idea. That's how white people do it, in case y'all didn't know, people. They get their wealth from life insurance policies.
Yeah, as soon as legal hit, I don't know if it's 21 here. Some states it's 18. You could put $1 million policy on an 18-year-old. And you just want to play it.
Yeah. All the way back, we talk about World War I. All the way, you even hear, the what they call them people, the Holocaust people, survivors. They had life insurance that these insurance companies didn't want to pay out. They was making them prove through death certificate, and then they couldn't get records of debt because of the Holocaust. You know how people died and shit. And they had to sue lots of insurance companies. Them people knew, they knew what was going on, and they would go and sell them insurance.
Yeah, it was a big company in Italy that got over on all them Jews. That was horrible.
But that's how white people, that's how they how they get things.
Yeah, that's how you get a little money for your next generation. I mean, I won't be here to see it, but I mean,
with the kids,
you know, my grandkids will.
I was just looking at while I was downstairs, the View, and I forget the guy, the Shark Tank guy, the black one. Didn't he make FUBU? What he made?
Yeah, FUBU.
FUBU, yeah, him. He put out a book that I'm thinking about. I'm about to get for legally. It's a little book that teach you how to save money and make money. Because they didn't teach us that shit in school or nothing. And he put it in a little book, like a kid's book, with a little black boy on it. I can't think of the name.
I thought me and MJ was gonna do a class on that. You know how I think we do wrong with learning how to save money. We learn how to pay everybody as soon as we get paid, right?
Instead of paying ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be like you're supposed to pay yourself, but when you pay yourself, you also got to save it.
That's your paying yourself.
Some people pay themselves and buy shit. They buy, you know what I mean? They go want to buy some shoes. They want to go and buy them some cigarettes, because cigarettes is high as hell, baby. Oh Lord. When I saw how much people paying for cigarettes, I was like, God damn. I'm glad hubby quit many, 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 many years ago. Because, yeah.
It's a stress reliever.
Them cigarettes up here is like, I remember when you could pay $20 to get a carton, $28 to get a carton. It's $100 and something to get a carton of cigarettes. Yeah, because they put all these taxes against it, instead of just making that shit illegal, or because they say that it's harmful and hurtful. Let me see, a carton of cigarettes. Let me see if I can. That shit. Let's see. 10 packs equals 200 cigarettes. Damn. Let me see how much they're shopping. Yeah, so one pack of Newport is $12.99.
$12.99 for a pack of cigarettes?
Yeah. And if there's 10 packs in a carton, so that's $130 something.
Man, ain't no way. I know nobody up there smoking. You must sound like a smoke when you come down south, because them Newports is $5.
They $5 for a carton? I mean, for a pack?
$5.60 something.
God damn, yes. It's $12 a pack.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh man.
No.
Isn't that something? Good. I forgot where hubby used to smoke. It's so long since he smoked. It used to be so long ago.
Bomb. I want to tell you this here. You know they're so jealous of you, and 90s help holding that channel down.
Oh man, they mad.
And I love it though, Bomb. I love it. I love it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I be halfway asleep. But you say something, I start giggling. My husband, you say, "Can you go in there?"
Well, you come up there with me. When you woke, I want you to be woke. But that's why I was doing it, because I know some of them was hating, and they hating on him too. Wanting him to fail and shit.
Yeah, and I think that man have a real mental issue, for real. And I hate to see him fall because of just being hating on him.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they like purposely, trying to take him down when they was right there holding him down at one point,
And no, they wasn't holding him down. They was climbing on his back to get popular. They got all that clout off of him. They nobody knew who no damn Marcus and all them people was.
They sure didn't. You right about that. They got, and I thought that was fucked up, you know. But you told me that old girl mentioned my names. What she say? Cause man, see,
that was all she said. She just said that one slick comment. But then she read off J. Prince police record, and everybody was saying that's a shame. He been arrested 33 times. You know what most is arrested for?
What is it?
Driving with a suspended license.
Oh, okay, but
that's like 15 of the times. He ain't got no whole crimes.
But you know what's? Remember, I don't know why she reading it. He went on to what you call him show, Kendra G, and admitted he'd been arrested 30 times. Remember?
Yeah, but the guy Quentin took and asked him behind that Trinidad story. He said, JP, have you ever been arrested for DV? And everybody started laughing and clowning him. And he said, why would you ask me that? He said, it's an honest question. And, you know, JP got mad. And so he go, Allen Q, can you just answer it? He said, no, hell no, I ain't never had no DV cases. And I guess she went to pull it up, child. And so he asked Quentin, have you been touched? Are you gay? That sucker Q found it, but Jay Prince did a live after that. He said Fatty gave her all of that. Gave her his full name, his address. Said she's saying that she got some people that's in Chicago that's gonna come see him real soon.
For what? What he did?
Because he put a picture of her on his community page saying this woman really liked me. She's stalking me.
Yeah, but it wasn't a bad picture. It wasn't.
I know it was a pretty picture, and
then he covered her face a little bit with the word stalker. So
I guess she has the right to go after him.
Oh, is that what she thinking?
That's what the people on the panel, How To Man, they were saying she got a right, and I'm like, this is bizarre.
They dumb as hell.
Yeah, they dumb. Because I'm hoping she getting some of her money back. Because if for somebody I don't like, you think I'm spending $200 to keep getting them kicked from panels? That's ridiculous.
She dumb as hell.
Shit, that's why that man feel like she's stalking her.
That's the only reason I don't go over there. Because nobody, you know what I mean? Because I know that somebody knocked me off. They're going to knock me off. Right? But then some of the women are paid.
Get you back up there, yeah.
And that's the part. That part right there. I don't give a shit about getting knocked off this shit. You know what I mean?
It's not even fun to me as like it was before all of that bounty. You know?
Yeah, it's dumb as hell. Then
some people be having good points, you know.
Yeah, you can't even have a real conversation over it now, you know. Especially the women, they're kicking them off. Shit, they'll even kick angry man off, you know, who might on that they might be making the conversation what they call this fight club. That's what they. But motherfuckers sit in the chat want to fight with their money, so I let them. I ain't got nothing. I don't go over there.
They kick off all the interesting smart people to me.
Yeah.
They getting on Tyranny neck.
Yeah,
Tyranny always got something. They don't like Tyranny because Tyranny don't take no shit too.
Yeah, they don't like nope, none of the women who, you know, who go against the grain. They only like the ones like Alan Q who will get up there and say some stupid shit. Sometimes she might say some shit. You know what I hate? The ones who they'll make sense sometimes. Like when I go over there and want to choke their ass, when I go over there and fuck with them, they want to make sense. And then when I'm not there, they talking that fuck shit. I'll be like, God. I'm like, I'm wasting my time in this goddamn chat. I'm waiting for her to say something so I can jump on that panel.
Raw B be making them shush.
Huh?
Raw B be making them hush. All that stupid talk.
Yeah, I noticed that a couple of months ago when I was looking she shocked me. But remember, I kept admitting I had never really listened to her and never knew what she talked about. So because of that, I just remember when we were just going back and forth, I didn't know like what her talking points were. I just know that, she was on the side of old dude, Aunt T.
Yeah. But I think at first they had her up there thinking she wasn't as smart as I is. One night she went in. I was like, who is this? I went and found her page and everything after that.
Yeah, and then Witchcom was going at her. What's his name?
Auntie.
No, fuck Auntie. I'm talking about him. What's his name? The reason why her and Auntie, went back and forth because of what's his name? The one who got famous off of J Prince. Fatty. Yeah, he's the reason. He's the reason that Auntie did what he did, but that's what Auntie does. Auntie sides with the men. But the thing is, like, I don't understand how any of these men can stand with the men. The men are losers.
Wait a minute. Auntie was siding with Fatty, or B was siding with Fatty?
No. Fatty was going against Robbie, and Auntie was on Auntie's panel for his birthday. On his birthday. And that was the start of the bullshit right there. Yeah, Fatty was over there. Fatty had just left my panel the night before.
Mm-hmm.
And, coming up with that, telling me I did something I didn't do. And then, talking about, he told me straight up. He told me straight up that Witchcom's channel was his channel. I was like,
wow. That's like, I don't know why I don't be recording stuff, because now it's so far back, I don't even know how to find it. But one time on Fight Club, somebody was saying something. They like Lapeef channel better than Antoine. And Antoine said, well, I own Lapeef channel too. And I heard Antoine say that. I was like, hold up.
Yeah, he does.
He said he owned that channel too. Antoine said that. I'm like, why y'all be jumping, claiming people's shit? Like,
that's his channel. That is his channel.
Lapeef Jr.
Yeah, that's Anton. That's Anton. So Anton is doing something that they used to do years ago. Like, what happens is, years ago, and I'm talking about years, my kids were little, because one of my sons was a part of a network. So they used to have networks where somebody will come and get a lot of, what they would do is set up people with channels. Like, anybody can set up a channel. They'll come to you and they'll say, hey, you want to be a part of my network? And then they'll set it up. You was like, let's say you the network owner, right? You come to me, you go to JP, you go to a few people who already got channels, and you say, hey, I want to be a part of my network. And then you promise that you're going to bring people over. That's all you promise. But because it's your network, you get the payment. The payment come to you, and then you pay everybody. Or you could set it up where with YouTube that a portion of the payment come to you and the other portion go to the channel owner. And so that's what Anton did. Now, the weird thing about this, Anton wouldn't even really exist if it wasn't for us, like those of us who go on his channel and keep it popping all night. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But because we've done that, he then was able to grab the viewership, and then he was able to share the viewership with others. So it's a good thing. Like, he did a good thing. It's always something that people used to do. And so, so he essentially is the network owner. He's like a network, and everybody, he getting money from people. Even he got to be there. He ain't got to be there. I didn't see the video, but I saw a title where he said he wasn't going to be on live anymore, except on, I think he said the Peace Network. He wasn't getting on panels no more. Some of these people, like some of the shit they say could take them down. Like if the women really want to take these men down, they could. I don't think the women really want to do that. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think YouTube is a place where everybody want to play, and we want to be able to point at somebody and say, look what these fuckers did. Because if they really wanted to take these niggas down, they could. See, something that Tommy Sotomayor admitted a long time ago is that he knows he will never be able to get a job anywhere. You see what I'm saying? Never going to be able to get a job and keep it nowhere because of his talking points on YouTube. And this was before what they call cancel culture, because they call it that now. But the truth of the matter is, everybody, for all of my life, you could say some shit that it could essentially get you in trouble, because that's how the world works. Right now, we just able to see it happening, and we see the results of it. Like somebody will come and say, I got fired because I said this. Yeah, motherfucker, you should have got fired for saying and acting the way you're acting. Right?
Exactly.
That's how the world has always worked. And so
but now they make it seem like they innocent in it. It's just
right.
Listen, I see Tommy got a show back, and he went on Daryl's show. Jay Prince went over there. So he mingling with a lot of people trying to get his numbers up, huh?
Yeah, he's trying to get his stuff back up. The thing about
I got a cash app. Thank you. Wow. I need a cash app noise. Bing, 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 bing.
That's why I quit YouTube. I ain't been hitting no cash app in a while, and I gotta make money. I can't be sitting on YouTube.
Ain't nobody been sending you nothing?
Yeah, I ain't been getting nothing.
I learned that from Sexy Red. Sexy Red said every hour she's supposed to say it, because at least every hour you should get a cash app. Now look, whether that actually works, it don't usually work for me.
Actually, that would be a good idea. Like if I could see what, if it's $10 an hour, that would be cool.
That's what she said. She said that I don't know if she in the chat, if she want to explain it, but I was on her page, and a man was telling her that at the lowest, what's the lowest paying job that most people would take? She was like, I don't know, $10. He was like, okay, then you should get $10 an hour. He was like, he don't care if one person send you 2 and somebody else send you 4. He was like, you should get $10 an hour.
Yeah, that makes sense. That would make sense.
And he was like, after a couple hours, if you didn't get 0, then you know you was not being appreciated. Get off.
I know that's right.
And he was saying, announce it so that people can know that why you getting on and off.
Yeah.
And shoot, I said, you know what? I agree with it.
Yeah, I never announce it, but I like
I said I wasn't gonna announce people's names because I saw what Sexy Red went through. I'm just saying, like a dude to nobody, and then other dudes mad with her.
Yeah.
Like the men here, I promise you, they don't want to see men do nothing for women.
Right.
That's
the only reason I wasn't announcing it, but maybe not announcing it is not a good thing.
Yeah, no, announce it. Say you need a cash app. Hit that cash app.
Yeah. Well, I was
so
like,
when you going back live?
I'm not. Unless I'm on somebody else shit. Well, if you go live, I come at you. I quit. I figured, it's too much of my time, and yeah.
It is a lot of time.
This shit ain't easy because, first you got to come up with the topic, right? When you do your own thing, you got to come up with a topic. Then you got to try to stick to the topic, because the topic, it would draw people. Then you got to you want people to come up so you can have a conversation. Then once one topic died down, if one doesn't pop up automatically, you got to come up with another one. Then at the same time, you might have to, like, when people want to fight each other, I got to try to calm that down, so I become a referee. Then it just
you're right.
It's a lot. This is not that simple like people think. People think it's really simple. It even look easier when people come up. Like, I noticed that, I've seen some people start channels, and they think because they be on the panels and stuff like that, that they could just start a channel and it'll be cool. It's a lot involved. And
it is. And when people think it's not kind of no work, it absolutely is work.
Because it is work.
And you're trying to be the peacemaker, because you don't want to run off your good people, just from a simple disagreement,
Right, because y'all already know, like, I get put it, put in the middle a lot. Then when you start a channel, and when people see that you starting to get people, then you become an enemy. Then you got to fight. Yeah. So, and based on how you fight is based on whether you will survive or not. Like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's a lot. And right now, I'm tired of talking about men versus women. So I've been trying to figure out, okay, what I want to talk about. And the truth, and I'm tired of talking about the passport bros, because they a bunch of pussies and bitches anyway. So, so I've been looking for topics, and I don't have none, because I need to be over here making some money. Okay, I got to put these rabbit tails on these things and take pictures of them and post them, because Easter is right around the corner. Oh, what time is it? Oh, shit. I got to go. Okay, I'm talking to you. I got to jump in the shower. I'll be right back.
All right.
Be like 10 minutes. Who else up here with you?
I'm by myself. Mr. Kev was up here.
Tell Mr. Kev to come back up, or somebody come up. I got to y'all got doctor's appointment. I cannot miss this appointment. Okay? Because, shit, I'm run out of medicine. I definitely won't be able to do nothing. Okay? I'm about to jump in the shower. Okay, I won't be long.
All right. Okay. Take your time. Well, I had a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of stuff that I had been wanting to talk about, because really I've been listening to Bomb trying to educate the fellas. And I love hearing her trying to educate the fellas, right? And so, let's see. I guess I can pull some of this here. But I don't know how to share my screen. So you guys are gonna have to trust that what I'm saying is correct. Or I can just try to find it and let it play. Yeah, I might do that, so I don't have to do too much reading. But no, I've been hearing for so long that, Black women didn't need feminism. Black women got suckered in by the white women's movement. Just those dumb Black women, just got suckered in stuff that had nothing to do with them. So Let me see where I can start. So this is 5 essential Black figures in the women's suffrage movement. Can you guys hear me? Let me see. I can turn myself all the way up. Okay, so first off, I want to say this. Don't listen to the lies. I know this is a horrible quote, but I'm going to quote it. Adolf Hitler said that a lie told long enough and often enough will become the truth. And that is what we're seeing here with YouTube. These people have said the same lie that Black women weren't in feminism. We jumped onto a white woman thing. When I was hearing Baum trying to tell them, no, Black women always was involved in feminism. Listen, we were involved in feminism before it started. Okay? I'm trying to find this lady name because I want to be correct. This lady name was Frances Ellen Harper. But I'm going to go ahead and start reading this here. It says, okay, this came out in June 26, 2020. It's written by Megan Smith. Okay. It says, this summer marks the 100th anniversary of the hard-fought passage of the 19th Amendment, which gave American women the right to vote. The decades-long fight was heavily impacted by racism, a fact illustrated in American Experience's new film, The Vote. When the movement for suffrage began in the mid-19th century, the country was still fighting the Civil War. At that time, abolition and suffrage were closely intertwined causes. Did you hear that? It was closely intertwined with the suffrage and the abolitionist movement. Okay, so let me just stop right there and tell you why. This was in 1856. Let me tell you why Sojourner Truth and Mary Helen Francis and all these other Black women, Harriet Tubman, all of them were in the suffrage movement. Because when the slaves ran away, the men and the women up north, right? When they got to freedom to where they wouldn't be able to take them back south, most of the men could find a little work, but they was only paying the men, because they didn't have free papers. They was only paying them pennies, right? But it was even worse for the free woman slave. When she got up there, unless she could get in good with a nice white family or something, where she could clean up or something like that, she had no way to earn a living. When you hear the word feminism, you have to understand that it came out of a suffrage movement. This feminism and suffrage is the same thing. And it was not fighting against Black women, fighting against Black men at all. That is a damn lie from the pits of hell. Those white women and Black women were fighting for rights to work and earn their keep from white men. Because you remember, when those slaves escaped to go up north, she still needed food and shelter. A lot of them left their families. They had nothing and nobody. Right? So they're out there and they're trying to figure out how to survive, how to work. And that is how, even though it was still doing slavery, but the very first Black woman to publish a book, 1856, she was part of that suffrage movement. Yes, slavery was still going on. And this is the foolishness when they tell you, y'all joined the white woman movement to fight against your own Black man. Why do you think all of the prominent black men of that time was fighting for suffrage movement with us? You see, they're so foolish. Why do you think Frederick Douglass and all these people, why do you think they wanted the women to have these rights to work? Because it helped our families. It helped those women who had no families, who ran away into slavery. So, okay, so this is something. Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass described himself as a woman's rights man and used his prominence as a famous abolitionist to advance the cause of women's suffrage. When the abolitionist and suffrage movements were aligned, Frederick Douglass was a committed advocate for the cause. In his autobiography, Life and Times of Frederick Douglass, he wrote eloquently about his belief. We should all see the folly and madness of attempting to accomplish with a part that could only be done with the united strength of the whole. Through this folly may be less apparent, it is just as real when one half of the moral and intellectual power of the world is excluded from any voice or vote in any civil government. Does that seem like we were against the black man? No, the black man was all for us because he knew it was a folly, it was false, it was madness. At the pivotal Seneca Falls Convention in 1848, Douglass was the only African American in attendance and delivered an impassioned speech. Despite his unwavering belief, the vote shows how the 15th Amendment caused a rift between Douglass and the leaders of the women's movement. When Susan B. Anthony planned a suffrage meeting in Atlanta in 1890, she asked Douglass to stay away over fear of alienating white suffragists. He remained committed to the women's suffragists, but ultimately advocated for black men's right to vote. I believe in women's suffrage as I always will, we hear him say in the vote. But the black man needs it first. My people are being killed. So see, that was a white woman telling him to back away from her movement, right? But he was there not really for just the white women. He was there because the black women needed. So
there.
So this is another person. In May 1866, Harper spoke at the National Women's Rights Convention in New York. Her speech, "We are all bound up together." She called on attendees to incorporate black women into the movement for suffrage, explaining that black women faced a double burden of racism and sexism. When the movement split over the 15th Amendment, she pointed out how white women didn't prioritize racial equality in the fight for suffrage. When it was a question of race, I let the lesser question of sex go. We hear her say in the vote, but the white women all go for sex, letting race occupy a minor position. You see that? So whenever you keep on hearing people say, we can't talk about women's suffrage without talking about the immense contributions of Ida B. Wells. She was born into slavery in Mississippi and freed with the Emancipation Proclamation. She became a journalist and dedicated her life to fighting racial injustice in the South. When black men gained the right to vote, she witnessed the violent reaction by political elites, including the lynching of a close friend of hers. She recognized that the ballot would not be an indispensable weapon of defense if the fight for equality, in the fight for equality, with no sacredness of the ballot, there can be no sacredness of human life itself, she says in the vote. Wells, baby, go in there with that. I'm trying to read. Oh, God, he wants it on my lap. Buddha. Buddha. Go in there.
He want to sit on you?
Don't growl at me. Go ahead. You should see the faces this boy make at me. He be growling at me. I don't know what's up with the growl. Go ahead. I told you you're not a dinosaur. Go.
He said he want to be there. He want to be there with you while he play. What he play? Listening to something on a game or something.
Yeah, I heard something say stranger danger. I don't know. Something his daddy put on phone. But anyway, it says Wells founded the Alpha strategy. Oh no, you back, so I can stop reading. But no, I heard you say something, and I have mentioned this a few times on YouTube. When I keep hearing these black men say, "What black women so stupid? They joined the white women's feminist movement, and they ain't had no problem with their black man, but they went against the black man going in." And I'm like, what? We joined the feminist movement before slavery was over. Do you know how many free slaves was up north and couldn't even work? The women?
That, but you see, they wouldn't listen. You know, and then they like to skim over it. Oh, I know. They didn't know. And then they keep the time. Unlike the suffrage movement is before slavery ended. And they keep like, I know.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, what you saying?
They were laughing so hard. And I was like, they are the biggest buffoons. Like, they're laughing and so wrong at it. Like, just basking in ignorance. I'm like,
and they think I'm the one stupid, right? And they were laughing. Remember, they were laughing. I was like, dumbass niggas, shut the. They were pissing me off.
Oh, my, I was so mad for you. But then I'm laughing. I'm laughing how dumb they are. Like, and they're happy to be dumb. They wanted to tell you, Bomb. They wanted to say, "Oh, Miss Bomb, leave us, stupid niggas." When we not trying to learn nothing, good lady, we not trying to learn.
They just want to teach them
but that is a horrible myth I keep hearing over and over. Black women turned on a black man and went with the white women in the 70s for the feminist movement. We've been was in that movement from day one.
Yes.
And we did it out of necessity. We were trying to fight white men or trying to get white men to allow us to be able to work. Right. And a lot of them women, when they got up north, they didn't have families. They didn't have mamas, daddies, connections. You know, it's crazy how these people think. It's ridiculous.
Did you hear them? They literally believe that. They're like, oh, black women didn't have no problem with their men. I'm like, she had other problems, right? Because the men were still in slavery. So
the majority.
They keep saying that black women didn't get the right to vote, and they keep saying until the 1960s.
No.
I get confused because I keep asking what timeline, like what I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, women were able to vote in the early wasn't it 1920s?
Yeah.
Yeah,
but they started doing all the poll taxes and all of that. But you know what make them really mad? What they never knew? Black men got the right to vote, guess when? Right off slavery.
That's right.
They don't like to hear that.
and they still, And they want to know, well, they asked why black women needed feminism. I said, well, black men needed us to have feminism too.
That's right.
Right? You needed us to help you. You needed our vote to count to even help you get some things done. They are stupid. They just don't make no goddamn sense. They had the right to vote, but wasn't voting because some people would hang their ass and lynch their ass if they wanted to. When they went to try to vote, then they would put things in place where they could stop us both from voting. by putting marbles in a jar and telling us to guess how many was in there, and if we couldn't get it right, we couldn't vote. They were doing all kinds of shit, man.
Yeah. But they, for some reason, like leave us out of this history. And a lot of times, to me, Von, we had it worse than them.
Yeah.
I mean, after slavery, men could go and find some kind of labor jobs and things like that. Up north, the women who got up there, you would be lucky if you could get somebody. That's why they had so many of the men started prostituting them out because they couldn't find no kind of livelihood other than that. I'm not never gonna shame them women for doing what they have to do if they up there starving to death. You know what I'm saying?
Taking care of the whole family. So in some cases, in the 50s and 60s, they didn't want to hire a lot of black men. They, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They still was claiming that they was dangerous, trying to get the white woman.
Yeah.
They would let us get in their homes. They would let us take care of their kids and shit, the women. But they wasn't giving the black men jobs like that, unless it was some hard back-breaking type of job, Damn. Come on, thing. Get on my goddamn head. It's all kinds of, it just depends on where, when. They don't know the history. Because there was a time when black people worked. They actually, that's how we migrated. They offered black people jobs.
Yeah.
And we started in California, New York, Chicago, Detroit. They were like, hey, come up here. We got some jobs for you. White people were the ones on welfare at one point.
Yeah.
They would sit back and just get that little money. We was ready to work. And then they switched it on us. When white people saw what we was able to do, what we was getting, then now they get a piece of that,
Well, they saw that we was too much of a population. That's why they went to our brought in all the Italians and the Irish and all of them by the boatloads. I mean, they had millions of people coming from Europe just to make sure that it was way more of them than us. So all of that was a plan. They brought the poorest people from all over there, and just so that we wouldn't get those jobs. They didn't want. They purposely started those immigration policies to opt out from having to hire us. They knew they needed the workers. And I'm gonna tell you, they had black people working in a lot of them factories up north. And as soon as them Irish and Italians came, they booted them all out. And so we in this country have had a hard life.
Yeah, they wouldn't let us work. When they let us work in factories, they wouldn't let us be a part of the
unions.
The union.
It was racist. All of the unions was racist.
Yeah, that's what. Even though a man or woman could get in there, they would keep us from getting certain jobs because the union would preference to get certain jobs. To become like supervisors and shit like that.
I did a report on it, union bosses years ago.
They trying to bring unions back, which is a good thing, as long as it depends though. Unions are only good if they're not gonna be against a certain group of people, you see.
Well, I think it was in the 70s where they made it illegal for the union to be illegal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah. I mean, for the unions to be racist.
Yeah, but that don't mean shit. They made it that way to where they can't stop us from moving in certain areas, and yeah, there's a lot of things that's blatant still racist, And somebody will say, well, no, if you got enough money, yeah, you gotta have enough money, but they overcharge us for fucking everything. So they be on that bullshit, but the reason we can't stuff it out because they know how to have us use our ego to get rid of shit like affirmative action. Since like affirmative action haven't even been that long. Like That came about in the 60s, if I'm correct. Maybe the 70s, 60s, 70s. And by the 80s, 90s, they convinced black people that, black people talking about, I don't need a family vaccine to get this job. Like, what?
It's so dumb.
Because they never knew a time where you couldn't get a job just based on your color. And these motherfuckers really think that green means more than color. But that's not true to a lot of people. A lot of people put race above money.
Yeah.
You see that with them poor white people. They ain't got shit, but they'll rather not have shit than let you get shit. You see? That's why they'll get welfare even though they own it. If they could, them motherfuckers will consider for real stomping out welfare.
And let me just say this here. These here four men on YouTube keep waiting for us to have this Dust Bowl moment. This here man said on that same clip I was just playing about, in about 6 months, America is going down. And they're going down, and who these women gonna have? They ain't gonna have nobody to call on but us. And it's like they want it to go down so they could rape and beat us.
Yeah, they said that.
This is ridiculous.
They've been saying it since Trump. They've been saying that. I remember when Angry Man was talking about, they about to take welfare from them. And like, dude, you was on welfare. Listen, don't let these men who tell you they were single fathers, act like they would never own no assistance. Okay, and them niggas was on assistance just like women would be. And so,
is they on there?
Yeah, it shocks me. Jay Prince act like he never got no assistance when we know that's not true.
No, he bragged about his EBT call coming on one day. It's like, I'm like, this is the saddest thing, but they don't want nothing for women. That's the sickest thing is the hatred for their own women.
Yeah.
It's true though. They said the oppressed become the oppressors. If you look at it, the black man and the black woman was so beat down in slavery, right? And it's like the more we done came up out of that, our people, our men, well, not our men, some of these men, these fools, they want to do that same thing a white man did to them. They want us to be under them. They want us to be lesser than human, a less of a person. Oh, the man more important, the man better than the woman. Why we all just can't be good? Why we can't, we are equal in different ways.
Right.
These things is sickening.
Well, are you going to still be up here? Because I got to go. It's almost 4. Oh, I got a few minutes. I got to be at 4:15. It's not 4. It's almost like, if I'm driving, I'm going to get there in like 10 minutes. If Hubby driving, we may get there in like 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to be up here. I just got to find me another hot topic because I seem like I bored the audience with the reading that. But no, I
like read. I was listening to you, because it's something. I remember when Taylor, it was something report, and she had mentioned, and like the men, but you know how they do. One man says it, then another man repeats it. Then next thing you know, is 100 men repeating, and then when you find out that these niggas is doing something, talking about something you don't know, I don't participate in conversations that I don't know, And so I remember when they was throwing that Mullen report or some type of report out there, and I would just get quiet because, like, I didn't know what it was, and I couldn't find it. Right? I don't think I ever looked for it at the time. And then Taylor said, "Mom, you ever saw it?" I said, "Nah." And she said that she read in these niggas been lying. That's when I realized, okay, that's the game they play. They don't know what they're talking about. And what do you think about that dude who claiming that he's a doctor? I'm gonna be honest.
Dr. Love.
I think his name MRM.
Call me the Dr. Love.
He said that he's
Dr. Pepper. He Dr. what? Dr. Sprite.
I don't know. He keeps claiming it, and I keep thinking some of the things he say. I'm like, if you was a doctor, you must have failed history, and you must have failed this, and you like, kind of doctor don't know this, and what?
He is somebody who I feel to be a successful doctor. I just don't see where he have all this time for YouTube. Everywhere I go, he on somebody else's panel.
Good.
Every time of the night, he on somebody's new panel.
Can I tell y'all what I think?
Own show.
Yeah. So my son, because he mentioned it the last time I was up there with him over there, my son wanted to work with sports without playing sports. So he wanted to be the person who helped people with their injuries. Right? So he was going to do like physical therapy, but take it to another level. And that's when he found out, well, that's a doctor because you got to go so much school. He wanted to be like for the NFL, you know what I mean? The real sports and shit like that. And so he said something that made me think, oh, that's what he's talking about. So he called himself a something surgeon. But you're right. He's always on here. So he not, I don't see him having time to do residency, all the shit that he claimed. He's not even that old. Like, girl, it's just too much.
And he always on here, and he always showing people how to fix his car, how to change tires, how to change an alternator, how to do this. Now he does have a very successful YouTube channel. But if you even look at that, he's always online. He's always in all kind of, even not the black spaces. He's in a lot of other spaces.
Oh my God.
He's on the news a couple times. And I'm just saying, this doctor got a lot of, listen, I've been seeing my doctor all this time. And I went to the hospital yesterday. And he have not just a practice. He, when you're in the hospital, they do days when they're in the hospital. So just so happened he up there. But when you do your work, because doctors don't just have their doctor's office. Most of them associated with a hospital that they gotta go do work at.
Right.
So I don't even understand how he could possibly have that much time.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I gotta go.
All right then.
Take my shoes downstairs, but if you still on, I probably, while I'm sitting in the Witchcom, I'll probably be in the chat on my iPad. And if you still on, I'll come up when as soon as I get back.
Okay. Thank you, Bob.
Okay, y'all somebody come up with me. Come on up.
Come on, Kiara. Where you at, Kiara?
You want me to keep my name up here, or you want me to, it's up to you.
It's up to you.
Well, I'm gonna stay up here, but if you're in or need to drop me, just drop me.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna be muted though, but I gotta go. Okay.
All right. Let me see what else we could look for. So yeah, I started off when I was saying that just how disrespectful some of the people are. Oh, I wanted y'all to give me 1 second.
You create what type of relationship you want. If I would have started, I could have easily started calling him the N-word when I got mad, calling him a bitch. I could have did that when I was younger, easily. I purposely didn't do that. My mother didn't do that with my dad, and I didn't want to do that with my husband. But That's how it starts. It starts with the first.
You see, but I'm over here schooling them, y'all. Fair use on good relationship advice. Good relationship advice. This is how you start off your relationship so you can keep it healthy, right?
Time matters, and then she said that it could be chaotic and it doesn't really matter. So I say anything about chaos. Exactly what it means.
You see how they put words in your mouth? I never mentioned anything about chaotic. I never said
Jerry, I didn't put nothing in your mouth, please.
Well, then you said I used the word chaotic. I didn't say anything was over here disorganized, chaotic, or nothing.
No. I repeat what you just said. You said somebody could be married all this time and it's not necessarily working out, but they stay together.
Well, no, I said essentially it would be working out.
Ro, is that your Ro?
Yeah. What's up? Go ahead.
How you doing? I'm glad you joined me. Listen, this bomb giving some expert advice.
All right, go ahead.
They may not.
First, you said your situation means that it's working out, but somebody could be together that long and it's not necessarily working out. I'm just repeating.
But I mean working out the way. So every marriage is different. What works for me may not work for you. So they may not be working the way I think how my marriage is working. But they're together, so apparently something is working. Whether even if they were living together just as roommates, they still working. It's still working out. Even if they argue every day, apparently that must be something they like. But see, me and my husband, we don't do none of that. We don't argue. I don't disrespect him. Never called him out his name. He never called me out of mine. Because if he had, then we wouldn't be married today. Because I wouldn't have took that, and neither would he. He would have never taken me calling him out of his name ever. We're just not that type of people. So, people have different type of relationships. You create what type of relationship you want. If I would have started, I could have easily started calling him the N-word when I got mad, calling him a bitch. I could have did that when I was younger. What you think about that? I think that is great advice. You don't start off.
Man, is that my shit or is your shit?
I think that's you.
You think it's me?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, just come back up. Yeah, but no, I think that any kind of way you choose to start talking to people, if you get somebody and you start off disrespectful, y'all gonna always be like that. That is the key thing to keep a level of respect. Keep it, high. Even when I'm upset, I'm like, baby, what happened? Well, what's wrong? Or something like that. All of that cussing and all of that, nah. Even when I'm very, very, very mad, I still know cuss words is gonna come out my mouth toward my husband. And I'm not saying, some people are like that, make their work like that. I feel like the best way is to always talk to people and treat them the way you want them to talk to you. Because if you start off negative with all that cussing, oh boy, you're gonna be crying because one day that person will catch you off guard and be like, B, and you're gonna be like, what? Who is calling me this? And I even hear men now in these spaces, they curse their mamas out. I hear men now cursing their own daughters out, especially these comedians. And people really laugh. They be like, this little bitch cursing their own daughters like that. So, I purposely didn't do that. My mother didn't do that with my dad, and I won't do that with my husband. But that's how it starts. It starts with the first person calling each other out the name, then the other person calling out the name, and then every time y'all argue, that's how y'all arguments go. But I remember one
I remember wanting to say something about his mama. I'm like, oh, y'all. Yeah, did I answer your question? Because I'm waiting for you to stop me. Okay.
The sound still bad?
Because you don't like for a man to tell you nothing.
Oh, no. He always says.
But you can't tell me nothing about me.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you believe that actions speak louder than words?
Your actions speak louder than words? Yes.
That's the question, yes. You believe that actions speak louder than words?
Yes.
Do you believe intentions speak louder than actions?
No.
It still sound bad?
Take care of him because I know I'm going to get some money for it. Do I really love him or do I want to?
You may love him then one.
Okay. Let me. Okay, you can hear me good. Okay. Well, yeah, so I guess I have to use a different device because that one is actually connected to my AirPods.
You're not supposed to make me laugh. It's not good for my health. Look at sprays on YouTube.
Wait.
Because of her decision not to mess with black men. Unless the only way you should feel harmed.
But see, that's why I say the problem is with the laws, big dog. Why would they escalate to the point where the goddamn amputee, where he motherfucker end up shot? Because they feel like because they can do it. And ain't gonna be damn thing nobody niggas gonna be able to do about it. Yeah, but it ain't even it's just the fact that goddamn me once you been goddamn me program institutionalized, big dog, to motherfucking me operate a certain way. You see what I'm saying, big dog? This just is what it is. These people getting this programming.
Okay, I found something.
So y'all take encouragement and compliments from each other. Take the wig, lashes, and nails off when possible. But here's the thing. This is what's crazy about that. The sister of that ass to ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like it's supposed to look like box, but they really don't. They're not box. I don't know what that shit is. You know, it's Savannah comment, right? She says, the sister will keep you manless. All compliments are always genuine. Take the wig, lashes, and nails off when possible, ladies. But here's the thing. This is what's crazy about that. The sister, what's big about the sister is that they always encourage you to disqualify yourself. Because remember now, most of y'all monogamous. So y'all take encouragement and compliments from each other When you know this fucking girl, your mama included, is monogamous like you, so it's a conflict of interest. And your confidence and your it's normal is you not recognizing you're in warfare. They always are going to compliment you. Y'all do this and it's not new. Yeah, girl, whatever. And she think that bitch is this, she's that, she's the third. Like, that's what y'all do. And y'all be having this conflict.
Damn, it's still bad, Bob. I don't know. Well, that's the best I could have got it. But anyway, this crazy dude, first he won't get up there talking about, yay, y'all wearing all these wigs and eyelashes and this, that, and the third. Then he changed the subject from wigs, eyelashes, and all of this foolishness to saying, you know, women are really monogamous and, you know, with this sisterhood code, and y'all don't realize y'all even in competition with your mom. These dudes so sick. They want women, and y'all guys are not even think they can count on the doggone. They want you to think your mama is a competition. The day life got so hard for me that I had to be in competition with my dog, that'll be the day I need to close my eyes. The competition should never, listen, nobody, these men don't want you to have nobody. This is when I tell y'all this is abusers talk. I really wanted y'all to hear this here because these men don't even want these young ladies with their mothers, let alone their sisters or their best friends. And then they're going to tell you, oh, yeah, because see, them women give you all them fake compliments. They're really laughing at you behind your back. They want the girl to have such low self-esteem that even if a woman says, oh, girl, you look nice, I like that. In your mind, now they're placing, she's snickering behind your back. Y'all women, I'm telling you, you got to listen to these men and do not believe a damn thing they see. These men will have y'all, I promise y'all, losing your mind, having no friends, being antisocial, terrified of women. Let me tell you, there are some women, and I call them bitches, that are backstabbing. But guess what? My friends are my friends. You understand? And I have had most of my friends for forever. And no, I ain't gonna tell you you look cute in that. Now I might not beat you down if I don't think you look your best. I'll be like, girl, what happened? What happened to your hair? Did you slap bad? Let me see if I can fix it. That's the front I am. I'm gonna let you know, but I ain't gonna beat you down about it. Shit, maybe you slap bad. Maybe that's the way you like it. But these men want us to have zero self-confidence, zero friends, and even no family. This is signs of abuse. This is really how men who are abusers isolate those women and keep them away from everybody. Because they're the only person you could trust, girl.
This is what's crazy about that. The sister that passed the ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like it's supposed to look like rocks, but they really don't. They're not rocks. I don't know what that shit is. You know, it's Savannah comment, right? She said it's the sister who will keep you manless. All compliments aren't always genuine. Take the wig, lashes, and nails off when possible, ladies. But here's the thing. This is what's crazy about that. The sisterhood, what's big about the sisterhood is that they always encourage you to disqualify yourself. Because remember now, most of y'all monogamous. So y'all take encouragement and compliments from each other. When you know this fucking girl, your mama included, is monogamous like you, so it's a conflict of interest. And your confidence and your it's normal is you not recognizing you're in warfare. They always are going to compliment you. Y'all do this and it's not new. Yeah, girl, whatever. And she think that bitch is this. That's what y'all do. And y'all be having this confidence that I can wear this and I can get away with it. Not recognizing the environment that you come from is cutthroat. It's pretty despicable. The sisterhood exists solely for you to be manless, like Savannah just said. But y'all have this confidence that it's okay to do this, it's okay to wear the weave on your ass, all of this dumb shit, because another woman will tell you you're pretty. Well, she can't make you a wife, she can't protect you, she can't make you a mom. It blows me that y'all don't realize that if you're supposed to be monogamous, if that's supposed to be the standard, it's fuck each other no matter what. So why are you taking compliments from them? It is an absolute conflict of interest for two monogamous women to have the exchange of information. Y'all are at war. The second you single again, you gotta go. You beefing with your mom. There's 2 million more y'all than there is us. Would you rather say, KB?
Yeah, I didn't even know like the whole sisterhood thing was a thing because I just never really got along with like women, period. Because like you said, the cattiness, the cutthroat, I just always was really by myself.
And then here come poor little Tink Tink coming on in. You know, it bothers me that these big young ladies hear these men talk all this foolishness. And, you know, either they got a lot of kick it or they got to really start believing the madness these men are saying. Ain't no way in here I could have been sitting in that audience or on that panel and listening to this man telling me my mama is my competition. And then I'm going to get up there and say, oh, because I don't deal with girls because of cattiness and honey, it's something in you. I have a cousin. She messy as shit. Messy. And her favorite claim to fame is, well, see, that's why I don't deal with women because women is so messy. And I just always be smiling because I'm like, yeah, you are messy as shit. And every time I get with a clique of women, it always be nothing but mess. That's why I can't deal with them women. Everybody in the family knows her. So people really, when people are telling y'all stuff like that, just smile and know that they are the person. They are the one who keep up all the damn confusion. And so for this young person to say she don't deal with women, yeah, suspicious. I ain't saying because I don't know who she is, but I'm gonna tell you this here. Nobody can be. Listen, it's certain types of people and certain groups of people I just don't associate myself with. Right? Too many people that's too loud or just too much. Like if I heard a woman cursing at her child in the store one time, little baby about 3 years old, I can actually put that in my mind. She's somebody I would never hang out with, right? So it is some types of people I just know I would never fool with, right? Just off GP, just on how I saw you carry yourself, right? But for me to take and say I don't fool with no women because they're too catty in this, nah. Nah. Be careful of women who talk like that, y'all. Really and truly.
If you're supposed to be monogamous, if that's supposed to be the standard, it's fuck each other no matter what. So why are you taking compliments from them? It is an absolute conflict of interest for two monogamous women to have the exchange information. Y'all are at war. The second you single again, you gotta go. You beefing with your mom. There's 2 million more y'all than there is us. Would you rather say, KB?
Yeah, I didn't even know like the whole sisterhood thing was a thing because I just never really got along with like women, period. Because like you said, the cattiness, the cutthroat, I just always was really by myself or had like male friends, especially when I went to the Navy, it's mostly males. So I just always hung out with them. But yeah, what you're saying is true. So I didn't even know that was a thing. And then most of the time when, in my experience, if someone gives you a compliment and another woman gives me a compliment, it's like underhanded. It's like a backhanded compliment or something more to it, you know? So you're right. It's always the underlying point.
You're right.
It would be a chick that look crazy. She'll walk to work. You go ahead and talk to her. She look fucking crazy. Hey girl, hey. The face, the hands, she'll throw the head back, then the finger forward. Let me see your back. They look like shit. And then she leaves and she doing all this. What the fuck did her hair? I see that shit often. Because you can't really take the environment like you want. Like you can't take that encouragement from other women in this environment right now. And then that's why I'm saying Jay, they will use a Jay because you have a legitimate, excuse from that.
This, I promise you, is a manipulation 101. These men, I'm telling you, they break these women down. See, like that lady Trinidad, he have her so isolated. They break them down first mentally. Nobody else gonna do for you like I'm gonna do for you. Oh, that's not your friends. Oh, that's not your real family. Even if this girl know her family love them and doing stuff for them. Oh, the first time they have a disagreement or something, see, I told you so. Man, you don't notice they be playing you. You start putting all these crazy seeds of doubt in your head. You know what I'm saying? And basically start making things happen so that when it does happen, he can say, see, you see? And I have seen it. I watched my brother, y'all. He's an abuser. I watched him manipulate women, horribly harm women. And that's his tactics is to always keep you isolated from their friends, from their family. Whenever he meets somebody, they always come around with their family and friends, and everything is lovely. But I can tell you within a matter of months, them friends is bye-bye. Them friends are bye-bye. I don't know what this is. Da-da-da-da.
Somebody said they still got a Google skirt. We're talking about all to what was going on.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm not great at record. So let's skip up a little. Maybe I got look.
We lived on, I don't know what you call it, but something like a plantation to me. It belonged to several different white people. They all were family, I guess. And you couldn't leave. And if you did leave, they either come get you or have somebody kill you, whatever. That's what happened. They did my mama bad. What they do to your mother? They just had my mother, the white men. They just do what they want to do with them. And I just want them to do that. If I would have been, I don't know, probably would be you.
Now y'all heard that? Kira, you're not coming up? Who else? Sharice. Oh, they leaving me all by my lonesome. All right, but this here, y'all, is a slave story. That happened. And this here always it break my heart, y'all. This how he was a little boy, but he recanting the story on how they used to do his mama real bad. So this is another reason why that freaking anytime I hear a black man calling a black woman a bed wench, it just it's the most disgusting thing. And we have got to stop laughing when these men say these horrible things, because this is what a bed wench was. And this lady's son saw it and had to live with that. He said they did my mama so bad. And listen to this.
You couldn't leave. And if you did leave, they either come get you or have somebody kill you, whatever. That's what happened. They did my mama bad. What they do to your mother? They just had my mother, the white men. They just do what they want to do with them. I just wanted them to do that. If I would have been, I don't know, probably would be. And this was in the 1950s or 40s? That was only through the 40s, in the 50s, all through the 50s, part of the 60s. So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave?
Now this here shit was going on all the way up into the 60s. See, another thing, they always want to talk about feminism. Let me look it up. Taz did a show on this shit. What was this girl name? Damn. Oh, I know her name. I got it, y'all. I got it. It was a rape of Reese Taylor.
Case of Reese was that unusual because, first of all, they did not regard black people as human. First of all, this goes back to the plantation. We were animals, monkeys, and so they felt that we were really not human beings. So this attitude transcended from the plantation even to the day, if you will, because there are some white males, who still do not believe that we are human beings, that we are animals, and so therefore, so
I'm actually looking for the date.
Kill a dog. It's no different. By having the power to have sex with black women when they wanted to, they
and sit on daddy's knee. Well, I'm got something to tell you, pretty mama.
Let me just tell y'all this here. Reese Taylor was born December 31st, 1919. And she just died, y'all, December 28, 2017. Was an African-American woman from Abbeville, Henry County, Alabama. She was born and raised in a sharecropping family in the Jim Crow era, Southern United States. Taylor's refusal to remain silent about her rape by white men led to organizing in the African-American community for civil rights justice. On September 3rd, 1944, Taylor was kidnapped while leaving church and gang raped by 6 white men. Despite the men's confessions to authorities, 2 grand juries subsequently declined to indict the men. No charges were ever brought against her assailants. In 2011, the Alabama legislature officially apologized on behalf of the state for its failure to persecute her attackers. Taylor's rape, refusal to remain silent, and subsequent court cases after were among the early instances of nationwide protests and activism among African American community and rape. So let me tell you something. When they tell us that we never needed feminism because you wasn't at odds against your black man, we needed feminism because we needed freaking laws to protect us from every man. Okay? Our men weren't always the ones who did. This is when I hate when they say we chose feminism over families. And listen, before slavery was over, like I said, the first women who were feminists in the suffrage movement, those women did that out of necessity. They needed to work. They were free slaves. They had ran away, but they needed to have work. And it was a white man back then not allowing them to work. If they got lucky, if they could work in somebody's house. Now the men, they would let them go work in a steel mill, work somewhere, right? And I mean, but they wasn't even paying the black men hardly nothing that was free from slavery or runaways. So feminism was necessary for black women and black men. Believe that. And I'm gonna tell you this here. Rape is one of the biggest reasons why black women hold tight to that, because we knew that they try to give us this distortion that after slavery women had rights. And no, honey, my grandmother told me that even in the 70s, if a woman got raped, they never got prosecuted. In the 70s, especially a black woman. They might go to bed for a white woman, but for a black woman, it was even the governor of Alabama and that Reese Taylor said black women can't be raped because we was fucking human to them. And you think we didn't need a feminist movement or thing to protect us women? These men are sick.
All through the 50s,
Listen how long his mama was getting.
They just do what they want to do. What they do to your mother? They just have my mother,
I'm sorry, I want y'all to hear what he said.
You could leave. If you did leave, they either come get you or have somebody kill you, whatever. That's what happened. They did my mama bad. What they do to your mother? They just had my mother, the white man. They just do what they want to do with them. I just would have to do that. If I would have been, I don't know, probably would be. And this was in the 1950s or 40s? That was on through the 40s, in the 50s, all through the 50s, 40s, the 60s. So what would the repercussions be if you tried to leave?
Damn.
If you tried to refuse what they wanted? Back in them days, it was kind of like you had to do what the white man said or get killed. The dad's uncle, he made him dig a grave and killed him. They killed him, buried his own grave. You heard also they killed him. He lived around the same place we lived on. He left and said he wasn't coming back. They wouldn't get him. Hold him back, carried him down there from his house, killed him.
So when you hear these ignorant buffoons telling us slavery was 100 and something years ago, yeah, slavery was, but Jim Crow was not. Okay? We didn't get Jim Crow all the way through into what, the 70s? So that was just as horrible as slavery, y'all. A lot of people don't know that. You couldn't just up and leave if you was a plantation hand, because you was no longer a slave, but you was a sharecropper, and you had to have permission to go somewhere.
Hung him up in a tree. They hung him. They killed him first, casterized him, and hung him up right from his house where his children, everybody could see him. Were you aware that this is 1940s, 1950s, that this is insane. This breaks my heart to hear this story. Growing up, were you fully aware, this is in the 40s and 50s, the civil rights movement is just about to begin. Were you aware of what was going on in the rest of the country at that time for Black people pursuing freedom? No. You weren't aware at all that there was any pursuit for freedom in the 40s and 50s for us? No, not really. Not really at all. I think maybe like in 65, 66, they was doing that marching. That's when I really found out. The people scared to talk about it. If people right now, y'all go to talk to it, they won't talk to y'all about this shit. They're scared to do it. They got this fear in them all.
What y'all think about that? That's right, girl. That's why I'm naming my next channel. Because guess what? I need to go ahead and make that channel up now before somebody take my damn name. But guess what? I'm going to count on my sisterhood. And I'm going to tell you this here. Anytime I see a homeless woman or a homeless person, I bet you that woman get my money first. Shit. Half the time she out there because of man. Did everybody, y'all been hitting the like? I've been up here 5 hours, y'all. I don't know. Maybe y'all not, everybody too busy today.
Patriarchy is a word that scholars, and in particular feminist scholars, use to describe the ways that the world is organized by ideas about gender, and in particular ideas about men and women. Patriarchy says that men should be in charge and women should follow along and do what men want to do. And so there are lots of ways that patriarchy shapes our lives. I think that one of the most clear examples of patriarchy is kind of the idea of the family or the idea of the marriage. And so inside the word patriarchy is the Latin root pater, which means father. And in a patriarchal family, the father is at the top of the family structure. So the father's in charge, maybe the mother's up there, but she's kind of following along, and then the kids are down below. And so that kind of structure might get replicated in lots and lots of other institutions. So if the little family, single unit of the family is patriarchal with the dad on top and the mom underneath kind of following along, then a patriarchal institution that's not the family would look the same way. So a patriarchal government structure would say the men should lead and the women should follow along. When the late 18th century, when the United States was founded, we had a patriarchal government structure because women couldn't vote. So the men could lead, the men could tell the women what to do, and the women had no voice. They couldn't vote. They had no choice really but to follow along. Other structures like that might be like businesses or work environments in which the men are the bosses and the women are fulfilling other kinds of duties that are also important but are not valued as highly. So we sometimes see patriarchy through the structure itself, and sometimes we see patriarchy through the kinds of practices that happen in the place. So you might see a situation in which it seems from the outside like the men and the women all have the similar kinds of jobs and similar amounts of power in the space. Mm-hmm. But if the men actually get to do whatever they want, and the women kind of have to tolerate bad behavior or tolerate being called names or things like that, then even though it looks from the outside like everything's hunky-dory, actually it's a patriarchal structure because the men still have more power than the women.
Exactly. And we don't want a damn patriarchal system. We don't want that shit. At least I don't. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? All right, y'all. I found this here. This is mahogany pink plight of the pygmies. I thought this was some good game she was laying down. And I hope y'all think so too, honey. Testing.
The pygmy, or more affectionately known in Blackistan as the pygmisha, is a black woman who goes out of her way to get the approval and attention of black men, even if, or especially when, she can throw other black women under the bus to acquire said approval or attention. The pygmy's core principle is to defend the position of black men as the de facto rulers over black women, with little regard for its logic and even less regard for the harm it causes black women, pygmishas included. I think the biggest mistake black women are making is we don't know how to shut up. Black women's ideological framework is as diverse as our appearances and occupations.
You hear that? The biggest mistake you black women is making is we don't know how to shut up. Shut up.
With little regard for its logic and even less regard for the harm it causes black women, pygmishas included. I think the biggest mistake black women are making is we don't know how to shut up. Black women's ideological framework is as diverse as our appearances and occupation. But as long as these different points of view exist without infringing on the social, political, or economic rights of other black women, there can be some semblance of harmony, some amicability. But when some black women take on ideals that are in any way a tangible threat to other black women, those beliefs should be examined and held up to serious scrutiny. Which brings me back to the pygmies, who come in every race, but I'll focus on the black women and I'll use the term pygmisha interchangeably. Pygmishas are easily identified in the real world. Some might say they're a threat to womanism because they're so male identified, but the average pygmisha is just going through a phase, and she's relatively harmless. At best, she gets a few side eyes from other women as she displays her obnoxious behavior, pointing out other black women's flaws in mixed company whilst vying for the attention of the men woman in her purview with exaggerated claims of how she's not like other girls. At worst, the basic pick-me alienates herself from those women by displaying a set of personality traits that come across as vain or cruel, layered on top of deep insecurity. Traditional values are her entire personality, and she measures the worth of other women by how enthusiastic they are about male supremacy. If the pick-me isn't bragging about how she's been able to cook a 5-star culinary masterpiece since she was a second trimester fetus, she's complaining about feminism and telling Black women that their natural role is to be submissive, have sex whenever their partner wants to, even if they don't, and allow him the occasional side chick. Of course, the pick-me should never explains why Black women should be making these kinds of concessions in a marriage, but you can take that advice if you want to. Certainly.
How many of y'all raise your hand who want to be a pick-me-sha? Wow, what's good, Trinity Time Travel Show? We learning all about this here pick-me-sha.
A good wife is not in constant opposition to her husband, but the graveyard is filled with women who've done all of these things and died very unhappy with that arrangement, whether you want to believe it or not. While the pick-me's devotion to denigrating the modern Black woman for the entertainment of Black men may seem to come from an intense love or desire for Black men on the surface, underneath a cape of pro-Black love is a grave desire to cover up misery, desperation, and insecurity. And the methods that the pick-me uses to fulfill that grave desire can often further aid in the oppression of other Black women. In the mind of the pick-me, she simply has a difference of opinion, but even in the face of logic and reason, the pick-me clings tighter to her internal misogyny with one arm while frantically taking swings at Black women with the other. In the Black women's liberation movement, the pick-me is the Uncle Tom, but what makes her so intolerable is that she is a walking fraud. Her behavior is inauthentic, unsustainable, and blind to Black women's real experiences with Black men. Her rhetoric is a manipulation, a glamour, an appeal to her own vanity. Look at me, aren't I perfect? And much of her advice for how to interact with men will not help you form a real and lasting connection with them, but rather to develop a sociotropic personality of extreme people-pleasing that often causes anxiety and codependency as you fight to keep up with some half-baked idea of what actually makes a woman feminine. It might seem puzzling why any woman who loves herself would betray her own feminine position in this way, but there are several reasons. If she's single, it's likely she so desperately does not want to be that way anymore. And in the pick-me-sha's mind, if feminism doesn't score points with men, then perhaps sexism will. But a pick-me-sha doesn't have to be single to measure her self-worth on the amount of male validation that she gets. Or the pick-me might just be a very vain but insecure woman struggling for a need to make herself feel better than others, because to her, other women are competition and the Black man is the prize. But at the core of the pick-me-sha's plight is a scarcity mindset and anxiety about the general lack of protection and security that she as a Black woman has in this world. So many Black women are pursued by men who frankly don't care about them or have nothing to offer them. So finding security has always been a difficult endeavor, and some Black women, usually the ones who don't have a bankable skill set, believe that their one and only chance of acquiring that security is to be seen as perfect or special in some way, i.e. the mythical good Black woman. If you're wondering if that strategy works, it doesn't, at least not for long. While traditionalism is a fulfilling lifestyle for some people, if you communicate to the Black man that he's the most important position in the community and your role is to sacrifice your own position to protect him, then he is the king and you are a pawn. And
hey, how about them kings? What y'all think so far? Y'all met any good pick-me-shas lately? Pick me, pick me. Why pick me? Never get picked. All pick-me's matter. You're right. But you know what? Pick-me's are a danger to women. Where my king at? Do y'all not agree? They are really a danger to women. The whole thing is to sit around and hear all the talking points these men have and then just agree with them and try to show that they the best that those men said, right? But that shit got to be exhausting. All that lying, girl.
the king never marries the pawn because nobody respects the help. Sure, most men love the idea of a woman who's committed to serving him, but many a fool have been eviscerated in divorce court because they didn't understand that a pick-me-sha is just a bill of goods. The smarter ones know better and don't pick them at all. But in the digital space, the pick-me-shas have a bigger platform, and they're the #1 content creators who tag me in their videos and use my name in their titles. And cyber pick-me-shas use their platforms exactly as you would think, spreading the message of misogyny Trojan horse, the internet pygmisha infiltrates Black women's spaces, usually under the guise of offering relationship advice or lifestyle guidance. But in all reality, she's just there to tell you the...
Oh, don't forget about the femininity coaches. And I'm going to teach you how to be feminine. And you know what, y'all? You could just look in some of these women's faces that they are battered and abused women.
Black woman, that you're the cause of every problem within the Black community, and that you need to take on the burden of supporting the very men who abuse and disrespect you. But to the cyber pygmisha, however, Black men are merely victims of capitalist white supremacy and your reinforcement of it. But the cyber pygmisha never elaborates on this premise. She doesn't talk much about white supremacy or critical race theory or criminal justice reform in any meaningful way. There's little to no mention of the broken education system or cyclical poverty. There's no commentary on gentrification, no insight on systemic racism. Instead, like a discount hitman, the cyber pygmisha takes aim at the Black woman. More specifically, she takes aim at Black women who focus on Black women's empowerment, divesting, hypergamy, swirling, or leveling up. But why? Those women, for the most part, aren't interested in dealing with Black men exclusively, and that should mean good news for the pygmies, more space in an already shallow pool. But the cyber pygmisha doesn't care. She's there to provide a service, to be on the front lines of the assault on your image and the war for your mind, because it's always more convincing when it comes from your own. The cyber pygmisha understands that what men...
Why do you always hear these men saying, see that women? Y'all don't check the women. Why did they want you? They want these pygmishas to go off and always say what the woman doing wrong. But yet, just had a case last week of a guy who claims he got 7 kids with 7 baby mamas, and he told them he didn't want to be no dad, and he ain't raising none of them damn kids, and they gonna have to catch him if he can, because he done gave them all wrong names. So none of those, that man ain't at fault. All those women are at fault though. That's what we learned this week.
What most is control, and the modern Black man has no control whatsoever. So like an illusionist, the pygmy gives Black men the false belief that you can be controlled. Now, if the internet pygmisha's reason for recently taking so many shots at Black women who don't want to be in consort with Black men is just to rebut their talking points that shed Black men in a bad light, then the best way to do that is to highlight facts about Black men that make them look better. But the cyber pygmisha doesn't do that either. Instead, she goes eye for eye and slings mud on the Black woman's image as a retort, which often only gives more evidence of how Black men have failed to build a community where their women can thrive. But the biggest misstep of the internet pygmishas who attack channels like my own and try to debunk my videos is that they miss the point entirely. If my channel's aim is to display why Black men may not always be Black women's most suitable partner, then debunking that would be to display how they are. If my videos aim to highlight to Black women how blind loyalty to Black men is not in their best interest, then debunking that would be highlighting why it is. But internet pygmishas never do this. Internet pygmishas regurgitate tired old talking points and misinformed statistics that barely deserve a response.
The Black man is king.
First, they may try to invalidate your experiences as a Black woman. Particularly, they may talk about how colorism isn't really a prejudice that you're facing in relation to Black men. In fact, someone purporting to debunk this notion made a video and cited a study that she claimed said that colorism isn't really hurting Black women in the marriage market because after 30, there are more married dark-skinned Black women than married the light-skinned Black women. I immediately took interest because how could anyone actually know that? What metric are we using to determine who is light-skinned and who is not? Is it the Fitzpatrick scale, the brown paper bag test, or the white scientists just casually guessing? So I had to look up the research for myself and saw that this was a study over a decade old. The jokes started to write themselves because not only did this 14-year-old study not say that colorism wasn't causing a marriage squeeze for young Black women, the entire premise of the study was that it is a fact that colorism is causing a marriage squeeze for young Black women, and I'll quote their abstract. The interracial marriage gap that opened in the past 50 years is generally attributed to a decline in the availability of young Black marriageable men. We contend that the associated shortage of desirable men in the marriage market provides those Black men who are sought after with the opportunity to attain a high-status spouse, which has placed a premium on having light skin shade. We provide evidence based on data consistent with this hypothesis for young Black women. Our theoretical analysis of the marriage market reveals that policies to increase the desire to marry on the part of young Black women will enhance the importance attached to skin shade. Sounds a lot like what we've been saying, doesn't it? Now, why you would cite a study that says the exact opposite of what you were implying that it says means that you either didn't comprehend.
I'll tell you why they cite studies. Because they think you're not going to go look at it and read it yourself. That's why they cite all these misguided studies.
What you read, or you thought that you could pluck a number or two from the study and use it to gaslight Black women about their own reality, and no one would notice. Or perhaps your diagnosis is that dark-skinned Black women should continue to wait until after they turn 30 to expect a husband when the playing field is evened out a bit more and they can freely scrape from the bottom of the barrel. If I were your teacher, you would get an F. Then she tried to rest the fatherless child statistic on your shoulders, claiming that it's only a few Black men that are impregnating a large group of Black women, saying that 89% of Black single parents are women and only 11% are men. But this is an embarrassing misunderstanding of the statistic, as you have to be pretty remedial to conclude that since 89% of Black single parent households are headed by women and only 11% are ran by men, then it must also mean that 89% of single Black mothers are procreating with just 11% of Black men in total. That first statistic has no bearing whatsoever on what percentage of Black people are single parents. It only states that Black women are disproportionately the caregivers for the children who come from these situations. Madam Pygmisha, there's a serious comprehension problem that you have, and my suggestion would be to leave the stat interpretation to the adults and stick to topics that are in your range, because this isn't one of them. So to clear things up, most Black men will have children. 81% of Black men will have children by the time they turn 50, according to the census, and 70% of those children eventually end up in a single-parent household. 89% of the time, that parent will be their mother, and only 11% of these men will end up being the sole caregiver of the children that they create. If they don't like that statistic, they can consider practicing birth control on their end, or they could marry the woman that they pregnant. But just saying that the majority of single mothers are procreating with a minority of Black men is a lie, a bad one. Then internet pygmies like to take a dig at your education. If an uneducated pygmy isn't turning her nose up at your college major, she's pointing out how many Black women graduate university with student loan debt. But what is the point of bringing that up? Is it to say that Black women who don't go to college earn more money than Black women who do because they don't? Or is it to say that Black men who don't go to college will earn more money than Black women who do go to college? Well, they won't either. On average, a person with a bachelor's degree will earn about $500,000 more over the course of their career than a person who didn't go to college. And a person with more advanced degrees will earn about $1 million more over the course of their career than a person who stops after high school. Even with Black women earning less than the national average, unless you have evidence that college-educated Black women are paying off student loan debts in the high six figures, you don't have a point. But the average student loan debt that a Black woman has to pay off is about $40K. That opportunity cost is a fraction of what a Black woman stands to earn by pursuing a higher degree. But want to know who else racks up student loan debt? Pretty much everyone who goes to college. Why do Black women tend to accumulate more student loan debt than most? Because they come from poorer backgrounds, which is why they need the education in the first place.
So, how y'all liking this little commentary? I think she is all the way right. She is all the way right. So nobody don't want to come up. Cause I'm trying to cook my dinner and playing this, and I guess I'll come back up later then. Everybody hit the cash out. Miss $ Miss University, please support the channel. Oh, Kira, you said that sounds like Miss Nobody. No, that's Mahogany. Let me see what it says. Mahogany, pink plight of the pygmies. Mahogany. Thank you, but that's not me. No, that's not you. Let me just say hey to everybody who did come through. If you did come through, please hit the like button. I got Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave says, if I disagree, yeah, you could come up if you disagree. He says, am I allowed to chat freely even if you disagree? Yeah. As long as you ain't cursing at nobody, you can always disagree with me. I love a good disagreement. You can hit the link if you want to disagree. How about that? Let me drop the link. Seems like somebody might have a disagreement. Nobody gonna bite your head off over here. I just want to see what could you disagree with, sir? Bam. I thought I had posted it. Say, y'all giving them all the excuses like they don't understand. Oh, a bitch tie said what channel the DV case was on. That was at the Fight Club yesterday. At the Fight Club, like around 4 hours and I don't know, 40-minute mark or something like that. The one y'all was just talking about, yeah. Taylor, these old niggas in their 70s talking about pimping. Yes. Girl, yeah. I mean, and can't stand to see a black girl. They gonna die if a woman hit the well, really, they actually were saying Sarah Palin wouldn't make a bad president, but they would die if it was a black woman. That's the weirdest thing. They would support a white woman to be running for president, but not a black one. Man, I'm telling you, these men on YouTube are lost. Taylor said God didn't say the girl. I know the God didn't. Let me see. Not for everyone. Sounds okay. Cree Love 1. Thank you for joining the stream. Trinity 1. I guess nobody feel like coming up and talking with me, so sorry. Everybody's working and busy. I understand. I feel you. I ain't been able to hit a lot of panels myself. That's why I just be ear hustling. I hear my grandbaby in the back. Yeah. So let me know if you want to hit the link. I'm going to stay on for another minute. But I need to really get in this kitchen. And I got a lot of vegetables and things I need to cut up. It was something else I had wanted to say or play, but oh. Let me see what this was.
Hey, YouTube straight fan, and once again, I see that you are a celebrity, brother. What do I do now? What happened? What are you talking about? I just ran across this footage, man, and I was just like, damn, I had him on the show. So I'm going to go ahead and play this clip, man. I want to get your thoughts about it. See where you was going with this. I mean, I know we talk about it all the time, but I think she kind of tricked you up on this. Let's go ahead and play it. I'm in control, bro. No, that's a big problem. Why do we want to be treated as equal? So we are not equal. We are. We're not. We are. We are not equal. You either have to be less than or greater than. That's what it is. So you're saying that I'm not equal. You're saying that women are not equal. How are women less? Because men run the entire world. Women don't have control on any. You ain't heard me, the entire planet. So at the end of the day, when women talk about I want women's rights and all that stuff, like we was talking about, who gave you damn rights? How dare we? The men. So in that example, are black people less than white people?
Boom.
Don't call back.
Boom. Did y'all hear that? Y'all heard this here? Y'all got to listen to it. But I've been telling y'all, anytime you hear these people saying white women are better than black women, I always say, well, by default, that means white men got to be better than black men, right? So I'm getting tired of them with the stupid talking point. But look what she do.
Treated as equal, so we are not equal. We are. We are not equal. You either have to be less than or greater than. That's what it is. So you're saying that I'm not equal. You're saying that women are not equal. How are women less? because men run the entire world. Women don't have control on any.
You ain't heard me,
the entire planet. So at the end of the day, when women talk about women's rights and all that stuff, like we was talking about, who gave you damn rights?
How dare we?
The men.
So in that example, are black people less than white people?
Oh, shut you down.
Don't call back.
Whoa.
No, you ain't let them do that to you.
What y'all think about that? She asked him, so if because she kept saying women and men are equal. He kept saying they're not equal. Men run everything. Men do this, that, and other. Women don't do nothing. Women don't control nothing. She said, so by that very thing, are you saying that black people are lesser than white people? Everybody went boom. Now that's some shit, huh? Girl, it's crazy. Kira, what are you doing? Kira, you working? Well, don't seem like nobody want to come up or disagree or hit the cash out. So, one of these things got to happen. So something's got to happen. But anyway, I appreciate everybody for rocking with me. And hopefully when Bomb finish her doctor's appointment, I might try to come back in like 30 minutes or 45 minutes to give her some time. I don't know. But because I have a lot more little audio things I wanted to play, but y'all know I like company. Y'all know I like company. Okay, but I really need to get in that kitchen area and finish this dinner. So I don't know. I'm not really ready to go. I'm not ready to go. I guess I'm gonna go. Throwing some YouTube beef. What kind of beef I've been hearing in these streets? Oh, I've been hearing some beef. You want me to come back? Okay. Okay. So how long? And about how long? Around how long? Sharice? Yeah, I know it's the daytime. But y'all, I've been going in and out the hospital, so I am off all this week. So whenever I get a chance to hop on, I'm hopping on somewhere. So I have a time. Hello?
Hey, Mule.
What? Kira, you still at work?
No, I'm a little busy right now, but I was gonna say what Sharice was saying. I say about like what 6 or something like that, because most people are probably still at work by now.
Okay, all
maybe
right.
something around there. But
all
I was
right.
gonna tell you because of what I really came up here to tell you is if you're gonna go live tonight, make sure you got your block thing, the screen. Make sure you know how to put that up because it's gonna be nighttime and you know how people like to pop on and stuff. So.
Girl, that's how I wound up taking our pictures down and didn't know how to put them back up. You know what? I might take them pictures down right now while I'm talking about it. Because, yes, that is how they got us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know how to do the block. Wait, how did I put the pictures up? Shucks. Bomb showed me.
She said it was something about the boxes at the bottom. There's 2, 3, 4 or something like that she was saying. At the bottom of the screen, I think.
Okay, can y'all see anything now?
I still can.
Oh, I see a block button.
Oh, it looks like you're changing the settings on the messages that are coming up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I see how they're changing. They're going from block to bubble to.
Oh. All right, baby.
You know, women own the majority of the football teams.
You know, a woman pays LeBron.
What?
She's the owner of the Lakers. Like,
there's
a lot of powerful women in the world.
Wow.
Majority of the NFL is owned by women.
Yeah, that's me. Yes. Oh, sing out one in the. Yeah. Let me see.
Yeah, I thought that was your sister at first because I could have sworn I thought I seen a picture of you already. But then when you said that was you, I was like, oh, I see it now. That's definitely you.
Yeah.
Because you're always describing yourself. So I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I see it now. That's definitely Mule. Hi, Mule.
Yeah, that's me. I might put a better picture up. I like that picture, though.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I just mean you as a person, like your energy and your aura, like with the way you describe yourself. I was like, oh, I see it now. Okay, that's definitely her. Because I thought first it was your sister. Because I thought I saw a picture of you at Bombs, but yeah.
Yeah. No, girl, that picture that was up there for the Zoom was when my daughter used my computer for Zoom. Girl, that picture's of a 21-year-old.
Oh, that was your daughter. Oh, okay.
Yes. And
I
when I
it was you,
looked
I was
her,
like, damn.
I'm like, girl, ain't no way I'm that young. Because I heard, really, you know what brought my attention? One of the men, a pervert over there, he was like, oh, yeah, you some fine. And I was like, me? How the hell you know how I look? And then I looked and I said, wait, y'all could see that? And then I didn't know how to take it off. So I had to leave the whole thing to take it down. And for Zoom, I don't know how to add pictures to that Zoom.
Oh, wow, your daughter looks like you. Yeah, y'all look alike.
Yeah,
well,
we
both
do.
of y'all are pretty, but yeah, y'all look wow.
We do.
Y'all both are beautiful, but yeah, I'll tell you, I thought that was yours. Like, oh, well, that's why she always talking about doing twerking hands on a handstand while her husband was like, okay. I was like, oh, okay, I see why. Look at you, cute little beautiful thing. Okay, you beautiful anyway in that picture too. But I was like, oh, okay.
I wish I knew how to share a picture. Do you know how I could share a picture on this screen or no?
What, in StreamYard?
Yeah.
I know how to change the profile picture that you have on the bubble.
How can I do that?
I'm not sure how your studio looks, but you should be able to go up to your name. It should be in the left-hand corner at the bottom. It should have a circle with your picture in it, and there should be 3 bubbles.
Solo layout?
I'm not. That could be it. I'm not sure what type of layout I got, but that's what it is.
No,
okay, that's okay. When you do that, that just puts you in the on the screen, so that you can't see everybody else on the panel.
No. Oh, not you just made me think. I was like, oh, I would like to show you a picture of my daughter.
Yeah, it should say something like edit avatar. Or you may want to see if they have those 3 bubbles in a straight line like they do on my side. That's what I click on. There's just 3 bubbles that are in a straight line. I click on it, and then it says edit audio avatar. And that's where my picture is.
I don't know why this little girl picture is sideways, child.
You might have to rotate it.
Mm-hmm.
If you can. Sometimes they won't let you.
I just want y'all to see how fro she be rocking, girl. She is flawless.
Shoot, I looked for a second. I thought she was a model that I had seen somewhere else. I was like, wait, is that her daughter?
Let me see.
I'm trying, but shoot, StreamYard is different than Zoom. You can lead somebody through Zoom. StreamYard is different.
Right.
Dude, I've tried to see if you can see their little backstage. Like sometimes if you're on Google, they'll have backstages, for example, if you need to look at something, but shoot for StreamYard, shoot, they barely got anything. So you really can't tell what's in that studio unless you actually have one. Oh, that's what it's called. See if it's under the word overlay. That's what it says online.
I see this picture here. This picture here. This is not me. That is my sister. Can you see it?
Oh yeah, I see it on the side. Yeah.
You see her with her little pigtails?
Mm-hmm. She look cute.
Yeah. Girl, I miss her. I guess
this is the one. Oh. I wasn't sure which sister you put up. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Oh, she's really pretty. From the way you described her, she sounded like she was an amazing person from the inside and out. So
she is. Can you see that picture?
Mm-hmm.
No, somebody in the red.
Oh no, it's still the one in the pink. Oh, there it is. It's somebody in red.
That's my daughter. She look like me?
Mm-hmm. The videos, I mean, the picture's a little far away, but yeah, I can tell by her face. Yeah, she does look like you. I love when you put parents together because then you can really see, like, oh, I see it.
Let me see. I really in my I can't get to it now, but it's in my my this is her with that fro. I don't know why it is sideways. It is weird. Okay, you see her with that fro? You might have to turn your phone sideways.
Oh yeah, I see her. Oh wow. Oh, ooh, she look like you in the face. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. When she was a kid, she looked just like her daddy. But once she hit like 13, she started looking more and more like me. And she would always fight that. She would say, "No, I don't. I look just like my daddy." But now she always admitted, she was like, "Nah, I do look like my mom now." She still looks something like her daddy, but yeah. Well, all right, honeys. I'm gonna try to figure this here banner thing out. Because that's why I had us all in black for so long. Wow, what's good, Coach Malik? But we'll be back in 2 hours, okay? All right.
Oh, okay. Here's a link in the back for you for StreamYard just to see if that'll help.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and watch that now. Cause I don't know nothing about no StreamYard. Maybe I should save it. All right, y'all. Let me end it. Bye.
All right. See you later.